here. Lilybun almost is able to fight it there. Scyther now forward again, but it's Liari who will put it home. Back up to Puppey, trying to get it back to midfield. Scyther stunned back away, not going to be able to catch that pass, but it gets rocketed through by Lilybun.
And look, 2 barriers going down right there. Scyther's just caught.
And Liari.
Play coming out here. Scyther's going to try to hold the line. Doesn't seem to hit the drone just there. Liari at just about no health. They have to score now or die, and they do.
It's going to make this a hard point for them, but just one set to determine the whole game. Cyber Strike from Liari.
Stuff or any way of mitigating damage. Oh, I mean, it just becomes an absolute bloodbath right now as Scyther finds another one, a double KO here, and the double barrier now, and Bunblood probably just going to be able to score this one at any moment now, and there's the ace! Whoa!
For sure. I mean, that one, or that one as well. Shapeshifters going to try their best to defend against this.
Devious things on now with that.
Look, with Liari 1-2 punch, Lilybun picks up Fight of the Colossus, but also has recovery drone foresight there as well. Nearly rolled those in there, but able to get sent away. Now Zay forward again. Lilybun still back.
Dangerously staggered, there's a slap in, but Lilybun able to clear that one out.
Yeah, tough to close though. Some of those aggressive tools. I mean, Scyther will be coming back off cooldown here before Suwon does have access to the flip. Trying to send it through. Triple take, really getting into a great position there. And you already lose face with an impossible decision. The bonanza continues for this squad as they will pick up another victory here, showing the bonanza has gone nowhere.
Share this!
Fighting their hearts out, and Natty just doing his best to live. Envy, this is looking tough.
Yeah, the big finish says no one to control it right now, and man, it's gonna be the flip and another kill, and man, forgot it's staggered, and there's just Bozo Bunch does end up winning it here.
Leto and Muncher able to pair up for another score.
This set. You know, they're getting the barriers, getting a lot of double barriers.
Well, too, forgot survives by just about nothing here. It's all in the hands of I right now. Oh my god.
Goodness. Edge versus one. Purebred's gonna have a tough time trying to defend. Does have access to the flip. Double pendulum swing. Nicely lined up by Breds.
Gloomy eyes down inside.
Breds finishes as given them these aggressive angles to play for. Nice shot.
So good on the start.
Oh, and a great
Oh!
by Scare Bread.
The guy goes away. Hey, when that guy's there, he takes 2 barriers and, you know, gets ready to score. But Bozo Bunch, we're gonna put it in right there. Muncher is still going crazy, keeping the flow state up. And Dropletter's just gonna put it in. It's like right between Sword and Josh. And that's gonna be a Bozo Bunch 3-0 victory.
Share this!
They got shocked. And Fudgy
Yeah.
Waffles,
They look beatable.
he did a little bit of trolling.
Surprised if they do better, and also, honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if they do a little bit worse. I think they're pretty middling. I don't want to say middling, it sounds bad, but you know what I mean.
I love Bang Bang, I love Carmella, I love Pudgy, I love Drew. It's a Fun Bonanza. Fun Bonanza are a way stronger team.
Their midfielder last season did not qualify for playoffs, an unproven NASL brawler, and then you have Fudgy, who was in NASL and didn't make playoffs and then failed to qualify.
840 or something speed is like dastardly amounts of strong, and Soren is still kind of holding it down though, as this is an overtime. And
Bang Bang now find themselves in the North American Strikers League playoffs. The regular season coming out as a success.
Fun Bonanza scoring opportunity if they can push it through. Not quite able to get it there.
Great pass.
Wow, Drew just popping off here right in their face.
Last trying to send it over to Drew, but good defense there from Blade when you keep it going, but
Continue to hold on towards the set, bouncing it off the top, back into the top.
Low approaching once again with that flip, gonna get it up to Drew through the legs of Iron, who have the Maelstrom Orb show up one more time. It's gonna be too fast.
Definitely a difficult situation here, but two quick barriers. Difficult for the defense is now the one in control here, getting that first barrier, but a player goes down. This is tough.
And as you have said, oh my god.
Oh, let's go, Drew! That's right, baby! That's right! Let's go, bang! Motherfucker, bang!
Share this!
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7.
He was saving it for that exact moment.
Characters, that's just
What? So, and Bells will immediately convert.
KO timer. I mean, this is going to be 2 titles in a row. Sad Boys are the best Omega Strikers team in history.
Midfield spending it now. The freaking Omi's blade.
The 1v1 against Bells. A do punch right there.
Right here, Gooby trying to save this. They're just trying to kill Kainu. The flip walked away, it doesn't even matter. Gooby died, and that's an ace!
Finishing off the point in explosive fashion.
Fox able to keep the core going, and Vaughn.
Going in as well. So much meter available for the Bad Boys right in front of the net, and they converge
To defend this goal.
and it's over.
He did a flip and did.
He did the ultimate flip and then he's gone.
Going.
Watch this shit. To you? Yes. Yes. You are stunning. You are so stunning.
Yes! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god, thank god.
My heart rate is like
Oh my god, when we
7,000.
both...
Opportunity here from Bell. The tournament, the Africa champions, doesn't look like it. Bells and Vaughn send it home one more time.
Share this!
Everybody warmed up? Quiet on the set. Nobody blink. Make it flashy, guys.
This match will get red hot.
Let's do this in one take. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
Wow. As both barriers drop right away and we're almost done with the first set in perhaps under 2 minutes.
But Showtime is holding on.
I genuinely don't know how that clear happened, and Megaverse will take it nearly himself.
Yeah, he can get back into position, comes back, gets a slashing strike to it. Breezy coming out.
Good, they're
Time to put on a show.
Like that.
But will be able to navigate it on through. Joker finds the KO.
Before having 3. But Joker doesn't care about any of
Doesn't
that.
matter. Aggression. Joker's trying to close it. Joker flips it, and Joker takes it home. Joker's hands through the portal. Spearbread's gonna be able to defend. Joker falling back. Beautiful by Shiatsu.
Getting a great Giga Blast. Just pushing it forward.
Or to take the barrier, Demon Straw with an opportunity now, but Jianzu is still alive, and if Jianzu's alive, there's a chance for a goal.
That's it.
Speaking of moments, that's Jianzu in there with the barrage,
Oh
and that's
my
Joker
God!
with the follow-up with the whiplash.
Playoffs at last. Oh, Senate boys. Now dawns thy reckoning, and thy gore shall glisten before the temples of hell. Creatures of steel, my gratitude upon thee for my placement. But the crimes thy kind have committed against demons are not forgotten. And thy punishment is death.
Gumi Cyberswipe takes out Vaughn one more time.
Little bit manages to get the strike, but in the end it is 3 versus 1.
Absolutely massive.
For the moment, there was no goalie. It's a tough spot to do, equalize the power play. But again, no goalie available. Kainu's in there.
In addition to getting gold here by Snake with a super IO rush.
On this adrenaline rush, they'll be able to find it with the gold barrier. Now Gumi in position with the supernova.
Do we honestly want to ask for a remake?
Why would we ask for a remake?
This game just does not feel real.
Guys, my brawler is allergic to passive control.
Okay, I got the screenshot.
Oh my!
Oh my gosh!
After Lori learning her bounce on the center, looking for the shot, but Gumi able to save it once, twice. Tiny to get Cypher safe as well.
The energy burst is able to save it away. Yuri lose now. This is the chopping block. He'll get taken out.
Snake spinning, just promoting the entire time, and it's just carnage.
Share this!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the championship day of the North American Strikers League Season 4. You can tell I am out of practice because I haven't been doing this very much this season, but I am so excited to be back here as we crown our next Nassau champion. I'm joined by a couple of analysts here to kick off the pre-show this morning as we prepare for the Sad Boys, Demon's Raw, and Showtime to vie for that title. Fudgy, of course, you've been following everything along pretty closely. Bang Bang, not quite the best performance last week, but hey, you get to watch from the sidelines.
Yeah,
Is that exciting or no?
No.
Okay, well,
it's terrible.
We tried.
It's but next season though. Next season.
All right, we'll see how that goes. Yoshi, you excited for today?
I am. I can't wait to watch a new Nassau champion be crowned, or the same Nassau champion be crowned. There's a 1 in 3 chance that also happens.
Oh yeah, or in all likelihood, the same champion continues to be crowned. You already lose going for the 4-peat, of course. 3Z. You know a thing or two about 4-peats after watching basketball? I don't know. Has that been done before? I actually don't. I'm not a sports guy.
Maybe by the Bulls. I don't think it has, honestly.
Okay. Well,
but
perhaps
yeah,
we'll
I
be
mean,
making history.
perchance. Caleb, you already lose himself. Esquire looking to cement himself as the greatest goalie of all time today, and Gumi looking to pick a fight with that. And who knows? Maybe Barcode, the legend, the Iron Wall, will come back and show that he's the real force to be dealt with. So we'll see.
A lot of exciting storylines heading into the day today. But first, let's take a recap over the course of the last season with a new game I've designed called Stat Surge. Here, the objective for our analysts is to correctly identify the number 1 player or striker in the category asked. They will get a certain number of points depending on whether or not they got the first, second, or third place person or striker correct. You all kind of ready? This should be pretty self-explanatory. You're just trying to tell me who was the highest in a specific category, right? That's it. Questions?
Are we like buzzing, or are we raising our hands? How are we?
No, I'll just call on you.
Okay.
There is no live buzzing here. We don't have the budget to set that up. First category is the player with the most amount of shots per 10 minutes. Fudgy, I'll send it to you. So this is normalized over time in game. Who has the most shots per 10 minutes?
It's definitely I think it's like between 2 in my head, but I'm just gonna go with Kai Noob. I think it's a pretty safe answer.
Yoshi, how about you?
So the cool thing that I just realized is that I've looked at the stat sheet a few times, and I've absorbed the information. I only remember the Bang Bang stats, and so I know that Grimella is in. I'm pretty sure top 3 in this category. So I'm gonna lock in a Grimch real quick and take what I can get.
All right, 3Z. What are you thinking?
I'm gonna go with Vaughn.
Okay. Good choice overall. I'll go ahead and reveal it. Fudgy, you were correct.
It's like Kai Noob Shianzu. Yeah.
The
it's
first one up there,
Shianzu.
Shianzu.
I knew all 3.
Okay, weird flex. Fudgy, you get 3 points.
You got it. It's a 3 corner lore midfielders. It's the 3 midfielders that hit to the corner the most. It makes sense.
Well, there you go. But that's how it counts. Why weren't brawlers in this category? Why is it always midfielders?
So,
anyone have any idea?
So a shot in the game is when you hit it into the opponent's goal box from outside the goal box. So, like usually when a brawler scores, it's from inside the goal box, from the midfielder who technically did the shot to put it in. So that's why midfielders kind of farm shots, especially ones who just hit it to the corner, because they're usually standing outside the goal box, hit it to the corner, it comes back, they hit to the corner, and every time they hit it, it's a shot. So the midfielders that are hitting the core the most are usually going to be the ones with that stat, and that is why these 3 have it.
All right. We'll go on to the next category here. Next category is the player with the highest number of KOs. Normalized 04 time. 3Z, I'll go to you here first. Who you got?
I'm gonna go with Bells here.
Okay. Seems like a reasonable pick, winning Brawler over the course of the regular season. Yoshi, how about you?
This is another hard one because I don't remember it. But I feel like picking someone on Demon's Raw is pretty safe. Bells, I do remember, had like several like 15 KO games, things like that. But I'm just gonna lock in Snake. I feel like that guy does pretty good at getting the KOs.
Fair enough. Fudgy, what do you think?
K-Bot. These guys are noobs. I mean, they're not like us who know that Vaughn is number 2, I think. I don't remember who number 1 is. I'm a bit of a noob too. I'm pretty sure Vaughn is number 2 from when he played Brawler and farmed KOs nonstop and has been farming KOs this entire season, so I'm going with Vaughn.
Fudgy, I hate to say it, but you are the noob in this.
No!
Vaughn does not appear
No!
on this list. 3Z, you did pick Bells up
That's
first.
right.
Drop Leto and NXCD are the 2nd and 3rd place spots, respectively, there. Yoshi, I'll send it to you on this next one. Player with the most damage per 10 minutes of playtime. What do you think?
Oh, I don't think. I know. Because this is a bang bang stat. That one's going straight to Drew, number 1. Most damage per 10
Okay.
minutes.
All right. 3Z, send it to you. Who you got?
I'm gonna go Gumi.
Okay. Fudgy?
I'm also going to go with Gumi. I think Drew is number 2 and Gumi's number 1.
Okay, well, you are once again correct, Fudgy, this time around. Good guess on Drew. Yoshi is 2nd. So you're on the board now. Woohoo!
Yes, finally.
But I thought it was surprising that Gumi is a goalie who had the highest amount of damage. Obviously, with a character like Vice, he can get in there quite a bit, 3Z. But explain that to me a little bit and what that means for what we might see today out of Demon's Raw.
It just means that while Kai'Noob dribbles the ball around the midfield and just does his thing, getting 100 more redirects than the other midfielder, Gumi just dumps all of his damage into whoever is chosen, whether it's the brawler, the midfielder, and so does Snake, and so they together kind of just converge on the target, and then while Kai'Noob just does a thing.
All right, well, we'll have to see how that one plays out, or whether or not Gumi is going to go a little bit too far forward, as we've seen him do a handful of times. Next up, we're switching over to strikers. Name the striker with the highest amount of goals per 10 minutes. So this is all games played on that specific striker. 3Z, I'll send it to you here first. Who do you think it is?
Interesting. I'm gonna go with Kazan.
Okay, seems like a solid guess. Fudgy, how about you?
That's That's kind of tempting to go for that. This is a hard one. I'm gonna go with Rasmus, but I know the players. I know the top 2 players, so I'm kind of thinking of them instead of thinking of.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll go for Rasmus.
Reasonable strategy. Yoshi, how about you?
I'm going to go for a little bit of a gambit and say that the Mafia is pulling the strings behind the back, pulling out an Estelle. I think she has the highest goals.
Highest goals per minute here. 3Z, you are the only one that'll get points. Kazan is number 1. Midfielder does not make an appearance here, and Fudgy Rasmus does not make an appearance either. Instead, X and Juliet are the 2 highest goal scorers following that one up. Now, last one, the striker with the highest pick plus ban percentage across the league. So they could either have been banned or picked, meaning that they were present in the draft. Yoshi, you first here. Who you think?
This I'm so close on all of these because I remember looking at them, but I don't remember what they are. I'm stuck between Estelle and X. I'm just gonna say X is a pretty safe pick. Lock that in.
Fair enough. 3Z, what do you say?
This is tough. I think I'm gonna go Zen.
All right. Fair enough. Fudgy?
Yeah, this one's hard. I'm gonna go with Now because I think Now has been banned more than any other character, which kind of helps for that a lot. With Now.
Well, we were more accurate with this one across the board. All three of the strikers you all said, but Now was the one that had the highest. Zentaro is on the board, and X is on the board there as well. Interesting that the Brawlers make more of an appearance here. Yoshi, what do you think about the Brawlers being X and Zentaro following up in 2-3 here? What does that mean for overall in the draft? Why are we either picking or these specific ones, and why is that a higher priority right now?
Yeah, I think Zentaro has historically, throughout the entire game's lifespan, been the strongest brawler. He's pretty consistent, he can do everything, and it makes it very easy to just put him on a team comp and get rolling. X, with the recent stat changes, has 130 power. That's more than some characters get off like bulk up. That's just reason enough to pick that guy. And obviously he's clocking in at second highest presence. Pretty good character. Pretty easy to get it done when you're on that guy. So I think both of them are very easy to just slap on a team. There aren't that many brawler characters in the game, and a lot of them have a niche, but require a certain team comp or some sort of like have good maps, other things. These two are just like, hey, put them on and send it. And then they are the two best, I think, for that reason.
So the most versatile tend to be one of the most prioritized here in terms of team compositions. All right, well, that's enough for our little stat surge game. 3Z, you are our winner. Congratulations, getting one more point than Fudgy. Thanks to that last Zentaro pick right up there. All right, let's get down to business here. Let's take a look at the map pool for our playoffs. Of course, this has not changed since last week. But Fudgy, I want to ask you here if there's any other, well, maybe I'm not asking Fudgy because he just disappeared on us. 3Z, let me ask you first. Have you noticed any strengths or weaknesses for specific teams on specific maps here over the course of playoffs, specifically noting the three that we've got left?
Yeah, I know that Showtime really likes Clarion. I see them perform well on it. I see them go to Clarion, Tycho. I see them go to Night Market and Atlas Lab. Those are the main maps I see them on. Oni Village as well works pretty well with their playstyle. They're kind of the most one-dimensional team out of these teams, but they do play their playstyle really well, where they just kind of enable Xianzhu and Joker in the midfield and scoring, and they just work together really well to score. Demons Raw and Sad Boys. I know Sad Boys really likes Tycho. They've been playing that map a lot. Both these teams have been around forever, so they play pretty much anything. I don't really see too many Gates games from any teams here. I think it's kind of the odd man out. But yeah, pretty much any of these maps for Sad Boys Demons, besides maybe Gates.
Fudgy, do you think Gates will play a X factor in our event today, or what do you think we're just still not going to see it?
Yeah, Gates has been a permaban for Demons Raw for a really long time throughout the season. I think they've banned it every single game in the regular season. But they didn't ban it during us in the first round. They actually banned Tycho instead. And I wouldn't be surprised if they did the same versus Sad Boys, since they lost. Although they picked it against Sad Boys in the regular season, I do think it's one of Demon's worst maps. And it's one of Sad Boys' best maps. So I wouldn't really be surprised if we see the Tycho ban and then a possible Gates counter pick from Sad Boys. So I think that's something really interesting to look at in that matchup, at the very least when it comes to maps. But they could also just go to their comforts and just go to Night Market or something like that.
Of course, we'll be taking a look at that Demons Raw versus Sad Boys matchup in more detail in just a little bit. But first, let's remind ourselves of how these teams got here. Of course, if you had to pick three teams at the beginning of the season, you probably would have expected these three teams to make it to the end, although Bozo Bunch almost squeaked in. Yoshi, that match was an exciting one to watch versus Showtime at the end of the day last week.
Yeah, it really was. Both teams went down to the wire. It's kind of crazy Bozo Bunch had a pretty clean 3-0 the first game, and then went up a set game 2, but then Showtime brought it all the way back. I think it's really cool to see a team come back like that, and it put them in top 3, put them here today, so that's pretty neat.
Fudgy, while we're on the topic of Showtime here especially, do you think there's anything that could be a wild card or could be an advantage they have over Sad Boys or Demon's Raw, obviously coming in from the lower bracket?
I think on some Awakening starts, especially like something like Peak Performance or Reptile Remedy, Showtime is a team that is they're just gonna pick Mako or Atlas Goalie almost certainly. So if you can get a start where those two can have an edge over like the eject goalies and the holding it down matters a little bit more, then their play style can kind of give them an advantage over teams like Sad Boys and Demon's Raw, who have been picking damage throughout the entire season and kind of put them in a rough spot. I think that's their best chance to win. And I think they know that, and I think they're going to try and just play their own style and try to beat them with a style that's different from the one that's shown to be dominant. And I think that's really interesting and is definitely the way for that team to go. So looking forward to their matchups.
Looking forward to it. Of course, Barcode stepping in for Megaverse now for playoffs, and we expect him to be back here today as well. A player that is incredibly familiar playing with the rivalry of the other side. El Clasico between Sad Boys and Demon's Raw has gone through many iterations, but in the current iteration over the course of the past year in S-tier events, the Sad Boys seem to have the advantage as we take a look at what that record has looked like. You see some of those larger tallies at the bottom, but Threezy, this is insanely close, and it almost always is.
Yeah, time and again we see these teams be so evenly matched. You see kind of recently, right, before Afrika, a lot of 2-0s, right? Kind of battle of back and forth, teams were being really dominant. And then just from there, straight 2-1s. Until week 9, I believe it was even in terms of game score. So looking for that 2-1 kind of back and forth here today. Wouldn't be surprised to see these teams again in the grand finals. Just like NSL Season 2. We don't talk about Season 3 for Demon's Raw there. But, yeah, I mean, this is one of the best matchups the game's ever seen. And as you can see, it's just so close every time.
So close every time, and almost always, it seems as though, especially once we get towards the end of the season here, Fudgy, Vaughn finds some random pick that no one was expecting heading into that draft. What do you predict that could be today, or do you think Demon's Raw have got a pretty good read on him this time around?
I'm actually not. I don't have any read on a pick Vaughn might be hiding. I do know something Kai Noob might be bringing out. I can't really leak, but I'm pretty excited to see if he picks it and if it works out. I know Bells has been also working on some things that I think if he picks, they will instantly lose. But it would be really interesting to see. So we'll have to see if those things get picked. But I do think they have been working on some things to pull out.
And Yoshi, let me get your thoughts here. This has been back and forth. Of course, Sad Boys had a decent amount of time earlier on. Now Demon's Raw coming back. Sad Boys maybe look to taking it back and starting to bring up some more momentum as you look towards the end of this graphic. Who do you think has the momentum right now in this rivalry?
I think it absolutely has to be Sad Boys. They, ever since Season 3, have been looking really dominant, and then Week 9, cleaning up in the end. It really feels like they are on top right now, despite Demon's Raw having, before that, a pretty good run and always feeling very similarly dominant. I think Demon's Raw has been working really hard to stop the Sad Boys dominance coming up to this weekend, but I don't know if they'll be able to do it,
Of course, only time will tell. Threezy, I want to go back to you here because I want to get your read. Obviously, we've seen Demon's Raw as a roster that certainly performs about how they treat the game, right? And how they've treated the game for the past little stretch of time. How seriously do you think Demon's Raw has been preparing for this match? And how are they heading into the day today?
Well, I can't speak for the last 24 hours because I know Gumi was up very late last night playing Yu-Gi-Oh. But besides that, I think they've been preparing a fair amount, and I think they're taking it seriously. I think after last season, I think they really want to win. But there's a difference between wanting and doing, and I think that we're going to see whether they're really up to the challenge this playoffs around. Because Sad Boys is looking better than ever. I think Vaughn had one of his best seasons ever. I think Caleb, I mean, you can't really pick a season from him. They're all so good. And then Bell's just really grinding the game, performing well. I saw something like he had like 90 hours in the past 2 weeks in the game. So Sad Boys are ready. It's just a question of whether Demons is going to bring that same fire that we see from them during the regular season.
Of course, it feels like anything can happen. While the momentum might be to the favor of the Sad Boys right now, given by the fact that the history goes so deep between all of these players. I was talking with Vaughn a little bit earlier today before we started. He told me, and he reminded me, that he has played with every player and won a tournament with every player participating today, every starter, including Shianzu. They won an Otten City Underground together. So he's obviously very familiar with everyone in terms of who's getting play today. And coming in with the MVP, Yoshi, seems like there's not much that could stop him right now.
No, absolutely. I want to retweet everything that 3Z just said. Vaughn had one of the best seasons I think ever. Won MVP because of it. It's just been looking exceptional. I think is really the key to all this Sad Boy success we've been seeing recently. And I think it's going to be really hard for Demons Raw to respond to that because it seems like he's just on top of the world right now. And I think they have the tools and they have the capability to do it, but it's all about the execution. We have to see what they're putting up today and if they can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Fudgy, switching gears just slightly, you've gotten the chance, of course, now to play a little bit of goalie over the course of the past season. You Already Lose has now played 4 seasons in the North American Strikers League as goalie to such a high level of consistency. What kind of discipline does that kind of play demand?
It's I mean, it's also just like, although people like to talk a lot about how like Aimee has always been like an S tier goalie, like no one's picks it other than like used to be Soren. Soren doesn't even pick it anymore. It's really just him and Gumi. And to be able to like pilot those picks at such a high level, it requires like your team to play a certain way that these two teams have worked. Like I think part of it is the fact that they've played so long together as a team that they're able to kind of play these picks to the like highest level. And because of that, you see like Caleb just able to like stay at the top and get improve at these characters that other people haven't been really found success with, despite everyone claiming that like these picks are OP. So I think it's really impressive what Caleb's done, and it'd be really cool to see another win. It would also be really cool to see the end of the Nassel dynasty. It would also be crazy to see Showtime go crazy, but I do think I'm thinking it's going to be a boys versus Raw matchup in the grand finals. But yeah, like Caleb winning 3 titles in a row, being in that grand finals position so many times is super helpful for these types of tournaments. And that will be the same for Gumi and the rest of Demons Raw as well. So I'm interested to see if Showtime can show up on a finals day and kind of clutch up.
On that note, also Vaughn shared this quote with me from last night's practice. You Already Lose, in his cool, calm demeanor, said, "Guys, the first seed has never won playoffs, but that's also because I have never been the first seed." Let's get into predictions here today. On that note, Demons Raw and Sad Boys are both just about ready to kick off. So, Yoshi, I'll send it to you first. Who you got here and why?
I'm really, it's so hard. It's so hard. But I want to give it to Demons Raw this time. I don't know what they're cooking, I'll be honest. I'm just blind faith in the West. I think they've got it. I guess West is misleading. Blind faith in Gumi and his 2 central teammates. Let's go, gang. Let's get it.
3Z, to you now. Who you got?
Hey, I'm gonna go with the favorite. I think it's Sad Boys. We'll see maybe a Demons run from losers, but I'm gonna go Sad Boys here in the winners final.
Fudgy, here you got.
Yeah, I think this is the hardest I've seen Demons Raw work and prep for a team. And I still think Sad Boys have been working harder. So I'm going to give it to Sad Boys. I think it's, I put a lot of value into like how much I feel like a team wants to win. And I feel like Sad Boys have shown they want to win it again just a little bit more. I do think Demons Raw could totally win. And again, they have been working really hard. And I think that's really cool that they really want to win this time. So even if they lose in winners finals, I could see them taking it back in the grand finals reset.
Feels like a coin flip here. It's going to be back and forth. I've got the Sad Boys as well. Folks, don't go anywhere. The next iteration of El Clasico to kick off our North American Strikers League Championship Day will be on the other side of this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome everybody to finals day of the North American Strikers League. We're here in season 4. I'm here in New York City with Envy, and we are here for Sad Boys versus Demons.
Cannot believe it. Possibly the most predictable match of all time, maybe. If you're a Sad Boys fan or a Demon Ross fan, you'd expect them here in winners finals, but only one of these teams can actually win this whole thing, and it's going to be today, man. Is it going to be, Sad Boys? They defeated Bun Bun Bonanza in the earlier stages here. Demons Raw actually defeating Bang. Bang actually also going out a little bit, but a lot more matches to show up here. Honestly, this is going to be kind of a nail biter here. What are you thinking, man?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close. The predictions were relatively split, but I do think more people will favor the Sad Boys. This is the strongest they've looked in quite a while, and this is the most decorated team in Omega Strikers history after all. So it is a scary opponent to face, even for Demons Raw, another titan of Omega Strikers. The Sad Boys, finally the first seed. It's kind of surprising, right? The two-time champs, this is the first time they're the first seed.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy, but upsets do happen every now and again, though. Rosters change here and there, but now we have full roster on both teams. And, the Lanimals here are here to bring it home as we start off onto Night Market. Here we can see a little bit of missile prop and rapid fire action. Everyone taking rapid fire. Missile prop will go right back into the pool here, and we're going to have... Finny is showing up almost all the time now. Actually, maybe the most popular character to just come out of nowhere. We see it on y'all right now, putting a lot of faith into that one there. And we see Demons Raw kind of on a couple of comfort picks here. I've seen on them on these characters before, but we'll see who can inch it out here onto Night Market. Start us off, Saya.
Yeah, the real jump scare here is a bit of a Juno jump scare. Kainoob on the pick that hasn't had that high of a presence, considered relatively weak right now, but getting the barriers. Is Kainoob Snake, though, already taken out? This is a common theme, it feels like, in a lot of Demons Raw games. Snake is the one taking the bulk of the damage, but still staying alive for the moment, bouncing off the Night Market Center, and still maintaining a lot of energy to play with, as this early game is just really, really even so far, but a big finish is actually turned around by Demons, and they're the ones who take the barriers first.
Yeah, a minor big mistake there from Finny is not going to result in anything beneficial for Demons, or for Sad Boys right now. But like you say, Snake, usually the one who is staggered for a while, but does stay alive to try to get a couple of redirects there with their last little breath of life. Kainoob is going to try to bring this to the bottom side here into the hands of Snake, who is now full health. The blob does not make it through here. Bells goes for a little bit of a Death's Touch action, but doesn't seem to make it through, though Kainoob has flipped to try to get onto the front lines here. Can they kill Snake in time? It's going to be kind of close here, as Flip is going to show up here for y'all as well, so it's going to be a lot of defensive positioning here for Sad Boys.
Yeah, and Snake goes down, but there's a lot of slimes. Kainoob can mix it up here, but just goes to the top corner and the play stalls out. Another slime, though. Demon Angle, you already lose, has got that covered along with Vaughn. 2 core flips at the ready, but the barrier still standing. Kainoob wins the strike war in Gumi's face, and Gumi defending with Kainoob on the barrier, a sight we've seen so many times from Demons Raw. Finally, Bells will find a shot to the top side, and the barriers will open up, and Vaughn will send it forward, and the Sad Boys are in their face right now.
Yeah, really great redirect there from Bells. Possibly the only way to get that barrier, and they do end up finding a kill onto Kainoob, which is going to be huge here. Great push coming in for Sad Boys. Bell doesn't seem to make it happen with the Death's Touch. Has flipped, though. If one can just get it to him on the front side here. Doesn't seem to find himself in the right position. Going to hold on to that flip for just a moment here. Once again, doesn't seem to get exactly what they're looking for. Okay, Gumi defending with the glitch pop again. They don't seem to make it happen with that power play, but looks like Bell's going to flip a little farther from the goal than I initially anticipated here. Death's Touch also doesn't land. They own his blade, but everyone's a little confused, and it's actually going to slide right past Gumi and Kainoob, and Sad Boys take first blood in this playoffs.
That was a bit of an awkward goal. Both of the players, I think all 3 players, expecting someone to strike it. A bit anticlimactic, but that's sometimes what you get when the core's moving that fast. And it will indeed, like you say, be the Sad Boys taking first blood here. And they're also spilling a lot of blood from Snake, who is once again being targeted down.
Yeah, and they have a pretty solid comp here for damage. The Finny goalie always doing damage. Bells on the Rasmus here is pretty great for securing some kills. Also Estelle, great at that as well. But right now, they can't seem to secure anything onto Snake as he's going to continue to survive. The ball on the side of Sad Boys. Kainoob keeping it in here. Gumi coming on in with the Cyber Swipe. Doesn't seem to flip for that barrier at the moment yet. The Oni's Blade dealing damage back to Bells now. And it looks like Sad Boys could be in for a power play on the side of Demons Raw.
Yeah, Snake, though, critically low here, and Gumi still maintaining the barrier. Kainoob has a lot of meter available, while Bells and Snake, the brawlers, once again taking the bulk of the damage taken out. That's Snake going down. That's Bells staying alive here. And a good push up by Gumi, but You Already Lose has the strikes to back it up. And once again, the barrier will not fall on either side. Gumi, though, looking a little low. Bells is doing some brawling over there, and the barrier won't be taken by Kainoob just yet.
Yeah, really great defense there from y'all. Kind of sniffed that one out, that Kainoob was going to go for a through the middle angle there to defend the barrier nicely. Okay, the glitch pop doesn't seem to land for Gumi. It's going to be both barriers down for Demon's Raw. Snake looking low once again. Okay, y'all's going to have a tough time getting out of here through the blobs. Oni Blade kind of stalls it, but Vaughn and y'all get the strikes on in there to make it happen. Vaughn just about at no health here. Snake also staggered. First to get a kill here, might actually make the goal, and that could be big if Sad Boys goes up 2 in this set. It's going to be a lot for Demon's Raw to bring this one back.
Bells with the pendulum swing dribble to the top side, perfectly to the bottom corner. That's 2-0 for the Sad Boys. And it kind of feels like they're in control, right? Even though it's going back and forth, the core's moving a lot, the barriers are staying up for a while. The Sad Boys are maintaining possession. They're keeping it away from Kainoob's half of the map, which is really dealing a blow to the Juno's core control.
Yeah, if she can't get the blobs in the position that she wants, they don't really do all that much. Something I am kind of noticing is that all 4 forwards are kind of brawling in the center field, dealing a lot of damage there. And that's going to be, what was that, a kill for the glitch pop there from Gumi?
No, that was a pull from Bells. I wouldn't blame you because it was a crazy angle off the night market. It bounced off the corner directly downwards. Bells got a right angle kill with the hook there, and Bells will strike war both Snake and Gumi for the goal. What a point for Bells, and they're up 3-0. They get the first draft, and the Sad Boys are looking good.
Yeah, looking really good. I was just continuing what I was saying before. It looks like all 4 forwards are kind of just brawling in the midfield, dealing a lot of damage, trying to kill each other, and both goalies are kind of just defending for the most part, and whoever gets a kill first, the power play, becomes the next 2 barriers. We got here, y'all already lose, taking the first pick here. It could be monumental as Finny if y'all's trying to move up and make it happen, or could possibly go for a little bit of damage here or some denial. Heavy impact. Kind of interesting on Finny, does some work for the big finish. Not too much of a percentage multiplier there for the triple take, but still solid. A lot of health going out onto the board.
That's what they were doing. Look at the awakenings that are left, the 3 creation awakenings. The Sad Boys crafted that draft specifically to make Snake's life a little difficult. Everything was denied from the Zentaro there.
Yeah, getting just about nothing here. Siege Machine, even Gumi, I'm not too happy about Rampage on the goalie in general here, so I'm going to go ahead and say Sad Boys got a really nice draft there, at least a lot better than Demon's Raw, and they're going to seem to make it happen as they are up 1 right now here. A barrier as well to keep in their name. Shuns it right into the Oni's Blade. Not going to work out there. Snake again low, but kind of out of the fight again, as we're going to have a 2v3 onto this last barrier. Can they get this one here? Maybe with the Death's Touch. The glitch pop is going to actually help give it to Bells one more time. The pendulum swing's not going to land. Trying to help here with the piercing shots, not going to land either. And Gumi kind of an iron wall here with Kainoob.
Yeah, Gumi's building up a lot of meter here. Snake's going in right past the triple take. That ability is not as solid as a Rune Pillar after all. But Vaughn and Bells are just calmly playing the passing game in the midfield, maintaining possession, pulling Gumi away, and eventually the resources will be burned. That's a core flip down, but Kainoob and Snake are still approaching, but Snake is incredibly low. Hit stunned out of the way. One more shot will do it for Snake going down as Vaughn plays the corner, but Gumi will manage to defend with the Kainoob Slimes helping out as well.
Yep, can Sad Boys grab this kill onto Snake here, which is going to possibly be the only way they're grabbing this barrier through Gumi and Kainoob. Sad Boys all have a lot of health right now, almost taken to the goal with the Firewall Sentry, but it's actually going to land with a little help here from Gumi, and it's going to be 1 point here on this on the second set right now for Demon's Raw. They got kind of a little mountain to climb here, but in the eyes of Snake, we only have level 3 right now. Still low on stagger, getting killed left and right, and yeah, that's going to be kind of a problem here for Sad Boys if Snake cannot get some levels or some barriers or something.
Yeah, it's a problem the Sad Boys are creating here. Demon's Raw are just watching Snake get killed every single round. The Sad Boys are cooldown dumping on that Zentaro, and there's not really much you can do when there's so many offensive cooldowns, right? Estelle not thought of by the average player as like a damage character, but she has some of the best kill confirms in the game. She does a lot of chip damage, but forget about that. It's the Demon's Raw approach, and Kainoob is dealing a ton of chip right back. Vaughn the one who's critically low here, but Bells maintains possession, and the point isn't over quite yet.
Yeah, this could be big if we can see Demon's Raw get a kill. If Snake actually gets the kill on Vaughn, he'll probably grab a level here, and Gumi will fly in with the flip to certainly secure that goal. Snake staying alive, grabbing one of the health orbs. All right, Vaughn looking a little bit weak, but y'all with a little bit of that speed and the momentum boots, but they stack strikes, and Snake gets it on through there. We can see y'all is actually already level 7. Snake still hasn't really gotten much, so I'd say that the win condition that y'all, Sad Boys are trying to create here will remain intact until Snake gets a possibly a health awakening here, or maybe a kill to grab a level.
Yeah, they can still deal the damage, but with the cooldowns going wide on the defense, it is the Demons now who are looking to approach. Both barriers taken, and when Snake stays alive, that's what you get. A flip by Gumi to get it out of there to prevent Bells from taking the barriers. And once again, the Demons hold, and this time the Sad Boys are not looking like they're in control.
I agree. Snake is actually, low level, taking a lot of damage here, but really grabbing the barriers when it makes it happen. And Bells trying to keep possession one more time, has the flip here, can't seem to land exactly what it needs. The pendulum swing tried to get a little mix there, but didn't seem to work out. Vaughn and Bells on the bottom side here, bringing it to the center. Gonna try to get it past through this firewall center. Y'all gonna move up, but they do find a kill on to the goalie here. Gumi's gonna go down to Bells, and it's going to just be Snake defending it, doing a pretty solid job, stalling out 3 more seconds. If Bells can just land this one in, but Kainoob with a great Blobbo bounce, or yeah, I think it's Blobbo bounce to secure it, but oh my gosh, y'all ends up just kind of missing the triple take, the flip not in range, and Gumi's gonna take credit for that one as Demon's Raw move up in this set, even it out, and the goalie's gonna be the one to grab their first awakening.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want. You want Gumi in there with the damage, with the pressure. And there are plenty of options available. I wonder if Gumi's going to go with the explosive entrance or the extra special here. Goes for the explosive entrance.
I was going to say, I want to see explosive here for sure.
Just going to be dashing in, dealing a lot of damage, but Stagger Awakenings are the name of the game in anything resembling high-level play. You probably know in your solo queue games too, right? If your team doesn't take those Stagger Awakenings, they're dead.
Yeah, life is tough when the opponents know that they should be dealing damage, and Sad Boys are on the right page here with that. Even y'all grabbing Glass Cannon, which does a bunch of damage. Vaughn getting double stagger there, which is actually going to buff him up just a little bit there. Bells kind of ints just for a moment there, grabbing the barrier himself. But look, we already see Snake at just about no health here. Going to get a big finish, and it's going to hold the ball just for a moment. Y'all gets kind of stuffed here with the primary from Juno. Bells trying to grab something here. Gumi doesn't seem to defend it away perfectly yet. Triple take to keep it into the hands of Bells and Vaughn. Okay, we're going to have Vaughn grab the speed here and actually just going to give up the ball for a second there. The Blob's going to drop it onto the top side here. Snake kind of looming here with no health, and yeah, gets killed now into the opposing goal, and it's just Kainoob to try to score. Gumi jumps in, doesn't seem to make it. Can they get this last barrier in the goal, though, for Sad Boys on this power play?
Bell is really trying for it here, but in that last draft, something that went a little less noticed, you already lose picking up that Glass Cannon. That Fini is activated. The ridiculous amount of speed that Yao has. What a save by Gumi, though. Taken out right away by the pendulum swings of Bells. A good shot attempt by Vaughn off the Night Market Center. And Bell's going for the dribble, trying to mix up Kainoob. But Kainoob has the clears. That's why they say that Demon's Raw are sometimes stronger in the goal box without Gumi. But as Gumi respawns, Kainoob can't win the strike war. Bells gets it past, and the Sad Boys take a small lead.
Yeah, and we could see that the change that had happened quite a while ago, where you get a strike reset when you hit the ball with an ability, comes into play all the time, every time. The forwards just kind of go insane on the ball these days, and the goalies are kind of crying just for a little bit here, as of course we'll have a Zentaro approaching them, but Snake looking quite low right now. Kainoob gonna try to help get it out of here, maybe with this flip, because Bells is putting on a clinic right now, but they do end up killing Snake. Vaughn doing a great job from the top side there. Gumi with the flip gonna stall a little bit, kind of like that angle on the mid side, but doesn't seem to grab much more than just 3 seconds off of it here. Okay, Vaughn stalling again, kind of hits it onto the bottom side. Could have lost the barrier there, but y'all with that Glass Cannon, like you mentioned, is just super fast right now and does everything Fini should be doing.
Yeah, getting in there, dealing some chip damage. And that big finish could be deadly, but Vaughn doesn't quite get the dribble through the center. Bells, though, picking it up. Has flip available, but the slimes of Kainoob are making it a bit difficult. And you already lose. Forced to just play the ball a little slowly, because if it gets into Kainoob's hands, it's going to go to Snake immediately. A great flip by Bells, though, reacts to Gumi. A bit of an unsafe flip forward as Vaughn sends it forward. But Bells is incredibly low here. A win condition could be found by taking out the brawler of the Sad Boys, but Vaughn has flip, could score before that's even the case.
True, Gumi trying to get on in there, but doesn't seem to make it happen just yet. Y'all gonna keep it into the hands of the forward just for a minute here. Glass Cannon seems to be coming online here as well. Bell's trying with an attempt here, doesn't seem to make it happen. Y'all keeping the ball again in the forward's hands, but it looks like Gumi's gonna be the one to grab a kill onto Bells. Now gonna be a really tough spot here. Back up, of course. Yep, a flip from Y'all is going to keep that one alive. Now it's Vaughn's turn to stall for a couple more seconds here. Actually really love that shot. Love this whole play here from Vaughn to stall until Bells comes back, but the glitch pop actually goes crazy there, and Gumi lands it.
Yeah, what a glitch pop from Gumi. Exactly when Demons needed it. Exactly when they needed to finish off the goal. It is found. It is 1-1 again this game. Really the closest it can be at this point.
Yeah, everyone is not too surprised that we are seeing a nail-biter here from the two titans of the game right now. Lots of wins on both of these teams, and we're going to see if another one can be made here and by which team. So we're going to have Kainoob and Snake try to push onto the top side. Gumi comes in to grab the barrier flip. Really close range here. Uses the blob to help it on through, and it does get through. Finny's not really great at defending kind of these close range situations, so as long as they can get the ball right into Finny's face, she can't really do all that much about it, but the speed's going to help it get through Snake in that spot. Bells finally has a chance. Gumi no cooldowns at all, as we can see big finish giving it into the hands of Bells. Now Vaughn keeping it into the hands of Bells too. But they don't get the goal just yet, and it's going to be a tight spot to get this one out here, and Demons Raw stay alive for the moment.
Yeah, and it can't get back to Bells. Kainoob now the threat, but amazing clear found right to Bells' hands. Not quite capitalized on, but they get it away, and Yuri Lose now has a lot more room to play with, and Vaughn will send it forward once again, but that firewall sentry is a little bit scary, and the Sad Boys find the clear, but a great slime, once again, cleared away by Yuri Lose. And this defense is just impressive from the Sad Boys. But Kainoob is just maintaining possession. But an early flip by Gumi. Another slime warded away by the card from Yao once again. And now with the flip, Yao is pushing up, looking for the goal here. Catches the flip. But it is once again the slimes from Kainoob. Kainoob is playing this Juno really, really well right now.
Yeah, a couple of great awakenings also. I mean, starting with Rapid Fire, makes double strikes in basically every direction here. The bulk up, making the core red before any others awakening in overtime, and just stacks on stacks being as good as they are when fully stacked is pretty great on any forward as well. And Kainoob is piloting this quite good right now with the help of Gumi and Snake to try to get this barrier as well. But KWL defense here from Y'all is going to hold it down. This barrier will stay alive. A big finish. A nice redirect from Bells. Going to at least grab one of those barriers. All the blobs coming into play, but actually really great strike from Bells to keep it alive. Vaughn looking super weak there. Doesn't get staggered with a little evasive technique. Yeah, going to grab an orb as well to stay alive. But what is the win condition for Demons Raw right now? Maybe killing Vaughn or something, but we'll have to see what happens here, because they can make it happen, although they do lose both of their barriers. Bell's got the flip, and it makes it happen with himself. And now we have another tie game. It's just, these two teams, man, they just know what they want. They know what each other are looking for.
Yeah, and they're so good at executing. You saw it there with Bells. No hesitation. Did not lose control of the core for a second. Just set up the flip and secured it into the top corner. An almost impossible defense if you're Gumi. And now, with Kainoob and Gumi having flips, Yuri Lose is the one who needs to be careful. Snake as well with that flip available. These players are so good at securing the goal when they have possession. And that's a KO found. That's Bells going down. And despite the Sad Boys having meter, they need to be so careful of Snake here.
Careful of Snake indeed. He does send the flip right at the barrier to open the goal now. The big finish does get blobbed there, but they do end up binding the defense. Now that Bells is back, Snake is weak. Sad Boys kind of have a chance here. Flip, yes, he just makes it in time. Did get stunned by that Oni's blade. That was close. Bell's going to hold on to the core for just a moment, but actually gets kind of cyber swiped there. Snake finds a kill onto Y'all. Already Lose now, and they're going to get doubled by this crazy situation. They get knocked off the center side, but can they stall long enough for Y'all to make it back? He does get it. A strike war win from Vaughn. It gets stunned, and oh my god, Demons Raw clutched that one out in that power play, and that was so close to being, like, insane for Sad Boys.
Vaughn found the greatest angle of all time, and it still wasn't enough, because right afterwards the Demons figured out a way. But what a performance by Yuri Lose and Vaughn on that point to make it that close. But now a nightmare draft approaches. Hotshot Juno, and even if the Demons lost, if this screen had shown up, Juno was a little undeniable. 1-2 punch Hotshot both showing up, a little bit rough. But as a consolation prize, they get to take perfect 4-man Catalyst, and Taro getting neither of those, and both just great awakenings in general. And don't sleep on that Unstoppable. Such a good awakening against the Rasmus and also for the Rasmus.
Yeah, if we could see some of the awakenings here, a situation like you're just mentioning, undeniable. You want to talk about undeniable? Take Zentaro, for example. The opposing team had to deny everything, and he still finds some sort of stagger, even though they're trying all they can to stop that from happening. But, well, it looks like Demon's Raw could not stop that from happening because they are getting scored here. Vaughn going to take credit for that one. And moving on to this next point, Demon's Raw is going to try to close this one out here. But Sad Boys, they need another set just to stay alive right now. And a couple of these awakenings showing up. Perfect form and Catalyst could be enough to bring them through here. But man, like you said, Hot Shot Juno is possibly one of the most scary things ever. But wow, piercing shot from Vaughn is going to land that one nicely in there. Gumi with a good angle too. The glitch pop doesn't seem to land. But yo, Demon's Raw is fighting back right now.
Yeah, and that setup by Gumi catches the down clear. Vaughn recognized it immediately and went for an up clear instead. That's the type of recognition that you get from the best teams right here as a KO is found. Vaughn goes down. Snake has plenty of cooldowns to play with as well. A good flip by Yuri Luz, but even better by Snake as Bells pulls it away to try and stall more time. Gets the pendulum swing, but it's not going to be enough when your teammates are falling all around you. And Demon's Raw will even up this set.
Really tough spot there for Sad Boys, both dying to Snake, who is now, man, it seems like an eternity ago, level 3, maybe level 6, but now max level just like everybody else and is so far in this game. Big Fish helping so much as well in a lot of different situations. We can see that a barrier is going to go down here for Sad Boys. Demon's Raw maybe winning some of these draft awakenings and winning the mind games now. Big Finish not going to help out with that firewall sentry either, and Snake has just become such a threat right now. Right when the ball gets to him, a barrier feels like it's going down. Kind of just back into the game here, Demon's Raw, and Sad Boys, which had a win condition a little bit earlier, might be fading.
It's going to be very, very close here, but once again the slimes come out. The glitch pop not quite enough to follow up onto the barrier there, as Kainoob has built up a flip, going for a little bit more here. Goes for the dribble, goes for the slime, goes for the flip, and that's a KO found along with the barriers falling. And Kainoob with one last slime will secure it with Snake. And the Demon just 1 point away from taking this game.
Absolutely. Gumi getting exactly where they need to go, especially with this explosive entrance, giving them almost board-wide presence to help on out here. 2 more stacks for Kainoob, and they have max stacks right now. It's going to increase the speed of Kainoob and the Blobs, too. The Blobs kind of chase the ball, as you can see, when they're in range, so the speed does also help. But Bells going to try to make it happen here. Both barriers already down into the hands of Snake, though. Y'all defending quite nicely against Snake, though. Oh my gosh, Vaughn dying with flip there, which is insanely unfortunate for them, though. Power play for the side of Demon's Raw. Gumi's probably going to stay here. He actually isn't going to go back, though. He does have flip. He could make this barrier happen if he goes onto the bottom side, but not going to risk all that much here. Of course, they don't even have a barrier. It's going to go in.
They might have risked too much. They might have risked too much with their positioning. They couldn't even flip that out of there. And that's a Sad Boys not getting punished for Vaughn going down. That guy lost an entire flip, went down in a critical moment. That could be the Demons taking the game. But now the Sad Boys have one more chance to take this first game here, and you know that they're going to make some use of it. But a backwards whiplash from Bells, not what they want here, but they will get a barrier on the other side.
Yep, a little scary there from the flip from Vaughn, though, but Gumi does end up defending, at least keeping one of these barriers as well. Okay, Bell's going to try to get it in there. Nice shot is going to cause Gumi to use that flip. Snake looking a little weak now. They might switch their sights here back to their old win condition. A pendulum swing is actually going to lose to the strike from Kainoob there into the hands of Snake. Y'all does have a little bit of speed to get on in there. Pendulum swing is going to go wide, unfortunately. Vaughn is going to keep it in, though, into the hands of Y'all to try to get it to Bells one more time, though. Kainoob defending it away. Okay, the Death's Touch almost worked out, but didn't land the pendulum swing again. He needs a little bit of size on this guy. Y'all continuing to defend, and it's going to be Sad Boys holding on for just a moment here. Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit more, but the Sad Boys, they want to use this new lease on life they've been given, but the barrier will be taken, and now Gumi just needs one good dash, kind of needs one good slime. It's overtime. So scary if you're the Sad Boys, but Bells finds a shot after an amazing Big Finish pass from Yuri Luz, and we're headed to 5th set. The Demons just fumbled that one so hard, they overextended, and they might get punished for it.
Absolutely. That is exactly what happens when you overextend against a good team and they know what's going on. Again, yeah, great big finish from Y'all to keep it onto the opposing side. And we have Vaughn grabbing their first awakening here. It's going to be Quick Strike. That is a huge buff for Vaughn right now. He has a bunch of extra speed to go with it, so he's going to be all over the place. Adrenaline rush for Gumi to try to get some cooldown there. Now incentivized to get some kills. Prime time rapid fire for Kainoob is going to be blobs all the freaking over the place here. Chrono Boost making a little bit of speed here for Bells, keeps some core control. Okay, Snake definitely taking the one thing that's going to help him out here, which is a lot more health. And some orbs for y'all, which is completely acceptable for Finny. Snake did have to make a big choice there, right? Reptile Remedy versus Aerials. They could have gotten the dash range that they wanted, but this is what they decided.
Yeah, well, can't dash further if you're dead. That might be the theme of this game. We're in a meta where everyone does damage. Everything is a damage comp, and you got to watch out, especially for that Finny character that is boosting the damage of everyone. But Gumi finding some great clears here, but it won't quite be enough as Bells maintains possession to the bottom side. Snake pushes up, tries to equalize there, but Bells has it. Bells has the pull, doesn't have to strike, but the barrier won't fall, thankfully for the Sad Boys, and they maintain their barrier, while the Demons are going to be struggling with this open net here as Bells pushes forward once again, maintains possession with the big finish. Another great big finish pass from Yuri Luz. Really been on point with those.
Yeah, it's just so much pressure for the opposing team when the big finish is going to red ball that one, and you got Bells right on the front lines. Really tough spot for Demon's Raw there, but Sad Boys do make it happen for that point. Looking kind of solid right now as they can keep control here. Oh, goes for the double, but Gumi defends it literally a pixel left here. Snake gonna get that first barrier here, has flip, has passive, gets both barriers there with the flip. Totally useful here with that flip. Y'all gonna take a whole bunch of damage, gonna maybe spend their flip. Snake trying to get this kill here, gets y'all out of the way, but still just enough to defend the glitch pop. Doesn't make it. Bells backing up just as much as they need to, and now Vaughn's gonna have to maybe take the reins here on the goalie, but y'all still staying alive right now. Bells looking also a little bit low, but they still have one more barrier to take right now.
Yeah, Snake going in, looking for an opportunity as Kainoob's core speed is going to come online, even more so in overtime. But Bells finds a dribble, Bells finds a whiplash, but a great flip timing by Gumi who will get it out of there. And now Snake's in there with the dash, not quite enough. Going for the Oni's blade, going for the shot, not quite enough as the big finish stalls it out yet again. Not the great angle we've seen earlier though, but Bells finds it. And that's the barrier taken in the favor of the Sad Boys. But oh no, the big finish not fast enough. The overtime core speed takes over and Kainoob finds a fantastic goal.
Yeah, those blobs do incredible work here with that hot shot. Nearly undefendable for some of these goalies here. Finny does have a lot of speed, but you'll be using your cooldowns to do a lot of damage though as well. So you can see it on Gumi too. The ball kind of just walks into the barriers a lot of the time because both of the forwards or goalies are using their abilities offensively. But man, both barriers here down for Sad Boys. Bells has a chance here to grab both. Going to dribble it off the top side. Vaughn going to try to help it on through here. A lot to get through though, as all three members of Demon's Raw are holding it down. The blob is going to be defended nicely from y'all as well. Okay, Snake tries to make it happen again, spending a lot of cooldowns. The Oni's blade has flipped onto the front side. It's going to be impossible to react at that range, so y'all just spends the flip hoping for the best, and now Demon's Raw is looking at their first match win right now of these playoffs.
The Demons have been in this spot before in this very same game. Can they close it out this time is the question. It kind of looks like they're a little bit more confident because that's a lot of core speed from Kainoob. The slimes are being placed perfectly. A barrier already going down, and Kainoob has flip available as well. The Sad Boys have a mountain to climb right now, and it is not a friendly one at all. The core speed once again approaching. They defend, but Bells is taking so much chip. The barrier goes down, and now the Sad Boys in desperate straits.
Yep, looking really difficult here. Gumi flying in with the cyber swipe, and the flip is going to finish that one off. A nice easy shot to the bottom side, and I'm going to go ahead and say it. That hot shot was kind of carrying in a combination with some of these other awakenings. I mean, hot shot, rapid fire, prime time. It was Blob City. It was infinite Blob City, which is just double. You need 2 hits in almost every situation you're trying to get it around Kainoob. So making that one work out perfectly. Juno kind of strong right there in that game, but all right, Demon's Raw are going to be the ones to take that first game there. It's not over yet. Sad Boys can bring this one back. They get a couple of counter picks here too.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Fudgy hinted at a Kainoob pocket pick, right? Maybe the Juno was it because Juno, not a character that is considered to be like a meta staple at the moment in the North American Strikers League. One of the lesser picked characters, and Juno only really shows up in leagues with like a lesser level of play like NASA, the league right below NASA. Juno is incredibly high pick rate, especially because there are a lot of players that love the character. Sure. But overall, Juno not expected to be here, but Kainoob was absolutely in control of that entire game.
Agreed. It sometimes is just a difficult situation for certain team comps to deal with, like, needing the double strike immediately when dealing with, like, Juno primarying the ball, and now you need a hit to hit back, and now you're going to hit the ball into a blob, so you have to be passing. So Juno does kind of cause a lot of misdirection sometimes with the slimes, and sometimes her ult does some crazy stuff too. So yeah, like you're saying, while she's not entirely a super meta pick, I would say that she at least has her niche, certainly with some awakenings, but like on Oni's Village, I think she's like probably like fourth best character for like the midfield or something like that in that area. But yeah, not super meta. She gets a little outshined by some of the other characters like Estelle and Now and some other characters as well. But really making that one work out. Good pick. Good awakening drafts for them as well. It's tough sometimes with the awakenings where you can't deny everything, even if the whole team is trying, because I mean, especially a character like Zen who just scales off every single awakening. It's tough. Zen is a good pick right now.
Yeah, has been a good pick for quite a while, and that's kind of like the struggles of getting to late game, right? Everyone is so powerful in that late game scenario, and I kind of get the Juno pick because Finny is a staple goalie, right? But Finny doesn't really have like great tools to deal with a million core speed on Juno and all the problems that causes. Like, I think you mentioned it, but Finny doesn't have enough hits to get past the slime if the Juno's in a good spot for it, right? So
yeah,
it actually might just be a solid matchup pick here into that Finny. And we kind of saw it later on in the game where the defensive capabilities of Yuri lose. The player was fine, but the character might not have been enough. So we'll have to see in the next game. We're heading on over to Demon Deus, a completely different map.
Absolutely, Demon Deus promoting death and destruction from its inception, and just causing the goalies to be forwards and the forwards to be goalies, and everyone's just kind of all over the place, and the barriers are crying because no one's defending them, all of them at the same time. It's crazy. So we are going to see a lot of damage coming in hot here. We might even see a Finny ban from the side of Demon's Ra, but I'm not really sure if we'll see a Vice ban. I think both teams are going to be trying to get Vice. They'll be trying to get Zen, maybe even some X. X has some really solid damage as of recent with that 30 strength buff, which is alarmingly good. Asher as well. So a lot of good picks here for Demon Deus. I'd like to see what the bans are going to be here, especially the Awakening starts. Also make a big difference. If we see like a crazy Reptile Remedy start or like one of the Stagger Awakenings, it could change this whole game. It could make some players not want to try to go triple kill.
Yeah, and so the Awakenings are a little goofy. No, it's not Stinger, but it is two damage Awakenings. And there are two damage Awakenings for two different types of characters. So that makes it even worse, right? Because it's like everyone gets damage.
I'm thinking Monumentalist.
Well, I'll press the button. You can see it on the stream now.
I'm going with Monumentalist. Oh, you didn't say yes. So let's go with Siege Machine. Oh, gosh. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, this is damage. It's damage.
Is real damage. That's my bad.
And
yeah,
very understandable to see a Vice ban. That character is a little bit crazy with either of these Awakenings, actually.
Agreed. Okay, X does end up coming out here for the side of Demon's Ra. They're happy to have that one. But we do see Zen Rasmus. Rasmus almost certainly going to become the goalie here, as that has become... It was pretty popular ever since Demon Deus came out. It seems like Rasmus found his spot there, not as the kill character, but as the goalie to just help confirm kills with the Death's Touch. So it makes a lot of sense here for that comp.
Yeah, and Zentaro, of course, explosive entrance start. Demon Deus, I mean, why not pick Zentaro? And that why not might just be X. That character is very, very favored right now. Very, very. Wow. And combined with the Aimi and the Finny, this is going to be very interesting. That's Demon's Ra picking those two up. Gumi, notably, doesn't really play the Finny. Will probably be on the Aimi there. So that'll be a Kainoob Finny, and that will be a Luna. Wow, okay. This
I almost
wild.
Forgot about Luna.
Yeah, this is going a little crazy. Both teams have an absolutely explosive comp for damage. It is looking a little ridiculous.
I would be a little worried if I was X now. I'm not going to lie. Like I said, X, sure, but that's like the second pick. You're right. They did not pick Zen, and Zen is kind of the king right now as far as like power and awakenings and mobility and, I mean, explosive entrance start on Demon Days. I mean, you could not spell out a better Zentaro situation right now. And combined with Deadeye Luna. I mean, I don't know how I forgot Luna, but man, they have both of those characters on the same comp here, and the opposing team has kind of low stagger. I mean, Finny not great for the survival here. Amy too. We'll see if they can get a lot of coordination here. Demon's Raw is going to need it for the fighting just the simple raw power that Sad Boys has in their arsenal right now.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because X, I think, considered one of the strongest brawlers as well. But this is a start that you would really want that Zentaro on, explosive entrance after all. Not that X sucks on it by any means, but it's kind of Zentaro. I'll be real. We'll have to see, though. We saw Zentaro's getting damaged, getting taken out of commission quite a bit. And, of course, we will have to see how the Luna does as well. Plenty of characters good with Deadeye, plenty of characters good with explosive entrance. Demon Deus, the KO map approaches. And Demon's Raw and Sad Boys have both played into that KO win con in the North American Strikers League this season. We'll have to see which team comes out on top.
Oh yeah, only one of them is going to come out on top, but everyone's going to be falling off the map here for sure, as this is indeed an explosive start, explosive entrance, no pun intended there, but who is going to be the one standing right now? And I think I do like Sad Boys comp just a little bit
it's
more.
Gumi Fini. Wait, this guy has like religiously not played Fini. But
Okay.
it's here. This guy is locked in.
We do see the Deadeye showing up for Finny. Okay, we actually have Y'all also grabbing Deadeye, not actually deciding to take the speed from explosive entrance as well. Vaughn grabbing Magnetized Souls. Kainu also Magnetized Souls. They know, these are knowers, that you be standing in the center field here on Demon Deus. And now we're starting off with a lot of damage already. Bells getting in here, getting a double with the Aya Rush. Kainu is going to have to get some orbs, but now Gumi is kind of left stranded with no orbs as well. Y'all is doing a solid job defending here, but Kainu, nice cyber swipe to grab the first barrier for them. Bell's looking for a crazy flick with the slice and dice. Doesn't seem to make that one happen here. Snake trying to get it out here with the bell ringer, but doesn't seem to make that one happen yet. Vaughn doing a nice job of keeping it onto the opposing side, though, as well. And now Y'all is kind of going... Okay, I was going to say it's going to be a tough spot here, but they get a great kill. And it's going to be a power play here for the side of Sad Boys.
Yeah, and Kainu's being brought low as well. They're chaining the damage through as Bells tries to send it forward, but the triple take will interrupt. Fini has a lot of tools to work with on a map like Demon Deus. Plays around the speakers on the side very well, but the power plays are still being chained. To pass up from You Already Lose to Bells will be a calm first point for the Sad Boys here, and that damage win condition's looking a little scary.
Dude, did you see how much damage Y'all's Death Touch did to Snake there? That was like 4 bars of health it did there. That is insane damage here, combined with that Deadeye. Maybe was definitely the right pick to go with their win condition here. Gumi already looking at no health. Snake not even level 2 yet. They're going to try to keep Snake at level 1 as long as they possibly can here with a lot of damage and positioning to try to make it so they do not get any hits on this ball. Vaughn keeping it forward here. Kainu getting staggered instantly. 3 moves already staggered to nothing. Vaughn also looking a little bit low here. Gumi stepping on in here, decides to not use the flip to try to make some of these barriers happen. Y'all, no problem defending this against Finny, who's not using anything. Y'all is happy to see that. Wins the strike war against Snake, so only loses 1 barrier there. Y'all on board right now. Can they get a kill onto Gumi here? Maybe Bells is going to indeed look for the kill, but Demon's Rod does grab the last barrier. Gumi gonna move up with that flip to make it happen. Do they get it? And Snake pushes it in with the Firewall Sentry. Good job.
Yeah, kind of sets that up. Demon's Raw just play the corner, and they make sure that Sad Boys can't find a clear here. Gumi with a flip built up, and the Sad Boys a bit far away from one. And of course, that big finish from Gumi will be a bit of a terror on the barriers, especially if he gets Monumentalist or something like that. But You Already Lose. You talked about the hook from Rasmus, the Death Touch, once again coming through for the Sad Boys.
Yo, I'm telling you, chat, just watch the damage on the Death Touch. Disgusting. Really great cyber swipe there from Kainu to grab the first barrier, though, keeping possession here. Snake also trying to get it in with the X Maximus, but doesn't seem to grab that second barrier here now on the side of Sad Boys here. This could be another point for Demon's Raw. The Firewall Sentry set up again here with Snake. Does get it in. Y'all just doesn't have enough moves to keep that one afloat. It's going to be Demon's Raw taking the first advantage here in the set.
Yeah, and Gumi's going to be happy about that one. This guy is the #1 Rasmus goalie hater. Whenever Rasmus goalie's picked in Nassau, he will always be in the chat. All caps, saying that it sucks. And this is his chance to prove it, but with a teammate going down, with kind of going down, the linchpin of Demon's Raw, the one who makes the entire team run. That's going to be a little difficult, but if Gumi can find a clear, if Snake can stay alive and send it forward, if Gumi can stay alive, Demon's Raw hold on for the moment.
Really close situation there for Kainu. If he had Deadeye, I bet he would have gotten that kill, but Explosive Entrance still quite good onto Aimi. Keeping possession here with that big finish. Okay, once again the firewall, but it does run out. Snake not in position to get it there, but Kainu does get the kill and the strike on into the goal. Demon's Raw taking the actual first set in this game now. And it's going to be Kainu grabbing the first awakening here. Big deal with the kill comps, though.
Yeah, and we will see the damage stack up, the survivability stack up, but talk about the firewall sentry here. Extra special has approached. You saw the scoring setups from Kainoob, and you might see them again, because that's an extra special taken away from the Luna as well, who goes for the prize fighter. No slouch, extra damage, never hurt. And now as the later parts of the draft come in, Catalyst is denied, Quick Strike isn't even taken, the speed is valued here for the X. A very interesting draft.
You could see Demon Days just changing the game as Quick Strike falls to the last player in the draft, deciding to go for stacks on stacks instead, even though possibly going to find themselves dead the whole time, but does have Vambrace to try to keep themselves alive, which is completely fair. We will see if that pick comes into handy, as Bells is going to try to... Sorry, not Bells. I just lost my mind there for a second here. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's a KO found on Vaughn. Vaughn being taken out. Midfielder gone. The barrier's soon to fall. But Gumi, missed strike, means that Bells now has a chance, but a good strike timing means that it is once again the core being sent forward, the Fireball Sentry being set up, this time not leading to an instant goal, but a Sad Boy still in a really bad position here, as once again Gumi, a bit of an own barrier, but that's fine for the moment, but not for the long term, as Bells comes in with the AI rush.
Okay, we can already see in this point here, 0 stacks for Snake, 0 stacks for Vaughn. I mean, everyone's trying their best to get kills and get some stacks, but it's just not happening. Anyone can die at any point here, so can't be relying on any of these awakenings here. Again, Fireball Sentry set up with Snake on the front lines is going to land that first barrier. Snake looking quite low right now, though, but they do stay in the fray and get that barrier. Snake trying to get a kill onto y'all too as well. Doesn't seem to work out. Vaughn playing defense here with y'all to try to get it through, but something about Demon's Raw setup right now is making things really difficult for Sad Boys, as they feel like they have so much control just until they get a kill on the goalie here, and they're going to see if they can get this power play to make it work, grab these last barriers, and take the point.
Yeah, but Snake has possession here. Snake's keeping it up, and so is Kainu, playing so far up. And the respawn comes in, Gumi is back, and the barrier stays standing. But a good strike war by Vaughn will take a barrier on the other side of the map, but it's still Snake in position to flip a little bit early, though will mean the Sad Boys have a little bit of an advantage if Vaughn can get it through. Snake sets up, forces the flip out of You Already Lose, and now the Sad Boys in a bit of trouble, but they get the KO and they get out of trouble for a little while longer. But Kainoob pulled all the way across the map, almost KO'd from that. That was crazy.
Yeah, a lot of damage here with the Deadeye and the knockback making it happen too. The big finish not going to be enough to hold that ball, but the triple take is going to stall just a little bit longer here. Vels and Vaughn going to try to get a teamwork combination, and a stun from Vaughn with the whammy is going to be just enough to get it on through there, taking the second point in this set. And once again, Sad Boys do need a couple more sets here to stay alive.
Once again, trying to keep it close. One more set will even it all up. And you do not want to go down 0-2. The draft strength in a game like this is a little ridiculous. And that's a great crater maker from Vaughn. The barrier taken already, and a pendulum swing forward from You Already Lose. But that big finish is going to be a bit of an obstacle when Kainoob is pushing up as well. That Fireball Sentry is going to come down soon. And when it does, these barriers are going to be under a lot of threat.
Absolutely. We get the Oni's Blade here to try to grab the last barrier. Doesn't seem to make it happen. The Death Touch giving immediate possession here for Sad Boys. Bells, nice redirect there to keep possession of that one. Y'all holding on to the flip here. Okay, going to spend it that time. A great redirect from Bells. Going to keep it out of the hands of Gumi. It's going to be perfect and just enough to get it on through there to take that next set. And now, who's going to be the one? Bells? Nope, it's actually going to be y'all. The goalie, possibly the worst one, but size on y'all will probably make up for it.
This is a bit of a rough draft because Monumentalist on Fini on Demon Deus is crazy. That awakening makes the big finish so difficult to deal with, and it is given over since it would be a really rough deny. The stagger's taken instead, and the size awakenings are passed down. Adrenaline Rush as well going on over to the Sad Boys. If they can get the KOs, it will be worth it because they did pick up 2 Stagger Awakenings. They got the Adrenaline Rush, but Stagger is on the side of the Demons as well. And Gumi, if that Monumentalist setup comes through, the Sad Boys have no good answers.
There it is already, immediately starting out here with Snake on the
Yeah.
front lines. Is going to make the Monumentalist Big Finish a disaster for the Sad Boys for the next entirety of this game, actually. You are going to have to deal with that basically every single time. And I'm a little surprised that y'all didn't take Big Fish, which is also going to be Stagger, but would rather have the cooldown reduction, which is, I suppose, also fair. But you are kind of Rasmus there, but what am I going to do? Question Sad Boys? I don't think so. Vaughn going to be the one to grab a kill onto Snake once again. That's had been 0 stacks on stacks since the beginning of time. Big Finish not going to land it through. Bells with a mix-up, actually. Kind of throws Gumi for a loop there and gets it on through. And now Sad Boys actually taking an advantage of the game now.
Yeah, Sad Boys a little bit of an advantage despite the double barrier take, but that Big Finish, always a thought in the mind right now. As Snake's approaching with the X Maximus as well. A great strike war by Gumi to keep it away, and same on the other side by You Already Lose. Kainoob now with a flip built up, but you gotta watch out if you're Bells, who is the one being taken out right now.
Yeah, Bell's looking at just about no health here. A couple of cooldowns going to be spent to try to get them out of here and make this power play happen. The Big Finish showing up once again. Going to be a disaster catastrophe, but man, you're feeling pretty good if you only lose 1 barrier in that situation here. If you're Sad Boys, because it's just a super tough situation. Nice pass there from Vaughn to get it onto the bottom side. Bells, once again, looking a little bit weak, but a super great Cyber Swipe is going to deal all the damage, get the barrier, knock everyone out of the way, and it's going to be enough to grab the goal. And Kainoob was just like precision positioning there with that Cyber Swipe.
Yeah, that damage dumping from Demon's Raw was so good. Made sure that Sad Boys could not play the game. They were bunched up trying to defend against Snake, and that was perfect positioning for Kainoob to get on in there. Strike or a win here. We'll keep it out of the Big Finish. Well played by the Sad Boys to lose no barriers. A really difficult task, especially with the characters they have, but they managed to do it. And a barrier still maintained here, but Gumi and Kainoob with flips are approaching. Unless Snake goes down, you got to be so careful here.
Yeah, maybe they should be looking at Snake here, as he is always on the front lines to really grab these barriers and make just a problem here for Sad Boys, and it's just a continuous problem as the Bull Rush combined with the Cyber Swipe is just going to be way too much for little Rasmus to handle there, and it's going to be another point for the side of Demon's Raw. This is something that Rasmus always has struggled against, is just a lot of pressure right in front, on the front side here. He's really good at holding the ball at a certain range, but okay, gonna get actually vaporized by the crater here. Vaughn laughing to himself for sure at that kill.
Yeah, Gumi did not live that one, and that's 2 barriers going down here despite Kainoob's best efforts. Gumi going down, Bell's in position, but that's You Already Lose being comboed off by Snake with full flip available, and suddenly the point swings around. If Kainoob and Snake could find one connection here, that's the barriers falling, but Vaughn wins those strike wars when it matters the most. That's the MVP of this season. And there's a reason why that guy was voted it. Once again, Gumi with the clears. Vaughn being almost taken out, but dodges away from Snake at the last possible moment. Still staying alive here, but Snake gets 1 barrier. Bells to the bottom side, and Vaughn will help out a little bit as we head to yet another 0.5.
Yeah, really great entire point there from Vaughn, winning a lot of strike wars interactions, staying alive, dodging just enough, and landing the goal when they needed to. So Vaughn was really on point for that point there. We'll see if they can keep it up for the rest of the game here, as Bells is throwing 1 barrier down for the side of Sad Boys here, trying to maintain possession with the glitch pop here. Kainoob can't seem to hold it, but they do get it back here with the help of Gumi. Big Finish, again landing 0 barriers. Sad Boys super happy to see it go down. A lot of circles being made on the board. Craters and Oni Blades as well. Snake too big to strike it past. A lot of damage being sent on to Sad Boys. They're just about nothing here and have no barriers. So this is a big point here. This will determine the next awakening here, and a big advantage in this set.
It really will. The barriers being looking to take in here. Kainoob is incredibly low, but has plenty of elusive to work with. The Big Finish ineffective. An important cooldown burned by Kainoob. That flip, always something to watch out for. It could be past the Snake, who goes for the strike war. Bells interrupts Gumi here, and once again Snake gets the core, but it's defended again by You Already Lose. One more time, one more strike war. Gets it out of there, but the Firewall Sentry is now a threat, and a Cyber Swipe from Kainoob. What a setup by Demon's Raw. And despite the best efforts of You Already Lose, winning strike war after strike war, it is not enough.
Yeah, really great effort it was there from y'all and Sad Boys to try to hold that one down, but the Cyber Swipe and the setup with the Firewall Sentry, in addition to Snake just striking, was just a little too much there, and they're going to grab Kainoob's first item here, which is going to be Missile Prop, which is fair. More damage is good. Going to deny X the perfect form. It's just Solid Awakening as well. Rampage, more stacks. Actually, Snake actually had 150 stacks that point, which is pretty incredible. Possibly the first time in this whole game here. Rapid Fire for Bells. A lot more cooldown, which is fair. Prime Time for Finny again. Fair. Not too powerful, but fair. And then, okay, so actually Hotshot on Rasmus is pretty good on this map in general. Just go down to Rasmus, because he'd just be using those pendulum swings to defend the entire time.
Yeah, one of the best awakenings for Rasmus goalie, but this X is massive. Snake is in there, and that's both barriers being taken. The Sad Boys need to equalize here, and they don't manage to do so. The Hotshot pendulum swing doing a little bit of work, and actually a strike will win by Vaughn against the massive Snake in the midfield, and suddenly the Sad Boys are right back in it. Vaughn with an amazing play. Bells with the flip available. Flips, goes for the dash, goes for the shot between Kainoob and Gumi. The Sad Boys make it happen despite the crazy offensive push initially by Demon's Raw.
That was exactly what Bells needed there. Really great setup with that flip, and gets it right on through, threads that needle. But okay, we're actually going to see a kill on to Kainoob immediately there. Gumi and Snake left to defend with just nothing, and not even Gumi left to defend, and it's just going to be so much damage here being dealt by Vaughn and Bells that was it. That was a 13-second point, 2 people dead. I mean, Sad Boys is going to try to make that happen as often as they can, and it might be able to work out. We got 3 stacks of Prize Fighter on Vaughn. He's incredibly powerful here, 210 power with Deadeye. I mean, that's alarmingly powerful.
Big Finish comes out, but warded away by the flip of You Already Lose. And Bells is getting in there, mixing up the timings. Once again, getting the barriers. Vaughn with the dribble up as well. And that triple take will halt the core for a moment, but Bells is getting in there. 1 strike will wins all it takes, but they push up too far. Snake is in there. Snake's going for the win here, but doesn't quite get the flip. Doesn't quite get in range. The triple take once again by Gumi, forcing it up. But now in a tough spot is Gumi, but a strike will win against Bells right in the pocket. Snake with a flip available, but Vaughn wins the striker against that as well. Vaughn is ruling the midfield right now, but gets taken out. That's a Prize Fighter stack gone. That's the goal being found by Demons, possibly. Not quite. An amazing clear by You Already Lose, who has flip available as well. Doesn't even use it. The confidence coming out from Meow as the pass goes up yet again. The hot shot comes through on the pendulum swing, and Bells takes it forward, but Gumi has enough speed to get out of there. To the top corner it goes. You Already Lose, still not using the flip. So confident on the defense.
Yep, helps it on in there again with the Whiplash. Actually, Whiplash also working quite nicely here with Hotshot. No need to flip again here. Just a long-range ball. Snake almost own goals just for a second there. Bells looking a little bit low, though. If they can maybe get kill Bells in all this chaos, it could work out. Snake almost had a chance to get the ball here. Gumi now actually has flip in the hands of Bells, though. Gets right past the slice and dice, though. Snake trying to get the explosive entrance. Bull Rush, but doesn't seem to work out. The pull, the Death Touch wasn't enough. He's too big. He's actually got 4 stacks of Rampage with Big Fish. Could not outstrike that one, y'all. It's going to lose that one to Snake there, and it's going to be Demon's Raw grabbing that point. Okay, I mean, they do have 2 points in this set, though. They can keep themselves alive, and they have no choice but to do so.
Big Finish comes in, no barriers taken, well defended by the Sad Boys as Bells goes in, goes for the orb, heals a little bit back up as well, and what a combo by Kainoob. What a combo by the entire Demon's Raw team, it felt like, to take out Vaughn, and with the MVP gone, now the Sad Boys are in a lot of trouble. This barrier can't fully be defended. Snake's in the face of You Already Lose and has the flip available, has the Firewall Sentry available. The Big Finish to slow the play down, and Snake, with the strike war attempted, still saved away by the Sad Boys for a moment. And they will defend, but for how much longer?
Yep, Snake is just getting bigger as the game goes on. Vaughn at no health here and is going to be taken out now by Snake. Actually, Y'all is left to defend with nothing but a dream, really, and it's going to be Kainoob getting it on in there with that flip. Vaughn ends up dying enough times to have 0 Prize Fighter stacks, which is... That's a lot of deaths.
That guy used to rule the world. That guy had 3. That guy was at a 210 power and sitting at 141. Still a decent number, but not even nearly as high. And with both barriers down, the Demons could advance the winner side of Grands right here. All it takes is 1 more goal.
1 more goal indeed. Snake on the front lines once again. Gumi can't seem to defend that one here. Actually can't defend the second part of the barrier as well. Bells is extremely low, though. They might switch their sights just to get a kill. Snake has a chance to get this ball on in there. Kainoob, okay, back to the hands of Bells, but Gumi gets a flip here. The X Bull Rush, and it's going to be the Glitch Pop combination for Demon's Raw, taking that winners finals, bro. They actually take it. They win.
so many doubters of the Demons. This was the season that Sad Boys were supposed to sweep as the first seed, but the Demons are back. They're showing why they're the other team that everyone just knows and fears, and they're kind of making it up for last season's playoffs, right? The Demons went down in a disappointing 4th place finish. They are guaranteed top 2.
Guaranteed top 2 at the end of Nassel here. This is the biggest tournament that we have, highest tier, and these gamers are gaming like no other. To defeat Sad Boys is so difficult, and it seems they made it happen here with a 2-0. I feel like in the beginning there, some of the win conditions here for Sad Boys was killing Snake constantly, keeping those stacks on stacks off of him as much as they could, and he even took another like stacking awakening like Rampage, so that could have been useless if they were able to keep up that win condition there. But sometimes it just gets out of hand and you take a lot of damage and it's rough, so that's fair. Congratulations, the Demons are all moving on to the winner's side of Grands, and now Sad Boys has more to play, and it's gonna be a tough one as all the teams in Nassel are just as difficult to play against.
Not gonna be easy, as Showtime are waiting, and Showtime have waited a long time to try and make it to this top. A lot of long-term players on Showtime too, right? Joker, Barcode, of course Shianzu, the new star, the new kid on the block, but a lot of veterans in this playoffs.
Yeah, they've been playing from the beginning here, and now everyone's got like pretty secure rosters, and they've been playing with each other for a while, and a lot of these teams that like just didn't seem to make it to the edge of last season are now trying to claw their way on in here. We see Bozo Bunch just end up losing to Showtime there, but man, really close 4th place there. Just like, I don't know, every team is so freaking good. Everyone is so good. The rosters have been solid, so a lot more games to still be seen and a lot more hype to be spread.
Yeah, and we're gonna wind down a little bit as we're about to head to the next series. Envy, anything you want to say before that?
Not really. Like, that was just like a super good set. Really happy to commentate here and just like be involved. And man, that was so much action. And I don't know. I loved it. That was a great time.
All right. Well, we will be heading on over to the next part of our schedule a little bit in just a tiny bit. We're right about to get in there. And yeah, so don't go anywhere. We're heading directly to the analyst desk, I believe. Yeah, so see ya, everyone.
Bye.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the analyst desk, where most of us got it wrong and Demons Raw! Exclamation marks across the board. 3Z, your reaction.
X is a big problem, K-Bot.
X is a big problem.
X is a big problem. Wow, that was awesome. I mean, we saw the Juno. Nowhere's new about that secret tech gonna come out from Kainoob there, hitting the ball at Mock Grillion, especially in that last set of game 1, and then game 2. Man, just came down to the wire. You had the Deadeye battle of wits there, just a ton of damage going around, and yeah, that X turned out to be a big problem. So Demons Raw 2-0, pretty dominant performance, but it was close. So now it's Sad Boys versus Showtime in losers finals.
Fudgy, we were talking a little bit about this while watching the game, but that pick you were alluding to was Kainoob's Juno in that first game. How did that kind of change things up for Demons Raw and lead them to the victory in game 1?
Yeah, it was Juno was really popular last season as a counter to the Estelle, and it's kind of weird that it hasn't found the same success or popularity that it did since in this season. But Kainoob, knowing that Vaughn's going to pick that Estelle, has been picking Estelle and Vice all season, locks into Juno, and it showed they didn't really look like Sad Boys was ready for it at all. A lot of barriers are being taken by those slimes. I mean, it's hard to deal with. It's hard to find the timing. Sometimes you strike and then the slime just beats you, even though you struck second against the slime and you don't know what's going on. And that can be pretty annoying. It's also really, really good in these games that are really close and going to overtime. Because once you go to overtime, Juno's suddenly red coring and the core is going at Mach 1 Grillion, as 3G said. And having to deal with that in these high pressure situations is just going to be really hard for Sad Boys, as we saw, and it ended up being a pretty big deal.
Yoshi, I thought we were hyping up the Sad Boys roster like they were going to just come in and like win, right? But you're the one that actually predicted Demons Raw. Proved you're right here. What did you see in Demons Raw, and do you think they have it in them to end up winning the championship here today?
I do. I think if they can run back a performance like that, this might just be a quick and easy national championship for the Demons this time around. Obviously, we've still got Showtime and Sad Boys to go through, but I think Demons looked, once they got their footing, and like it looked a little nervous starting out, but once they got in there, got ahead, I think a big deal is once they started winning, they just kind of snowballed out of control. And that was that. And that's just a big thing, like real mental thing, where you show up and say like, oh man, we're losing, this sucks, and then you just snowball into losing. Vice versa, you start winning and then say, hey, wait a minute, guys, we've got this. And then the confidence just is such a game changer. I think that was a really big deal and really secured both those games for them. So I love to see it.
So now, Fudgy, the Sad Boys dropping down to the loser side. They are incredibly comfortable down here. In fact, last season, they made the run entirely through the losers bracket from the 6th seed. But now, after being the presumptive favorites, they're dropping down to meet Showtime. What's going through their minds as they attempt to reset before their next match coming up shortly?
Yeah, well, knowing them, they're probably going for a walk right now. Just kind of get a mental reset going. Like they've won through losers before, so they can definitely do it again. I know they've been scrimming against teams they've formed to replicate teams like the teams that they're going to play against. They've been scrimming against like a mock Showtime roster and a Demons Raw roster, ready to face both of them. So they were prepared. I know they're prepared for this outcome, but yeah, it definitely is a lot harder to have to beat Demons Raw twice and then once, even if you still have to you have to beat Showtime. You're going to be pretty exhausted. So it's tough, but if there's a team that can win through losers, or that's shown that they can win through losers, it is Demons and Sad Boys, but it is definitely also Sad Boys.
Most notably, Sad Boys, of course, you already lose, oftentimes kind of as that rock for the team that's been talked about in a lot of cases. That same level of consistency that you come through with the goalie side is the same level of consistency on the mental side as well, 3Z, and that's an incredibly important aspect in terms of how these teams are going to be playing as we look forward to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb, he has the experience, and Sad Boys as well. Just all of them have the experience to make this run. Don't count out Showtime. I think they're super well prepared. They've been scrimming a lot. But yeah, like I said, if Sad Boys manage to beat Showtime, I think they're still in it. But that was a really dominant performance from Demons Raw. I think it's probably going to jolt Sad Boys a little bit, so they're going to have to adjust and find their way back to the grand finals.
But Yoshi, let's talk about this Showtime roster, because we haven't spent a lot of time so far, and they showed us something a little bit extra last week in playoffs, as it seemed as though, if Drew was the rookie of the season, Shionzu is certainly the rookie of playoffs so far, performing incredibly well. Is he going to be able to stack up here to Vaughn? And what does Showtime have going for them heading into this one?
Yeah, I think definitely Shionzu is the star of that roster. Both Barcode and Joker fulfill their roles exceptionally well. Barcode holds it down for just too long. Like, I don't know how he does it. I don't know. He just doesn't get bored. He locks in, and then Joker shows up, puts the core in the net, gets some kills, etc. But Shionzu is like the glue, the heart and soul of the team that really makes it all happen. And I think I know Vaughn is very confident into his matchup with Shionzu, which is fair. Shionzu is rookie this season, and Vaughn has been playing since the dawn of time, and it's pretty easy to feel confident in that situation. I think Shionzu has to mix things up if he wants to overtake Vaughn in the midfield and really give Showtime a big chance. And I think that's hard because, again, Vaughn has been around forever, and has seen a lot of things. It's hard to mix that guy up, but I think also Xianzhu is a very by the books and like what's the word? Simplest path gets it done kind of player. And so mix-ups on that can, I think, trip things up and make it harder to predict him if he's doing things that he doesn't normally do. Like I believe you said earlier, Vaughn has played and won a tournament with every single player in playoffs. And so if Xianzhu starts doing things that he's never done before, like, hey, that's that's a great way to start throwing people off. Give yourself the edge.
Perhaps maybe as the player with the least experience, Xianzhu is certainly coming into today with something else to show, because to that end, both Joker and Barcode very close friends with everyone else here, right? They've continued to be around at the top of the Omega Striker scene for quite some time, and Barcode has won multiple tournaments with the Sad Boys themselves. 3Z, as we look towards that, this camaraderie turns into something a little bit different when you come into this kind of high-stakes environment. But let's look at Barcode especially here. This player that hasn't been around much came back this season and now is on a starting shot in prime time on the Showtime roster. What's that going to look like for him as he kind of readjusts to this? And could he pose a potential threat here in his Iron Wall strategy?
I mean, I think Barcode is a player that is super well respected amongst top players. Like, they always say, like, who's your favorite player's player? Barcode is up there, right? He's a legend, holding it down the box. He has one play style, right? You don't really see him on those eject goalies on Amy or Vice, but you see him on Asher, Atlas, Mako, stuff like that, just holding it down, and had a super successful season with Joker before in Nassel Season 2, I believe, or Nassel Season 1, with Finesse, with Surplus Esports, when Puffy FPS was playing. They're kind of playing that similar style now, where he just holds it down and enables Joker and Xianzhu to work together to score. I think Barcode is super comfortable in most situations. We saw him fill in for LLC, I believe it was, in back all the way in liftoff or landing, and struggled a bit against the Kazan. So maybe we'll look to see that today from Bells. I'm not sure. But besides that, I think Barcode just a really solid player all around.
As we previewed in the little stat surge segment that we did at the top of the show, that Kazan is the #1 goal scorer when time is normalized, scoring the most every 10 minutes of gameplay time. But Fudgy, I want to take a look at the Showtime brawler position. Joker coming in here is kind of this player that we've seen play a lot of different things, has midfield experience, forward experience, likes to favor something like the Octavia when he can, but also, you know, comes in for these traditional brawlers. What angle do you expect to see from Joker here in this next match?
I think we probably won't see the Octavia unless it's a Chrono or Cast start, and even then it's a maybe. I think we're going to be seeing X and Rasmus, which have kind of been Joker's signature picks throughout the whole season. It makes a lot of sense for him to pick that. I don't think they have really anything crazy lined up. I think they're more about sticking to like what they're good at, which is like a pretty like standard, even more standard than the compositions we've been seeing from Demons Raw and Sad Boys, one could argue, is just that melee goalie with the midfielder that hits it to the midfielder, and the midfielder hits it to the brawler, and then the brawler puts it in. Is a kind of how this team wants to operate. Joker loves passing with the midfielder, has that midfield experience as well, so is able to help in the back with the characters like Rasmus as well. So using that double midfield to kind of overtake Vaughn could be a win condition for them if they pick Rasmus. X has just been shown to be really strong, top 2 damage character in the game right now. With Vice or throughout the last season, and although Vice has been nerfed, X has not faced the same level of nerfs, if any at all, throughout the season. So both just going to be picks that they might try to get rid of the X, but I doubt they'll try to steal the Rasmus away or anything like that. So hard to deny Joker off of one of those 2 picks, and even if those are gone, you have the Asher in the back pocket that he's so well known for. It's just like known as the best Asher player to touch the character really in the brawler position. So that's what I don't really expect to see much outside of that. I mean, he can play. Oh, there is Zen. But it kind of depends on what they want to go for there and on what maps they're going for. Because I know a little bit about their Demons prep, but I don't know anything about their Sad Boys prep. So we'll have to see what happens.
We will have to see what happens, and I believe the players are just about ready to show us what's going to happen. So let's get into predictions here. Yoshi, who do you have in this one? It's the Sad Boys versus Showtime. Remember, no first seed has won a Nassel playoff. Sad Boys still looking to try to keep that dream alive and give Caleb a 4-peat.
Yeah, there is the first seed curse, but I think inversely there is a Sad Boys looser side buff, and I think that is enough to overtake the first seed curse, and I think that's enough to win them this game. I think Sad Boys played really well in that last series, and I think Showtime as a team just isn't flexible enough to beat a team like Sad Boys and Demons. And I'm down to be wrong. You know, it could be cool, could be really interesting, but I think we're teeing up for another Sad Boys Demons Raw Grand Finals here.
3Z, to you now. Who do you have?
Yeah, it's I'm gonna hold fast on Sad Boys here. I do like Showtime though. I definitely think they can win this match. But I'm gonna go Sad Boys. El Clasico inbound.
Fudgy, to you.
I have to give it to Sad Boys. I mean, it's not really. They're the clear favorite, and I think they're going to execute.
I probably am going to give it to Sad Boys here too. I am excited to see what Showtime has prepared for us, but I don't think that the star power will be enough when we're talking about a legacy and the dynasty that the Sad Boys have built up. We'll see it in action here, of course, in the next one. It will be Lego Mage and Dendar on the microphone. We'll send it over to the two of them now. Gentlemen, oh, never mind. We're going to a break first. I was lied to. We're going to a break. This will be on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Losers Finals is up next.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NASL playoffs. The final day for the finals. We are about to jump into our losers finals here. Sad Boys versus Showtime, the reigning champs versus the new guys on the block in a pretty heated matchup to try and clinch that last finals spot. I'm Lego Mage here with Dendar, and Dendar, what are your thoughts going into this series? Because there's some pretty big implications one way or another. We will either have a potential dynasty being born in the Sad Boys, or a completely new upset, which will give us the first new winner of North American Strikers League in a few seasons if Showtime ends up winning this.
Well, to be perfectly blunt with you, Lego Mage, my first thought coming into this was that you were one of the first people I've casted with, so it's quite poetic that here at the end of this season I get to have you in the finale. That said, this is the battle of the S-named teams, which will be nothing short of S-tier content. But before we can get into that, let's take a look at the maps selection. We're going to be starting on that Tycho Tempo, followed by Clarion Test Chamber, and then finally Atlas Map, should we get to there. I think this is an interesting matchup because, like you said, we do have that newer team fighting against the seasoned veterans who, just coming off of a loss, there's definitely going to be some nerves there, and you've got to steel yourself, but that also means they're going to be coming in hot. They've had a game to prepare. I'm sure Showtime has done some preparation of their own, but there's nothing quite like the practice of playing on the big stage. But let's take a look at this pick and ban. We've got Bulk Up and Siege Machine. Siege Machine going to be quite deadly on this map, but Bulk Up allows for a lot of KO potential. That said, a rare pick in Nassel, the Rune at pick 6. This is going to be one that I am quite looking forward to seeing. But that said, on the other side, we've got a double healing composition with that Asher to shove things in. So, very interesting comp. We'll have to see if those static placements of the pillars can overcome Asher's just brute force getting in there. But we're getting straight into this match, as it is Vaughn on the Rune. I didn't get to see which team was which. I expected that to be the Xianzhu on the Rune, but it's actually Vaughn. I like this pick here. And so far, they've been rewarded for it as that first barrier goes down. But there's still a lot left in this game.
I mean, yeah, for sure. But I want to point out, Joker and Vaughn both are bringing Magnetized Souls out on the Temple today. A pick that's been getting a lot more popular recently. But I don't think I've actually seen it, like, both teams in this context, and, like, the forward being one of them. I know Asher midfield is, like, kind of a thing you can do here. But the way Showtime are playing it, Joker and Xianzhu are, like, kind of sticking together a lot more. Like, Joker's a lot more liberally kind of falling back to get that midfield speed and then running back up. So I can't say that I've really seen this that much before, but it's a really interesting strategy that Showtime's kind of busting out. And like you mentioned, the Rune as well, something not super common. So I'm curious to see how this ends up playing out, but it does look like Showtime in a pretty nice position in this first round, at least, to maybe get the first point.
Good awareness from Bells to come back, recognizing that Vaughn had gone for a big opportunity there, but that it didn't pan out. He had to return. So good return to the defense, but they're returning back to it as the ball cannot seem to get out of their half.
Yeah, but Joker, nice back pass to Xianzhu. Xianzhu sending it right back in. Vaughn holding it down, though. Joker does look for a sneaky little KO there, but I think will be found. Giga Blast sending it right back. The pillar from Vaughn to try and set up Bells, but Barcode a little bit quick on that one. Xianzhu looking for it, but you already lose. This guy has some wheels. Those for the barrage to the top. Can't quite catch it, though. Joker with a beautiful shot placement there. Will seal the deal. Take the first point here for Showtime to start him off.
Joker has been a bit of an all-star on the Brawler these last few weeks, and they continue to do so even here, but as penance, they will be banished and take a ton of damage. That said, Barcode, unexpected, loses both barriers, but manages to save the goal at the last second.
Beautiful astral projection there, but now Showtime's got to be able to hold on in a really tight situation. It took them a while to get the barriers off of Sad Boys last time, but they will get one here. Xianzhu, though, going to have to do a bit of work as all three members. You already lose pushing up, has the barrage. Bellringer coming out, doesn't get the goal, but the KO on Xianzhu will do for now. Vaughn dribble off the center, tries to bring it back up. The Expanse has to come out. They're still trying to hold on. Gets it around the projection core flip from Barcode to buy some time. You already lose, is going to send it right back in, but Xianzhu back online now. Banish comes through from Vaughn, holds the core in place, gives Bells a moment to recover, and finds a KO. The bounce off the wall as well, just enough to get it around Barcode, who is not quite as fast as Kai, and Sad Boys, they'll be tying it up.
little bit of an awkward bounce there to get it into the net, but I want to go back to that Magnetized Souls you mentioned, because now that I've watched a couple rounds of this gameplay, just as I watch both those barriers go down, I'm noticing that there's a lot of times on this offense where when you're an immobile character like Asher and you have to make those rotations around that center drum, you do get a lot of that extra speed from the Magnetized Souls. So even when you're not able to strike the core, it gives you the ability to regroup with your team on the defense, because there's a lot of times where as the forward, you do have to help on this map. It can be quite difficult to defend, as we've seen Sad Boys have lost their barriers back-to-back so far, but that does not mean they're out of it. It just means that they have more of a mountain to climb. That said, they've got these pillars for the defense, which is certainly helpful, and with Vaughn being able to teleport seemingly wherever he needs to be at the exact moment, this defense is looking great. They just need a little bit faster on the offense before the side of Showtime can take the goal along with those barriers.
Yeah, nice expanse here from Barcode, but Joker Xianzhu trying to keep it up right now. Vaughn with some nice pillars will keep it locked down for the moment, but they're looking to push this top corner. Some nice passing plays from Sad Boys, though. Will clear it out, and now they're the ones on the offense. You already lose. Looking for a chance to push up. Doesn't quite find it, though. This core kind of goes back into the midfield a bit. Xianzhu, nice speed boost to run up and make it a 2v1 against You Already Lose. They will get the barrier. Whiff flip from Joker, but Xianzhu will send it in. They earn Vaughn's in return, and an open goal is pretty nice. Bell's now taking it back around, trying to earn some barriers. Barcode core flip pillar sends it back, and that's a barrier lost for Showtime. Xianzhu on the bottom, gets it past the Giga Blast. The barrage coming through, but the Joker finds a KO onto Vaughn through the pillar, able to dime it right up, and the Joker, perfect shot right to the center. Showtime, they'll take set one here. I think the Joker, yeah, going to be the MVP as well.
Good combination teamwork there. Rune, not the healthiest character in the game, typically able to avoid some of that damage by getting into that secondary and finding a way around, but with this map being so small, it can be hard to find those moments where you can take a little bit of reprieve, especially against a team like this, where you constantly have to be in the play, helping on the defense and keeping that offense alive. That said, this offense is going to get a lot scarier because that is a hot shot on the Rune. But taking a look at the rest of the drafts, we've got some stagger on Asher, high base stagger character, and already has the bulk up. That is going to be scary later down the line. This perfect form for You Already Lose is going to help with those barrages. Bell's potentially getting some more power off of that prize fighter, assuming they can get the KOs. I haven't seen too many so far, but that doesn't mean we won't see more in the future. And then finally, Xianzhu with that prime time is going to cause more pillars of their own, just in a different shape. Barcode getting a little bit of extra stagger to help survive, not necessarily them who was on the chopping block, but will instead be Vaughn who goes down here and creates a power play with one barrier left alive each side.
Yeah, now Showtime try and find a way to get this second one down. They've been keeping up the pace quite well. The speed from Xianzhu has been coming in really big for converting back onto offense, like once they go and deal with Bells. That combined with the Mag Souls as well has made their rotations really nice. And a double core flip coming out. But find the KO onto Y'all and Xianzhu for the double. Vaughn goes down once again, and they sink it right in. Showtime looking a little bit unstoppable at the moment. That primetime pickup from Xianzhu, those primaries, I've said it before, Xianzhu uses his skills so efficiently and so well. And anytime I've seen him get primetime or like twin drive on any character, it's just been so deadly right now. There's so much midfield control that unfortunately Sad Boys just don't quite have on this comp right now.
One thing I'm noticing here is Joker with some great positioning to help deal with those pillars from Vaughn, recognizing that as long as you stand in the right spot, they can't fully form, and that takes a lot of the power of both the offense of and the defense of Rune. That said, this flip coming out means there's going to be a lot less offense for the side of Sad Boys, but they still managed to get the barrier, but now it is Showtime who's going to have to make something happen.
You already lose pushing up with the barrage. Nice save from Barcode, brings it to the bottom pass splitter from Joker on the defense. They got to get past the pillar though, but Bells finds the KO onto Barcode. Now Xianzhu may have to burn the flip to buy a little bit of time here as Vaughn looking to dime up Bells. The pillar will set it up perfectly around Joker, and Bells will be able to bring them onto the board. Sad Boys tying it up now 1-1, and a couple prize fighter stacks for Bells as well. This X does hit pretty hard. Barcode, even with the reptile, can still get knocked off the map and can still get beaten down, especially when the core isn't around there and Bells just feels like fighting him. So it is something to look out for.
Yeah, but we got to look out for this defense as both barriers have already gone down, but Xianzhu has this flip. And last round we saw them expertly deny the power play, but even still, they have to have something hold on here as they do get one barrier, still has the flip available, And with that teleport, I think we could see teleport, but it's actually the KO where the flip is used, creating a power play of their own. Now Joker with a flip. This is getting scary.
Now burning it right in front of the net. You already lose walking up. Oh, but a tough situation. Not willing to burn the flip there. Tried to go for the strike, but just a little too late. With no barrage, that interaction is incredibly difficult, if not almost impossible. That does bring Showtime to another set point here. They continue to try and make this happen. A nice double pillar setup, though, from Vaughn. We'll see Sad Boys bring down the first barrier, but Showtime looking to push back. They force You Already Lose to burn the flip here, and they've still got the core pushing up. Joker winning the 1v3, getting the barrier just with a barrier beam. They continue to try and keep this offense going.
They're starting to push back, but it is the Joker who is pushed up, taking this barrier. You Already Lose has to find something here, but in the hand of Bells and that X Maximus, this is going to be an opportunity that Vaughn continues to make happen with that pillar, but unfortunately that Lariat from the Bell Ringer just a bit slow, not able to convert, as now the defense is on the side of Sad Boys.
Xianzhu and Joker bringing out the passing plays. Joker, beautiful strike war win against Vaughn to pass it down to Xianzhu, who just had the shot on the open net. The synergy between these two right now is absolutely lethal. And Xianzhu, the MVP, we're seeing the Monumentalist on the board, is getting hovered by the Now. An absolutely devastating pickup here for Showtime. Bells will get something nice as well. Most likely, I think it's probably going to be the Rampage. We'll have to see in a moment. There's a couple nice things, but it will be the Rampage. Is going for the size on the X, reverb on Xianzhu for some more of that stagger scaling, or Ponder on You Already Lose. We'll deny barcode as well, but that will mean rapid fire on the Atlas. It's going to make it a little bit tough to score, and Vaughn not left with too many options here. Will opt for the Unstoppable. Nice defensive tool. Has been getting KO'd a fair bit from getting knocked off the ledge, so that will certainly help out a lot. But, I mean, Showtime got some very scary awakenings, and they're already kind of playing like demons.
Well, let's not forget that Sad Boys in the past has intentionally given Monu to Now and still won regardless. They are not a team that is scared of this projected BIS that the community goes around with. That said, Bells is going to need some BIS defense and evasion here. They are on the MOBA scheme. Let's see if they can play some League of Legends to stay alive. But one thing about that draft that brings a tear to my eye is not seeing the 1-2 punch on the rune. That is one of his best awakenings, both for kills and core control. And that said, they're going to need something here as the barriers are down.
And You Already Lose, and I think the most checkmate of all checkmate situations right there had the Now primary to the bottom corner and Joker standing right in front of him, and then Vaughn dropped a pillar like right above him. It's really unfortunate setup there, but we'll block a nice flip off of Joker to hold this next round here. But Sad Boys, they're gonna need something. Another KO from Xianzhu. This time onto Bells, burning the flips for these KOs. Xianzhu has gotten like 3 of them at this point just by flipping, which is pretty crazy on Now. But Sad Boys, they're in sort of miracle sweep mode, I think, for game 1 at this point.
Definitely a mountain to climb, but that said, Bells has lost all of his stacks on the Prize Fighter and the Rampage. I feel like that's going to be a big part of how this offense comes together here, as now he just won't have the size or the ability to get where he needs to be at times. That X Maximus giving a little bit of size, but not enough. And this is another thing with Rune on the defense, a great self-pass. But what you gotta consider is that the offense looks good, but you have to have the right defense against a team like this, where even if you pillar on the defense, you have to be pillaring in the perfect spot because they will find the perfect angle to get around you and your defense. That said, You Already Lose. A bit high on the XP goes to show that Showtime has been rampaging on this offense, even if they didn't pick it up in the draft. But that said, Joker, high on energy, could be a flip coming up soon, and with Bells being the next highest for their team, it's looking like a tough spot. The Banish comes out. That's going to be a long time, and this is potentially the last round.
That's looking pretty tough here for Sad Boys. Joker has a pass splitter out. It's going to get 1 barrier off of it as well. They can't get enough damage onto Xianzhu, and that's Vaughn going down once again. Another power play for Showtime. Barcode with the flip. Gets it up to You Already Lose. The strike roll 1 by the Joker. We'll see the second barrier fall now. Xianzhu dribbling back up the field past the Joker. Gonna bring it down to the bottom. Vaughn is back online, but it's all defense here from Sad Boys. They're trying to make something happen, but it's no barriers to one right now. And Joker and Xianzhu are hunting. Pass up to Joker. The pillar a little bit too far forward from Vaughn. A really sad own goal from Sad Boys to end it off. But Showtime playing that one excellently. Did everything that they needed to. The Asher Mag Souls worked out so well. Xianzhu and Joker have the brain cell synergy to get things done. The offense seeming almost unstoppable. And there's something else I was going to say, and I don't remember exactly what. Oh, yeah, the Reptile Remedy pickup from Barcode. Ended up, it was a deny against Bells when Missile Prop was like the other option during that draft. But it ended up like being really good because we saw multiple times where Bells like didn't necessarily get KO'd, but was really hurt and like couldn't go too far in fear of being KO'd by Xianzhu. So just really good decisions all around from Showtime coming out in game 1. Sad Boys, unfortunately, not making it happen with the Rune this go around. The Now and the Asher just a little bit too powerful here, it seems. But you have to go into game 2 and see if they can remedy this, because it's not very often that you see Sad Boys only get 2 goals like that.
Look, I'll say it for the people at home. If they didn't nerf Rune's range, that was a save. That said, I don't know if You Already Lose was in range with the Blazing Pace to get there, but regardless, it was a good attempt. But I want to take a look at these stats for a second. Not a lot of KOs for the side of Sad Boys, but Xianzhu getting 5, like you mentioned, a lot with those flips and just incidental placements where you have to suddenly stand near the ledge and there's no drum to save you as a backboard. So just a Now Mine, especially with that Monumentalist, is suddenly a KO and a conversion for the enemy team. That said, Barcode didn't really have to get a ton of saves with that ultimate, but the healing definitely was helpful, as they couldn't really retaliate on the damage that was back against them, even with things like the bulk up being the starting pick. I think one thing that was a bit of a detriment in that game was the problem with Rune on the defense is when you have somebody like Joker who really understands how to play around that character, knows to stand on the pillars, and knows to just trust the midfield to get it to them, because they're denying the enemy midfield the ability to use their kit. That really just goes to show great awareness from the side of Showtime, and I believe that with all of those things combined, that is what led them to winning this game. That said, we're going to be taking a look at the next map, which is Clarion Test Chamber. I think that is another map where Rune actually excels quite well. So if we do see him again, I think this would be the map to see it on at Atlas Lab. Another acceptable one. I'm just surprised to see him at all, but I am grateful regardless. That said, Clarion Test Chamber, a bit heavier-handed on the damage at times. Not quite as bad as Demon Deus, but still quite bad when it comes to damage. You'll need to find some survivability or perhaps a starting awakening that will let you live. That said, do you think we're going to see something like the Vice and the Finny come back out here? We've been seeing Finny a lot recently, or perhaps we may even see the Drakkar forward pick, something that I feel like last week we saw quite a lot of, and in the coming weeks, but I don't think we've seen today.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit hard to say exactly what we're going to see. I think specifically it's hard to say what we're going to see exactly from Sad Boys. I think Showtime, we can expect that they want Now Asher and then probably just Atlas on Barcode again, right? That's like that guy's signature character. They can literally run the same comp that they just did, where 1, it's really good, and 2, everyone's on Comfort as well. Well, I say Comfort. You know what I mean. These are kind of the characters that these players are really, really known for. So if you're Showtime, that's kind of what you're already gunning for at this point. Whereas Sad Boys, I think, are in a little bit more of a pickle because, 1, that was their map. Tycho was their map pick, so it's really kind of rough to lose on your own map game 1 like that. Speaking of the Finny, though, Showtime actually going to just ban it away. Sad Boys will ban out the Atlas, which makes sense. As we see the rest of the draft come through, though, Now picked up by Showtime, makes sense for Xianzhu. But I think this double pick here for Sad Boys is going to tell us a lot about what we're about to see.
Yeah, pick 2 and 3. Typically, you'll see either 2 characters that synergize with each other, like Era and X in the previous weeks, or with this Chrono Boost start, we may even see something like an Octavia come out. Bit of a scary pick to pick on this map with how deadly it can be at times. But that said, this is one of the times you have to really be careful of it, is with this Chrono Boost start. That said, with Peak Performance as the other awakening, I feel like we could see a very neutral draft, very traditional picks. and just make good use of that peak performance, get that little bit of extra health to help you survive on this deadly map, and then scale into the later portions of the game without having to use that immediate burst value option of the Chrono Boost. That said, we see the Zentaro and the Estelle, two very good generic characters. It's not like they have some gimmick you have to get around, unless you want to count the Borg Flick as a gimmick, but I think that's more of just a scoring opportunity that the character has available to them. But a lot of pressure that those two can add to each other reminds me of Rasmussen and Estelle on something like Oni Village, but I think Zentaro is a little bit better of a pick here. That said, we will see the Mako pick up here, most likely as the goalie, another hold-it-down goalie for Barcode to be playing on. I don't think we'll be seeing that Mako forward anytime soon, but with Chrono Boost, I'm curious as to see what the forward pickup is here. It is actually Asher. I was thinking maybe the Rasmus could come out, but with Asher being the last pickup here, they look very comfortable on that, and I think they're just going to run that back just with the Mako instead of the Atlas on the goalie side. And then finally, we do have the Aimi pickup here. I have to imagine that's Aimi goalie for You Already Lose. So that is a very strong composition for arguably both teams. The only thing I am concerned about here is whether or not we see a Monumentalist now again, because we saw how strong that was last time. We all know how strong it is. It's just a matter of whether or not it comes back in full force. I'm also curious as to what the starting Awakening pick is for Shianzu, as now a very low base stagger character. I believe one of the lowest in the game. But with Chrono Boost, you do get a lot of burst value and a lot of opportunities for your team to really run over the enemy once you get things going. So it's just a matter of, do you want that burst value or do you want that scaling into the late game? I'm not sure what they're going to pick here. The other one I'm curious about is the Centaur, because that is still a Dash Awakening available to you. It may not be the best one, it's not the one you want, but it is one regardless, so that is something you have to consider. But the considerations are over as we are getting into this game, and we will have to see what happens here on Clarion Test Chamber, the map that changes constantly. We'll see if these players can adapt their gameplay as such.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Showtime are basically doing the same thing. Barcode, of course, just switching over to the Mako, which is pretty predictable here. But Sad Boy's doing something I think we're more comfortable seeing them on, as opposed to like what they were doing last game. This is a very offense-oriented, kind of midfield-based team comp, right? Zentaro and Estelle both kind of like to hang around, like Estelle especially is going to be hanging around the midfield, and Zentaro usually plays just a little bit further back than like most brawlers to like make use of his little bit longer range abilities. So there's a lot of options for Sad Boys to move the core like laterally and get it around turtle goalies like Barcode on this Mako. And it leaves us with this kind of scenario where Barcode's best chance of defending is against a single barrier. And once the goal is open, things are going to start to get really, really rough, really, really fast, because Mako's going to kind of struggle against Estelle and Zentaro. And on top of that, You Already Lose on the Aimi, who is essentially doing the same thing as Vaughn, plus being a goalie whenever he cyber swipes up. So Sad Boys have a lot of that kind of ranged aggression to work with. And they're going to really need to play into that for this to pay off. Whereas Showtime, if Barcode ends up getting overwhelmed, things will start to fall apart a little bit. That being said, Joker does have the Mag Souls again, so he is kind of able to run back just a little bit more. But we'll see right now. The goal is open, and we'll see what Sad Boys can do here.
Yep, goal is open. You Already Lose took the Chrono Boost here, not the peak performance, which is going to allow them to make some very far dash plays. We already saw one with that Fireball Sentry that helped open up the net, but now it's Bells who's dashing in, trying to make something happen, doesn't even have to use the flip. The Ensnare Drums are just a bit late, but a wind up on that ability, even at that point-blank range, and Bells sneaks it past regardless. The one thing they made a point of that I actually really liked was the ability to get around that slow goalie, but alternatively, the side of Sad Boys on the defense should be able to do the same to the Joker, as they have two midfielder-type characters that have the ability to clear around them rather than having to clear through them. But should Joker get possession point blank, it is going to be a nightmare for the defense, as you don't have that brick wall-style ability to help you stay alive. But they're just pure offense right now, as You Already Lose dashing up. We just talked about it, that extended range helping them out. We're going to have to see if they continues to help them, but it's actually the pop from the middle that is going to send it into the top side. Bells getting credit for that goal. I'm not entirely sure who popped it in the middle, but Bells still with this flip available. Up 2-0. That's a scary spot to be in against one of the best scorers in the league.
Yeah, I look at the replay. It looks like Vaughn ran into it from the other side to pop that. So it's really nice awareness there. But whoa, okay.
Whoa.
I mean, that's an 11-second goal right there from Joker. Just literally sinking it in as the goal gates open. 2 flips burnt right there. Showtime. Trying to. They're not going to go down 3-0 in that set. But to point out what you said earlier about the defense thing between You Already Lose and Vaughn. The name of the game here for Joker is going to be speed, right? Once you get speed on the Asher, the ability for them to kind of get the core around you a whole lot starts to go away. And like a fast Asher with wheels becomes very difficult to defend against, because you can just kind of like run up and chase the core and then stuff it right back through you. And with already starting with Peak, that's already kind of happening already for Showtime, which is really nice. And Joker now picking up the big orb, going big mode right now on the open goal. You Already Lose is holding it down for the time being and getting it back to Bells in midfield, but Joker pushing up to the top. The dash will secure it, sending that Imi flying off the eject button. Showtime will be tying it up on set point.
Joker saying, make way or I'll run you through, and into the net they go. That's a good point to even things up here, as now it is a 0.5, something we love to see. But that said, 1 point. The only one that matters is the one you're in. I say it time and time again, and here we see it on the Obscura variant, where damage is going to be plentiful. Xianzhu already having to burn the ultimate, but Joker not getting a piece of it. Joker is going to have to survive for just a little while, reminiscent of Bells in the previous game, taking a ton of damage and being bullied out of the play. That said, Xianzhu is helping on this defense excellently, and some good redirects from Barcode. I like that angle to get around Bells. Zentaro, a hard character to get around sometimes, but finding an excellent angle time and time again. There we see it once more. And even that flip from Vaughn is denied by some great positioning by Joker. We mentioned it previously about the rune pillars, but now we see it just in the nick of things, just ready at any given moment.
And Xianzhu walking up. The secondary is actually be good enough. Hitting You Already Lose. I think that the edge of it like hit it just before You Already Lose was like in range of that. And knocked it right in. And now the Joker going to be the MVP here. As we see some nice awakening showing. We see stacks on stacks, 1-2 punch, both the orbs plus Reptile. There's a few options that Joker could go with. Reptile or stacks could be really nice here. It will be the pancakes indeed. Like I was mentioning earlier, speed on the Asher is going to be king here for Showtime. Reptile going to go over to Xianzhu to stack with more of that stagger. Of course, deny it away. 1-2 punch on the Zentaro. You Already Lose is going to be holding off to make sure that Vaughn gets something good, which will be the aerials, which is really nice on the Estelle. Basically makes the character go EX mode with the extra dash range. This being said, Barcode did get the Orb Ponderer, which is really, really good on the Mako to deal with those long cooldowns. And You Already Lose going for the Orb Dancer as well, which can also be quite strong. So some nice things all around here. But I think if you can't kill Joker and get rid of those pancakes, he's going to become a real problem in these sets.
You mentioned that speed was the name of the game for Joker here on the Asher, and they are running circles around the enemy defense. Both barriers gone here in this situation, but Xianzhu, not a lot of energy. Perhaps a KO could be found later, but this round looks like it's going to end quite soon. People often say that Estelle is basically just Striker Plus, but even with the Striker Plus Ultra of the aerials, they cannot get this defense around the Joker, able to just run things through. One thing I am a little worried about here is those orb stacks, for both goalies actually, as we've got that Orb Ponderer versus the Orb Dancer. You Already Lose, already making a bunch of breakout plays where they dash in and make something happen. If you give them speed on top of that too, it's going to be very scary, but arguably the cooldowns from Barcode could be quite nice to get those snare drums up more often, but they don't even have time to collect these orbs.
Yeah, barriers falling left and right now. Bells with the core flip. Xianzhu teleporting back, and Barcode with the drum and bass will block that one away, gets it over to Joker. Core flips in return. You Already Lose will be able to save that one and get it back out in the midfield, where Bells and Vaughn are going to have to hunt this thing down. Blink up, but Bells can't quite get a hold of it yet. Goes for the corner, but Barcode able to clear that one out. Going to get back over to Xianzhu now as Joker trying to dribble up. Bring down to the bottom side. You Already Lose with the Cyber Swipes. Has to burn the flip. Goes a little bit too far. But Will's be able to save it now as Joker going to have to run back a bit. Brings the pass splitter onto Vaughn and try and brings it up to Xianzhu on the top side. The glitch pop gets it through. Over to Bells. The Borg flick. Ooh. Beautiful shot from Bells. Mixed up Barcode to be sure. And when you're on that slow character like Mako, even if you can react to that, there's not a lot that you can do in terms of moving around. Sad Boys will be able to tie it up here.
Very scary spot if you're a slow character like Mako. Like you said, that mix-up, you don't know whether it's happening or not until the very last second. And the timing can be so variable that you can't even really predict it. You just kind of have to commit to one side and pray. That said, the defense of Sad Boys is going to have to pray as both their barriers are down. The net is open, and Vaughn is low on abilities to help on this defense.
Yeah, big push coming through. Xianzhu able to secure it. Move on and you already lose. Once the cooldowns are done, things become very difficult to deal with. Joker at back stacks and Xianzhu just running fast because he's playing now. Make this very difficult to find some nice clears. Like even right here, like Vaughn brings it over to the top corner and Xianzhu literally just runs up there and gets Joker there as well. And they don't get a barrier, but they will get one off of this second play here. Both actually going down. Joker core flip on the goal line and Vaughn's able to defend it though. But another really tight situation here for Sad Boys as Xianzhu and Joker working their way back up once again. Look how fast that Asher goes. This Xianzhu just passing it right back in. Bells has to fall back. The Firewall Sentry comes out, but things are still looking rough as Xianzhu diming up Joker. Sad Boys just couldn't even clear it out of there if they tried. Xianzhu is everywhere, and Joker lives and you already loses walls.
You know, I just want to point out that first set, I believe that Showtime was down 0-2, and now they are dominating at... In the last 7 rounds, they are 6-1. That is a big turnaround from the start of this game. But we're going to see a big Asher, and with the extra stagger from that big fish, we're also going to see some peak performance value, as they have not lost these stacks yet, and it's starting to look like they're not going to at all. That said, this is a bit of a scary draft here. You already lose, getting some extra glitch pops. Xianzhu having to deny the perfect form, still pretty valuable on that character when you get those multi-man secondaries. We've got Hotshot on Barcode that's going to help with those snipes from the primary, acting almost like a ranged shotgun. That said, Bells has this heavy impact, and Vaughn got missile propulsion. That's actually a terrifying draft from the Sad Boys. Even though they lost the round, they lose this goal, but they definitely have the potential scaling they need to turn this game around. But they have to get past this offensive Showtime first, and it seems like they're struggling to do so.
I mean, yeah, on paper, it definitely looks like Sad Boys have a good draft here, but then you kind of think about, like, one, what's actually going on in the game, and then you kind of look at, like, the rest of what Showtime's builds is, and it really looks like Showtime just kind of get anything they want whenever they want. As we're seeing right now, Joker literally walks up and flips for that second barrier. And now they're just trying to get the defense here against Bells in this bottom corner. They will be able to clear it out as Xianzhu going to speed boost up. The glitch pop from Yuri Luz sends it back. Gets the second barrier. Corflip comes over for Barcode, but Joker's taken off the field here. The pancakes are gone. And Sad Boys have the power play. On pushing up in this bottom side. Blade coming out. Get some favorable bounces here, but it's just time that they're buying for Joker to come back. Barcode will be able to clear this one away and get it back up into the invisibility lane. This Asher can cook. Xianzhu dribbling up this bottom side. The Firewall Sentry's coming out, but they're pushing it into the bottom corner really hard. Yuri Luz, Cyber Swipes up, has the core flip, drum and bass from Barcode. The Rose Thorn's coming out. It will be enough to force it through, and Yuri Luz able to get credit for the goal as Sad Boys bring it 1-1. But it's their tournament life is currently on the line.
You already lose, showing excellent patience there. Nerves of steel, some might say. That said, they're going to have to steel themselves for this turnabout as they have evened things up, but the game I would certainly not call even at the moment yet. They've removed the stacks from Joker. That's going to give a lot of ability to keep the offense going and the defense, but the net is open once more, but with a flip burned to kill a player. We'll have to see if Bells can make this happen with the help of Vaughn's flip, and with You Already Lose hunting for an opportunity, staring into the eyes of the enemy team, waiting for the slightest misplay, but they can't seem to find it, as even with a power play, the net stays closed.
Nice insta-swipes there from You Already Lose, but with everyone back online from Showtime, it's going to be really rough. Joker able to stuff it through on big mode there. Got the orb almost off of respawn, or not off of respawn, but after Xianzhu came back. Just went crazy mode. Level 9 on this Asher, by the way, right now. And on series point for Showtime, this could all be it. They will lose one barrier to start things off, but they're able to recover very quickly, get a new one of their own. Try to keep things going. Bells looking for the second one. You already lose. Not quite enough pressure. The Oni's Blade coming out in the corner, though, but a nice clear from Showtime. We'll keep it safe for now, but Bells keeps the pressure on, and that's an open goal now for the side of Sad Boys. Xianzhu looking to push back up. The Joker doesn't have a strike up though, can't find it. Now Vaughn and You Already Lose, they're up in the box. And Sarah Jumps coming out. Core flip from Barco clears it out, but Vaughn brings it right back in. Drum and bass coming out right there. Bells can't quite get a hold of it. Gonna have another opportunity potentially going off the bumper. Barcode, a beautiful clear away from the blink. The Joker now looking to recover, but the bouncers are making things a little bit difficult for both sides to deal with. Joker will be able to bring down that barrier here, and the goal gate is open, pushing hard. Xianzhu, shot to the bottom is going to be good, and that is Showtime taking game 2. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a new national champion in the future here, as the Titans have been felled. Showtime have done it, and they will be going to the grand finals where Demons Raw will be waiting for them.
Showtime putting on quite the show for us, but they've still got a bit to go. But before that, we can talk about this game a little bit more, as we see Vaughn 130 redirects contested by the Xianzhus 125. Both midfielders putting on very similar performances, it's just that one happened to work out slightly better than the others in this situation. That said, this did not feel like necessarily a poor performance from Sad Boys. It just felt like Showtime put on a show for us. They're really living up to their name here. Xianzhu with that Midfield Mafia title, really showing why they have it equipped. And Barcode, even if you take them off of their signature pick of Atlas, can still put on quite the defense and quite the performance for us here. That said, Showtime is going to have to face off against Demons Raw, like you said, so we'll have to see if the Demons Flames is going to burn them to a crisp, or if they're going to be able to put on the chef's coat and temper those flames to create a masterpiece for us. But before that, I believe we're going to be going to a break. Do you have any final thoughts on this game before we ship it off to the next one?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a massive upset. Curse of Seed 1, to be sure. Showtime, it was questionable that they were going to get to the playoffs at some points in the regular season to begin with. But now that they've made it here, I mean, to see their kind of growth as a team from the beginning, the outset, from Xianzhu winning NASA to making it to national playoffs is absolutely incredible. Now they're going to Grands. They just took down the reigning champions, and now they're going to Grands to fight, debatably the second best team in all of Nassau. Is absolutely insane. And they could very well take it here and win the whole thing. I think anything is up for grabs at this point. So it's definitely going to be an absolute heater, and history is quite literally being made right now. But that's all from us. We're going to be going to a quick break here, and when we come back, we jumping into our grand finals, Demons Raw versus Showtime, so don't go anywhere.
For the first time since the Bounty Hunters won the North American Strikers League Season 1 West Division, we will have a new champion in the North American Strikers League. Showtime just taking down the Sad Boys. Throw everything out the window, and we welcome Grimella into the analyst desk. Grimella, give me your reaction to the last match we just watched.
You never want to go full bang bang, and unfortunately Sad Boys went full bang bang today. You lose 2-0 to Demons Raw on winner's side, and you have a rough series on loser's side. All good. All good. It happens to the bangest of us. So that's my reaction.
Okay, I don't know where to go from there. Fudgy, how were they able to do that? I mean, they just, once again, 2-0 up in maps. Seems like a lot of it had to do with the Stagger Awakenings, or you were talking about how the starting Awakenings there too even played such a significant role.
Yeah, the starting Awakenings, I mean, it was bulk up, which is actually, like, can lean into damage a little bit, but Sad Boys decided not to, which kind of really, I think, played not to their benefit, picking Rune Kai and not being able to KO them, which is one of their best win conditions against a team like Showtime, and instead just picking a comp that has like worse defensive capabilities and worse core control, and just it felt like the core was stuck on their side. The X isn't really able to get through the Atlas on a 1v1, so even maybe the starting Awakening is not having as much of an impact that game, but the second game, when it's peak Chrono Boost start, picking the core control comp is gonna, I think it's just gonna give you the win more times than not, as we saw with this. I mean, Mako now, like the way to counter like Mako is to just like keep the core permanently on Mako's side and KO them and just kind of apply pressure of damage, but they weren't able to do that through the peak performance. Eventually, the Reptile Remedy was picked up as well by now, and then Joker also just had an insane build and was playing great, and they all just played great, and it felt like there wasn't really much Sad Boys could do. It did, like, they obviously could have, like, probably didn't play their best considering how much of a stomp it was, but at the end of the day, I do think the compositions played a big part, and Showtime showed up huge today.
Let's take a little bit of a deeper dive, 3Z, because we were talking a little bit before this about Joker potentially pulling out that Asher in the back pocket. He does in that game too, when it looks like he's just unstoppable on that thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the pocket pick. We said it with the Mako, especially when that Asher has so much size. The pressure on the barriers or even on the sides for KOs is just insane. I think she has the longest dash punch in the game. Like, it does more than Julie's. With that 125 power, with the hit stun from the secondary and the primary, Joker is just so masterful on the pick too. He knows exactly where all the spots are. Just picks the spots and finds the barriers, finds the goals really well. So piloting it there, and you saw it. Demons Raw, maybe they'll ban it. I know Snake plays it as well too, so pick ban maybe away from Joker there, but definitely a strong pick here going into grand finals.
Yeah, the husk that gets.
The husk that gets. The husk that gets.
All right, fair enough. Grimella, as we take a look now between Demons Raw and Showtime, what stylistic differences do you expect we're going to see in this next one, especially given what we know about these two teams and what we've observed so far today?
Well, obviously we expect Demons to try and just kill them, and Showtime to try and weather the storm, which they were able to do very successfully against Sad Boys in that series. But I wouldn't be too surprised if we get like Xianzhu on Estelle at some point, which might really flip that around quite a bit. But ultimately, Demons are just going to play the damage, and Showtime are going to play the core control, and if they can weather that storm, they're going to be able to win.
Now, Fudgy, as we talked about, the Starter Awakenings played a very, important deal in the last one. Now, as we look forward to this one, what kinds of things are you looking for heading into this next match for what's going to come up on that random generation at the start?
Yeah, I mean, if you see another peak Chrono start, I think the game's immediately just Showtime favored. Like, I would bet on Showtime to win on pretty much any map if those are the two starting Awakenings. But if it becomes like there's no Stagger Awakening, even if it's bulk up, it can be pretty scary, like I said before. It's pretty hard to not roll at least one really good damage awakening that all members of Demon's Raw will be able to take. So it's going to be hard to roll as well, and Demons are definitely just going to be locking in picks that deal damage no matter what. I also think, yeah, like Thursday kind of touched on, that the drafting for this matchup is going to be a little bit tougher for Showtime. They're not going to be able to get all their comfort picks as easily. The Asher is going to be contested. The Showtime are probably going to ban Finny again. And it's like even the goalie picks of like maybe we'll see the Mako Brawler too. Come on, maybe they'll ban Atlas, pick Mako Brawler on Snake, and then what was Barcode gonna pick? Like who knows? Who knows? We'll see.
Crazier things have happened, I suppose. I shouldn't be sitting here with a terribly surprised look on my face, but we'll have to wait and see, of course, what comes through here. 3Z, what do you think that this potential victory could mean for this Showtime roster? I mean, Joker has even won an S tier, but we keep talking about this guy almost like he has.
He has. He won Arizona, at least.
Okay.
Arizona Land, which is an S tier. I'm sure he's won other ones, but I can't think of any at the top of my head. But yeah, he's like the veteran brawler, right? He's there like Bells, Snake, and then it's always been kind of Joker. Last season, he took some time off in the midfield. Did pretty well with that, but now he's back playing brawler. And he has the experience to kind of carry this team as kind of their rock, right? Barcode as well, an S tier winner. So 2 S tier winners here. Both land winners as well. A lot of experience on Showtime. Then Xianzhu won NASA last season. So a little bit of experience all around. And then you got to feel good being the number 1 seed and losers going into this matchup versus Demons. You can't be scared. You got to, the spear points in one direction. You can't back down. You just got to keep pushing forward. So I think that's what Showtime are ready to do here.
But to that end, it's Showtime coming from losers, Grimella. That means Demon's Raw has this advantage, and they're going to have to lose 2 sets in a row, or 2 matches, I should say, in a row before they go down. How much experimentation do you think, and how much breathing room do you think Demon's Raw is going to give in this next one here? Because they might be feeling pretty comfortable with themselves heading into this one.
I think Demon's Raw are pretty locked in. I think they really want to get their first Nassau win, especially after the kind of disaster of last season for them. But that being said, I could see if game 1 goes really well for Demons, I could see some silly happenings going on in game 2. Maybe we could get like a Juno Brawler out of Snake or something if they're really feeling themselves. And even then, they could still win that. That's just because that's what Demon's Raw does. They kind of disrespect you a little bit. But no, I think Demons really want to win. They didn't win MVP this season. They didn't get the 1 seed, so all the curses are gone. And they're ready to. I think they just want a 2-0 and be done with the day.
Always a case, though, where this Showtime roster, Fudgy, can come on back through and disrupt things. Demon's Raw has been so close so many times previously, coming from winners, of course, in Nassau Season 2, where they were able to come through there, go up against the Sad Boys, and then couldn't quite convert there at the end. Vaughn pulls out the Octavia in that Game 3 and completely takes care of business there. So there has to be some kind of level of that discipline coming in for the Demon's Raw roster. Do you think they have it in them this time around?
I think they want to win. I need Gumi to win this fast too, because me and 3Z are trying to play Magic the Gathering draft later today, and if he's going to show up, he's going to need to end this quick. But outside of that, though, for real, no jokes. I do think, although Joker has won an S tier, he's never beaten Gumi or the rest of Demon's Raw in an S tier, as far as I'm aware. I don't think he's ever gotten that win. So Demon's Raw, Kai Noob and Gumi have won a Nassau. They have one Nassau victory in Season 1 West. Dare I say the strongest? I mean, all of us, everyone on the desk was in that league. So I mean, it was stacked.
True. I heard making playoffs was really tough that season.
Yeah, very difficult.
It was really tight.
Yeah, do not look at Grimella's Iami's app game, but it was but Demon's Raw have played a lot more grand finals than Showtime has. Showtime Joker did play. John Fortnite was in the grand finals for that one, but that even then lost to Demons Raw in grand finals, if I remember correctly. Beat Sad Boys, were in the same exact position as they are now, but weren't able to come through. So we'll have to see if that's going to happen again, or if it's going to be something else just comes out of Showtime this time.
Yeah, and 3Z, I mean, that's the biggest thing here, right? This is the biggest stage that we can offer for North American Omega Strikers, and now the spotlight is all on Showtime, including this rookie of Shionzu, who has risen through the ranks and may not have met expectations during the regular season, but now clearly is performing incredibly well. But again, those stakes have kicked up just another notch. Do you think he's going to keep his composure, or what does he have to do in order to keep his composure here in this next match?
Yeah, I mean, he just has to match Kainub's freak, right? He just has to play as well or better than Kainub. If that happens, it's truly cinema. He's already beaten Vaughn, and so if he beats the other Dawn of the midfield mafia, that would be something. But I think he just has to do what he does best, and that's get Joker the ball, play well on defense with Barco, just make sure that ball gets cleared out. Had a fantastic series just now against Sad Boys, so just keep playing at the level he's playing at, be consistent, and that's what he does best. So I think he's got all the tools he needs.
Well, it sounds like our teams are just about ready, so it is predictions time. Grimella, I'll start with you first. We are predicting who wins the league, not who wins the next match, because remember, it's Showtime coming in from the loser's side. Grimella, who do you have here and why?
I'm actually going to predict who wins the next match, and it's going to be Demons Raw. So
what?
I'm going to give that to you. It answers your question well enough.
You're just being a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian. I mean,
listen, Kenneth, sometimes you got to bring some spice to the desk. I got Fudgy Waffles and 3Z here. These guys aren't spicy at all, so we gotta make things exciting.
Picking Demons Raw to win.
No, somebody's gotta contest you, K-Bot. Nobody could test you, you know. So.
Right. Okay. Any reason why you're picking Demons Raw to win, or are we just gonna leave it at that?
Fun fact, they actually invited me to their group chat after they beat Sad Boys today, and they said, "Hey, we actually wanted to do some VOD review with you and like go through some strategy." And so I joined their call, and all we did was watch Showtime. We didn't do any VOD review at all. But that vote of confidence from them that they wanted me in their call tells me that they're making smart choices today.
Crazy.
And that they are going to take
crazy. One season with Fudgy Waffles on your team, and this is how you start acting.
This is you're not. Bro thinks he's me or something with his chatting. Like,
what am I gonna do with these two chatters, K-Bot?
I don't know, but you have to make a prediction.
All right, looking to go 0 for 3 here today. Let's do Demons Raw. Maybe Showtime will win. Who knows? I'm cursing my predictions today, K-Bot.
All right, Fudgy, to you now.
No, I mean, I've been wrong too every time, and like I said, I need Gimme to finish this up quick, so I gotta vote Joe Showtime because I've been. If maybe I'll be wrong again.
What?
And because I've been wrong
so
twice.
You're predicting Showtime with the hope that you're wrong again, so that the match ends faster.
Yes,
that
exactly.
is insane. That is insane, selfish behavior, Fudgy. Expert analysis over here. You can tell that we're putting up with. You know what? I'll say it's Showtime too, just for grins. Hey, this team looks like they're playing at the top of their game right now. We'll see whether or not they get some favorable awakening rolls, but at the end of the day, it's all about execution. They look like they've got it in them potentially to do this and deny Demons Raw a national title yet again. We'll see whether or not they're able to in our grand finals for the North American Strikers League Season 4. On the microphone is going to be Borg and Gordo. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, K-Bot. Hello, everybody. The Sad Boys dynasty is over, and it is time to crown a new champion for the first time since East and West combined in a modern North American Strikers League. I'm Gordo. I'm joined by Borg. We got the classic duo back. Borg, how are you doing, man?
Good. I'm doing great right now. The classic duo is back, but
not the classic grand finals matchup we're used to, right, Gordo? I mean,
not at
like
all.
you said earlier, everyone's been prepping for the El Clasico number 17,000. Who knows how many times Demons Raw Sad Boys have played each other, but Showtime, I mean, not for themselves, but a bit of it for the predictions here. A bit of a stinker coming in here, kind of just cleaning house with Sad Boys. A bit of a surprising 3-0-3-0 there. And really showing how strong that this team and this roster can be. And I'm excited to see how they take on Demons Raw.
Yeah, definitely a little bit shocking. I'm not going to lie to you, Showtime fans. I spent a lot of this week prepping for a El Clasico final once again, but they've proven that they deserve to be here. We've got the map picks and bans coming out here down at the bottom of your screen. It is going to be Night Market to kick things off as Demons Raw's choice. They will be heading right back over to that Night Market, looking to see if they can find similar success to what they had up against the Sad Boys in our winners final just a couple hours ago.
Yeah, interesting map picks here. Not going to be seeing too many stuff here. Demons Raw banning Taiko Temple, I think, is pretty interesting, seeing how... I wouldn't really expect that of them normally. I think they're pretty actually good at that map. But after seeing what Showtime did to Sad Boys, who is arguably one of the best, if not the best, at Taiko Temple, you kind of have to respect it, right? So definitely a well-played maneuver there from them. And yeah, I mean, pretty standard here overall. Night Market, Clarion, pretty much the same map, just a little bit more flavor on the Clarion side of things. And then if we go to a Game 3 on the first reset here, it will be that Gates of Obscura, which I'm excited if we do get there to see, because I think both these teams are actually very good on that map, but for different reasons. I think Joker and Shianzu are really good at controlling the core and like getting on offense on that map, but the amount of damage, pressure, and just, I guess, pure adrenaline that Demons Raw puts into play on that Gates of Obscura map, really interesting to see as well. So I'm hoping for a Game 3, but I mean, we'll have to see. I don't know if you know this, by the way, Gordo, before we get into character draft here, but at the beginning of the season, we did a 3-way little prediction, team prediction, who's going to win. Maybe like 25% meme, 70% belief after getting destroyed by Showtime and Scrims over and over again. I put them to win the entire thing with Sad Boys and then Demons. So I'm already wrong with, Sad Boys now being confirmed third, but I'm hoping for the Showtime win. I want to see them a little bit of a change here, but I'm expecting we're going to see some interesting things going on here regardless as we see the draft come in and Demons Raw are actually going to take away the Asher.
They are. They're going to give up the Atlas and the Zentaro in the process. So Demon's going to be rocking that Asher, like you pointed out, back to the classic Aimi and the Kai to round out the composition on pick 6. Now going to be the Atlas Zentaro now joining them here. So the now does end up making it through. Feels like a strong Showtime composition here, particularly with that now likely going into the hands of Shianzu, has found a lot of success on that pick. See how they're going to be able to navigate this one up against one of the most dominant teams in North American Strikers League history. Demons Raw, they've never walked away with the chip here, at least in the modern era, but they have always been contenders. They've constantly been up in the top 2 of the regular season standings, and this feels like it is a real chance for them to walk away with a national title. Let's find out in a couple seconds if they're going to be able to do it here up against Showtime.
Yeah, starting up the game now, and really, I'm not sure which comp I'd honestly favor. I'm really happy to see Demons kind of play into the Showtime here, deny some of them their picks, right? They still get the Atlas in the now, and Joker definitely not upset about getting Zentaro. Very much not a weak character. Joker's not shy to it. But Demons Raw going with kind of a similar style, going for that Amy Asher and then the Kai goalie to hold it down. Gumi is kind of a notorious Kai player from all the way back in beta. So a lot of experience on this pick here. And Amy, obviously, Amy and kind of synonymous with each other at this point in the midfield. So I think this is going to be a really close game. The only thing that I will say might be interesting is the fact that it's unstoppable start. I feel like all 6 players might even run it at this point. Maybe the Kai might go aerials if he's feeling it, or the Zentaro, but nope, it's going to be... Oh, actually, yeah, the Kai goes aerials, but all their 5 members will be going that unstoppable.
All right, the classic unstoppable start here as we get into game 1 of what could be 6 games of Omega Strikers here, Borg. Finals reset is on the table if Showtime are able to take the win in this first series. But first things first, let's see if they will be able to do so. Demons Raw looking to close things out right here. First barrier already going to drop for Showtime. It's going to be matched on the opposite side.
Yep, matched right away. I mean, both teams kind of already putting the pace on, and I mean, Demons Raw want to start this off with a bang. They want to get that first goal, getting both barriers down immediately. Snake just showing that Showtime is not the only team that can play the Asher.
Not at all here, and Gumi pressuring up at the top, gonna be able to find it here, and takes it home. Well done by him, coming on out of the goal arc, as he is known to do, and make the scores happen. Still been playing a completely different type of goalie, it feels like, than pretty much everybody else in the North American Strikers League, with how involved he is in the offense, and showing it there once again as here he is up in front of Kainoob yet again. I mean, who's the midfielder, who's the goalie? You could always make that debate.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Demons Raw is really interesting is that Gumi and Kainoob aren't two players, they're just one unit, right? They're just the I guess the back side of the team, right? Like
Sure.
the defensive end together as one, and great play there from Joker, but stopped immediately from the flip on Gumi and Kainoob both. But, you know, Showtime now got 2 flips down. Joker using his now to secure that barrier. Xianzu's about to get flipped as well, and this might just be a Showtime goal. Doesn't even need to flip, and Joker in the perfect place for that strike there. Showtime answer right back, Gordo.
Yeah, getting knocked around a little bit, finds himself staggered, but does end up coming up at the point regardless. That'll tie us up at 1-1 in our very first set of the grand finals here. Kainoob going to be able to win that immediate kickoff, trying to pressure it up towards the top. Snake trying to take control using the path splitter to get it into position. One more big barrier beam and a nice stuff out of the flip from Barcode. Will be able to get Snake that first barrier, but it's responded to on the opposite side by Joker. Very experienced brawler player in his own right here. Definitely knows how to take some of these when the opportunity presents itself. But there's going to be Snake managing to get the bounce off of the center, able to take down the second barrier, looking for a scoring opportunity. Joker trying to steal it away, does get knocked back away by Kainoob. And Snake waiting around up for a pass from his midfielders. There's going to be Gumi pressuring it from midfield, pass back on over. Joker going to be able to stop it yet again, getting into Xianzu's hands and trying to set up for their own offense on the Showtime side. Kainoob taking it back in towards the bottom. Barcode going to be able to use the strike shot to try to clear things back out, but it's going to be Kainoob trying to guide it back up towards Snake. Really good placement on the sentry turret, but it won't actually end up finding its way out of the core. The flip comes through from Kainoob. A nice cyber swipe finds a KO, sets up for the goal, but cleared out by Joker once again. They will be able to hold on to the point for now, but finally Kainoob sends it into the top corner and will get the score for Demons Raw.
Yeah, Demons, just unrelenting pressure there. Gumi running up, and then once you think he's gone, then Kainoob shows up, uses his abilities, and Snake really just standing on top of Barcode, who, by the way, honestly, that entire point, Barcode was playing fine. I think Barcode won every single strike war against Snake, was using his abilities to stuff the pressure as much as he could, but the Atlas only has so many abilities to stop it, and when you have Kainoob and Gumi basically taking turns with their entire kits, and then Snake in the back to try to finish things off, it's just almost impossible. I really need to see Xianzu and Joker here keep the core forward as long as they can, because Demons is just kind of forcing the pressure forward non-stop.
Yeah, it was a flip back pass coming through from Snake there as they try to get their way onto the second barrier. Not quite able to make that play manifest the way they want. Another pass coming through from Joker, getting into Xianzu's hands, just trying to push it past Gumi and Kainoob. Gumi manages to hold, stays disciplined, doesn't blow the strike on nothing, and will be able to keep things cleared out. They're really holding on to one barrier apiece in this volley. They will be able to keep holding it there. Kainoob clears it again. Gumi and Kainoob cannot be stopped. Finally, Joker going to be able to find the hit stun out of both, going to be able to open up the goal. Now looking to close it out here. Gumi going to have to use the flip to clear it back out over towards Xianzu. Kainoob try to get on the aggression now using that sentry turret, but that's going to be a defensive tool that is down for them as well. Does have access to the flip, can't try to set up for the point, blows it, doesn't manage to catch the core, and now going to be a little bit of an opportunity for Showtime. Big bounce shot from Joker, doesn't make its way in towards that goal. They will have a little bit of extra time to play with. Gumi using the barrage to clear it back over towards Snake, and this is where the Asher can be strong. Trying to wait for the dash to come back up. Barrier beam wasn't quite able to find it. Back into Snake's hands, right into the goal, and that's 3-1 Demons Raw. They take the first set of the grand finals.
Yeah, Demons Raw taking that first set huge, coming in for the draft here and just highlighting that set. I want to, like we talked about Gumi and Kainoob just being the consistent pressure throughout the entire game, but Snake was just always in the right place at the right time, giving Barcode such a hard time. And with that Unstoppable pick as well, making it so that the Now primary, the Atlas primary, anything that's being thrown at him, he just doesn't get CC'd by it. So giving Snake really, really easy time here. Now looking at the draft, lots of speed now coming in for Demons Raw. This is going to be huge. Keeping that pressure on. Glass Cannon on Snake isn't going to matter too much, but really look for that Orb Dancer on Kainoob and look at the stacks on stacks presence from from Gumi the rest of this game. Now, we do have Joker getting quick strikes and Barco getting twin drive. That is definitely something, but will it be enough to stop this speed and this pressure? I'm not too sure.
That's going to be the question here. A really early sentry turret comes out of Kainoob, just trying to get their aggressive start rolling. Not going to be able to find much of anything from it this time, though. Joker with access to that slashing strike, not going to be able to take it any further. Those quick strikes, though, going to be really huge for his ability to control the core going forward, but not even getting a chance to go on offense before both of the barriers have already dropped. A really great start for Demon's Ra here as they get it back into Snake's hands. An attempted clear out with the astral projection from Barcode will be able to buy a little bit of time, and now it's in Gumi's hands. Still such a difficult wall to break past. Xianzhu going to be able to find the bottom corner, sends it back up to the top. Will be able to open up the goal for the side of Showtime as they look to get themselves back onto the board in this set number 2. A shot up to Joker goes in, deflected away from Kainoob, and Joker still not letting go of it yet. There's going to be the slashing strike. They've got it on the wrong side. Oni's blade forces the flip out of Kainoob and will be able to hold on for a little bit longer. It's going back into Demon's Ra's hands. Snake goes for the flip but has to wait it out because of the astral projection and does manage to buy that additional time that they need on Showtime's side.
Yeah, Showtime doing so well on offense here, but Demon's Ra unrelenting on defense as well as offense. That's just back and forth right now, and Joker trying to put it in, but Gumi is just always there on this Kai right now. Snake now slowing it down, dribbling a couple times, trying to just give his backline some cooldowns here. Reset, really, really well played here. Barcode just, I mean, Barcode playing so well right now, holding it down, but this might just be it. The Asher ultimate going to be putting it in. Gumi, great job at running forward there. Just trading the cooldowns, like we said earlier, from Kainoob and Gumi. The core is just staying forward, and Showtime, while they had a slightly better point, getting a lot more offensive attempts, they just couldn't find a better one, a good enough one to put it in, rather.
Yeah, really closely fought battle there on the first point of set number 2, but it still ends up coming up for Demon's Ra, and this is always going to be the challenge. You just have to play so clean and controlled to be able to get past them in every stage of the game here. You've seen how well drilled this Showtime squad can be in their matchup up against the Sad Boys, but the journey does not end there, and Demon's Ra are going to prove to be an even tougher opponent for them in this grand final. Already taking themselves the early lead. Let's see what Xianzhu and Joker can do here with the opened up goal. Nearly able to send it through there. Good defense from Kainoob, but the slashing strike from Joker will find its way home.
Really well played there. The positioning from both Joker and Xianzhu, but especially Xianzhu there. Just winning that first strike war against Gumi on the defensive side, bringing the core up slowly, finding those passes, just denying the clears from Kainoob off that flip as well. Just really well played to the forwards from Showtime there to just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, really great stuff here from them to be able to find that point, and got plenty more to go, but showing that they do still have some life in this game number 1. Duking it out, Kainoob versus Xianzhu here. Really good job to be able to nurture that core all the way around where they need it and get it in towards that barrier, but still going to be fended back away by Gumi. Dribbling off the top here, Joker taking it towards the bottom. Kainoob going to look to reset and get it in towards these barriers, but still really good defense from Barcode here. Will lose a barrier for it, but finally going to be able to send it back into the hands of his offense with the Celestial Expanse. Now another attempt coming on through. Flip out of Xianzhu, going to send it towards Joker. Slashing strike doesn't connect. There's going to be the rush over the wall, trying to put himself into position to take this second barrier. The flip comes on across, gets stuffed back away by Joker. Constant pressure on towards the top barrier, but still fended back away by Kainoob at the end of the day. They will have it on the wrong side of the sentry turret, so Kainoob going to be stuck with it for a little bit longer. Snake trying to take it on the offense on the other side. Will get cleared back out by Xianzhu. The flip comes out of Barcode, stuffed back away by Snake, right into the goal as it opens up, and Snake takes everything in the point for Demon's Ra.
Monster play there from Snake, just reading that flip timing to get that barrier, and then not only getting the barrier, but the bounce back on the middle allows him to get another strike off, which in turn wins another strike war and gets that goal. So what played from Snake just to be patient there with his strikes and getting that second point for Demon's Ra. Showtime was looking great, but now I was looking a little scared. But as I say that, Joker takes everything. Whoa! And the goal in turn. Oh my goodness, Joker Xianzhu just does everything there.
They're just running suicides inside the goal arc from Demon's Ra. They got to keep going up and down the whole point long, and they never quite catch up to the core. They lose everything all at once, and now we're going to point 5 in set number 2.
Yeah, point 5 getting started. This is Showtime's chance. They really need this draft here, and they get both. Whoa! Joker gets both barriers and has the flip too. This is really bad for Demon's Ra here, Gordo.
A big opportunity for Showtime to try to even up game number 1 here, but they're losing their barriers on the opposite side. Xianzhu going to take it in towards the bottom. Cyber Swipe comes through from Kainoob, but will still end up in Joker's hands in one way or the other. Snake trying to send it back over towards the rest of the team, but there's nobody waiting for it on the opposite side. The flip comes on across the expanse, going to be able to block it. Gumi coming up to support his scorer, but does send out towards the bottom. Barcode going to be able to find the flip to get it back over to the right side, and now it's all in Joker's hands. He gets a brief one-on-one with Gumi. Can he take it? The flip from Xianzhu, blocked away by Kainoob repeatedly, and Joker's follow-up won't be able to find it either. Now it's stuck in that bottom corner thanks to the sentry turret. Manages to sneak its way past. Oni's blade comes on across the map, and Showtime find it. Joker sneaks it through, and we're tied up 1-1.
Insane play from Joker there. Not only did he keep up the core with the Oni's blade, but he redirected it after the Oni's blade went off with the strike to get it into that bottom corner. Gumi just was not ready for that. Had no barrage, had no nothing really to get to that core. So great shot from Joker, and now they get rewarded with a little bit of Awakenings, but Demon's Raw do get the 2-3 here. They do get the second and third pick, which means that the Kai gets the Chrono Boost, and now Kainoob gets double orbs, Gordo. We really need to watch out for this. However, on the other side of that, Xianzhu going to be getting a little bit bigger size, going to help a lot. And then Barcode now has the Prime Time and the Twin Drive, so it's going to be really hard to break this Atlas.
It definitely could be here. Barcode getting so many defensive tools to play with the additional primaries and secondaries. It's about as big of a dream as you can hope for. The extra damage now coming through, the extra survivability and cooldowns for Joker, thanks to the addition of those peak performance stacks. Coming on across now, it's going to be one barrier apiece to start things off. In set number 3, Emote's already starting to fly as they look to move themselves into an offensive position. Not going to be able to find its way past Gumi and Kainoob quite yet, but Joker, once again, is able to cycle that over and over again, trying to push it up towards that exposed bottom part of the barrier and see if they can get it past now that they've already taken one down. Xianzhu trying to move it back on over, going to be able to try to shoot it through them. Still won't be able to find its way past. Joker has access to the flip, doesn't want to blow it quite yet. The path splitter going to be really threatening there for Xianzhu, but he's going to be able to lifeline himself back out to safety. Back pass from Joker, flip right into the barrier, opens up the goal, trying to close. Can't quite get it with a slice of dice, now putting him on the other side of the sentry. Kainoob trying to clear it back on over, and Joker just sneaks it through. Kainoob wasn't expecting a follow-up shot, and it will go through for Joker.
Yeah, the midfield arc paying dividends there from Joker last season. I mean, got so good. Joker's always been one of the best core control brawlers in the game. He really always has been. But switching to midfield and getting that experience on just strike wars and those reps in over and over again, especially against players like Kainoob and Vaughn, he can do the same thing at Brawler too. Position does not matter when it comes to a simple skill like strike warring. So Joker really just abusing that fact right there, putting it in, and just putting so much pressure into Demon's Raw, and also surviving at the same time. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Demon's Raw has been trying very hard to kill Joker and Xianzhu on every single turn they can. Just finding these KOs, which they can manage to do on pretty much every other team, but they're not able to do it this game, and as we see now, it's just causing so much pressure because Barcode is holding it down.
Yeah, really clean play from Xianzhu especially to avoid some of these really close KO angles. Yeah, he's got the lifeline. It's a little bit of a cheat code, but hasn't stopped many now from going down to comps like this from Demon's Raw. Flip out of Joker, gonna send it right through and take that second barrier. Nice block from Barcode. Still able to hold on to it. The Expanse doing a ton of work there, and that's Twin Drive making the difference as they hold on to the point, setting up for the shot. Not gonna be able to find it with the rush from Joker, but he gets to repeat this one over and over again until he sends it home. 2-0 for Showtime.
Showtime are on a roll, and I'm just going to highlight Barcode there. Like I said, right at the end of my kind of tangent in the middle of that. Primetime, Twin Drive, Atlas. He won an S tier with this pick before, right? He won the first ever LAN CUCC with this Atlas pick. Probably the grandfather of the character in general. Very, very strong. I mean, everyone thought Atlas was dead. Everyone thought Atlas was not really that good anymore. He's overrated, blah, blah, blah. Barcode is making him look like the most broken goalie in the game.
Really great stuff out of Barcode this game so far, and they are not done yet, but a fantastic set 3 coming through from Showtime so far. So they're looking to see if they can make a perfect set up against the winner's side finalists in Demon's Raw. Snake already so low on Stagger. Gonna get knocked back up towards the top. He's out of this play for now, or is he? As he sends it back up towards the top, Arco gonna be able to fend it back away. Snake still in this staggered state, and Joker's not gonna be able to let him out of it. Not quite going to be able to finish him off, though. They're going to be able to find one barrier on the opposite side. Joker finds his KO. It's a power play to Showtime as they look to close out set number 3. Flip on a Joker right into the goal. Showtime are in the lead.
Joker's feeling himself right now. I mean, I was thinking he was going to pass that. I thought he was looking for the pass since he did already try to get that pass earlier as well, but right as he hits the flip, 0 time to waste. Shoots at top corner. Not only shooting at top corner perfectly in that, probably as perfect as you could have made it in that top corner. Gumi could not reach that in time and now gets rewarded with the heavy impact. Joker's build looking pretty strong. Has a little bit of that speed, has the quick strikes, and now has a little bit more damage and cooldown reduction. So feeling really good here for Joker. Xianzhu going to be getting a little bit more of that stagger as well. But an upside for Demon's Raw is they do get the rapid fire actually onto Gumi. So, I mean, this Kai build is looking really, really strong right now as well. Not only with the Aerial's Chrono Boost, but the stacks on stacks just for permanent speed, and now the rapid fire. You have everything a Kai could ever want. So if there's any way that Demon's Raw are going to take this game back, it's through the hands of Gumi and this Kai.
Yeah, absolutely here. It's a character that we don't get to see out of him all that often. Feels like it's a lot of Aimi and Vice, at least has been this season, but going to need to show some more on the Kai if they want to become more competitive in this game at number 1 and avoid Showtime going up in this, I'm going to say initial series for now, because Showtime are looking like they might have what it takes to force a bracket reset from the bottom here all the way from 5th seed. See if they're going to be able to keep it on going. Kainoob sending it back up towards the top. Snake going to be able to take it in towards the barrier. Will be able to collapse it for the side of Demon's Raw. Flip comes on out. Kainoob trying to send it back forward. Pressuring even more with the sentry. Gumi arrives as well. The barrage, the KO, everything comes up for Demon's Raw. And Snake will score.
A little bit of barcode strat being deployed there by Snake. Just, hey, if you can't score on barcode, you might as well kill him. They struggled so hard to get those barriers, you might as well just take the goalie out of the picture. And as soon as you do, you get that goal finally. So, hey, maybe we find a little bit of a strat here for Demon's Raw to initiate. But that's way easier said than done, as they do have the Atlas, then they do have the Now. So, it's going to be very, very difficult in order to take these Showtime members off the pitch. But finding one barrier is Showtime so far. Trying to get another one equalized here. Xianzhu might have to force the flip, but no, just through sheer striking pressure, gets it around Snake and Kainoob. I mean, really well played from Xianzhu so far.
Yeah, they do manage to finally sneak it past him, but immediately Barcode gets it right back into Xianzhu's hands, and you're going to get right back into that cycle where you just cannot maintain control as Demon's Raw. The second barrier going to end up falling down. The Expanse going to make it pretty impossible to take it back. Joker on the breakaway now, looking to try to take it in for the score, but it will get cleared back away for the time being. Xianzhu down to Joker, perfect pass! And Showtime get there first in set 4.
And one assist, I guess, if you want to call it that. Really well played there from Xianzhu with his dying breaths, passes the core. Joker recognizes where he needed to be, moves to the bottom side of the net, not guarded by anybody, and gets that goal, just tapping it in there. All of that credit will go to Xianzhu for the most part for that goal. And Showtime, I mean, they're just absolutely running Demon's Raw down. Where's the Octavia Shrug? Not going to be going through this time. Demon's Raw, triple goalie needed to save that one, but they're not out of the woods yet. They need to defend this goal, and they finally get the clear, Gordo. And a kill!
Ooh, and the KO onto Xianzhu, the rookie making a rare mistake there as he ends up going down, pushed out through the bottom blast zone, and an opportunity now for Demon's Raw to try to fight their way back and get themselves the lead in this set. They want a set 5 here more than anything. They're going to be able to get the flip coming out of Snake as they try to pressure up towards that top barrier, but Snake losing stagger quickly here. Won't be able to keep this up for very long. It's on Kainoob trying to get it with the glitch pop. Won't be able to find its way out of the core. Gumi trying to clear it out through the Oni's blade, but Joker and Xianzhu are in position. It will be able to sneak past Joker. Not sure what happened there, but Snake gets the chance to be able to clear it back over towards the offensive side. Pushing it through with the barrier beam. It will be cleared back out. Joker takes a little bit of a shot there. Won't be able to get it past Gumi, but will be able to turn things back over into his team's favor. The ricochet ends up finding its way onto that second barrier, and it's open goals for both sides. Barrage from Gumi going to be able to clear things out for the time being as it gets back up to Snake, who finds the KO in the one-on-one. Power play for Demon's Raw. Flip out of Kainoob, going to get disrupted by the path splitter, but they could get it back into Snake's hands. He's not going to be able to take it into the goal yet. The back pass from Gumi misread by Kainoob. He's not going to be able to receive it in time, and the respawn is here. Flip is forced out of Gumi as the core gets out of his control. And Demon's Raw, they got to clean this up if they want to be able to find the score.
Yeah, need to clean this up now, but Showtime now have a chance here. Xianzhu to Joker trying to find it, but doesn't even need him. The team player on the shot getting that right past Gumi and Kainoob out of abilities and out of options. I mean, Demon's Raw really needed to find that goal in the power play, but they couldn't do it.
They just missed a couple of back passes there. They were not in full control over the core. Gumi gets forced to use the core flip on a back pass from his own teammate, I'm pretty sure. And that is just not how you want those resources to end up going. Let's see if they can pull it back here in the next point of the set, because if there's a point scored here, it's going to be Showtime walking away with game number 1. Kainoob trying to take it back in towards the bottom. Snake going to be able to find that first barrier, but now Joker trying to run it back on up here, dribbling it off the bottom, trying to get it back over to Xianzhu, who uses the flip, but is not able to put Joker into a good position off of it. Joker finds it back again anyway, flips it, takes the second barrier, opens up the goal for the side of Showtime as they look to close this one out. They have their shot here. They can manage to put together some offense. The KO is found. It's a power play for Demon's Raw yet again. Let's see if they're going to be able to find something with it this time. Kainoob taking it back up towards the top, but Xianzhu's the one in control, trying to keep it up forward and trying to buy time for Joker to respawn, which he has. It's 3-on-3 once again. The offense is in favor of Snake. Not able to find that barrier yet, but Gumi taking it forward with the Giga Blast. Gets it into Snake's hands, opens up the goal, and Kainoob moving it towards the bottom, gets it to Snake, and takes us to point number 5.
Another 0.5 here, Gordo, and we might be going to a set 5 here if Demon's Raw can keep this up. It feels like they're finding their footing a little bit, but all of it is coming off some of these little one-off mistakes that Showtime is having, right? Some of these random KOs they're finding, and if they're not finding those KOs, usually the point has been going over to Showtime, so I'd say this point is all really going to depend on if Demon's Raw can find a mistake, can find, you know, a positioning error in Showtime, but Joker and Xianzhu are not ready to give that one up yet. Both of them almost having flipped. This is going to be really, really scary for Demon's Raw in just a second. I was saying right here, but Kainoob pitched perfect timing on the flip there to counter Joker's flip, and now we're right back to neutral. But I would say Joker needs to be careful because he is very, very low, Gordo.
Fact that's even possible. The fact that Kainoob is able to find the flip there to clear that back out saves so much time and resources here for Demon's Raw. The fact that they don't lose that second barrier, letting them hold on here in what could be a crucial point, possibly the whole game number 1 on the line here. One barrier left apiece. Joker going into the Oni's blade, trying to keep the pressure onto it, but without Xianzhu to help, it's going to be tough for him. That's not going to mean he's going to give up yet, though. Trying to push up for a little bit more. The flip comes on out of Gumi. Will be able to clear it out towards the bottom. Xianzhu takes a big Giga Blast, loses a ton of stagger, and is going to have to play a little bit safe. He does not want to end up losing this energy burst. Joker gets his rush baited out, but they send it back up, and they will be able to find the barrier. Open goal now available. Joker trying to take a shot off the center barrier. Xianzhu from midfield goes for one as well. He won't be able to find it yet. Snake taking it back over to the left. Here's going to be Joker trying to push in on towards the goal. Xianzhu still going to be able to send it back on through. Giga Blast doesn't connect that time. Snake trying to take it in towards the second barrier. Gets passed back over to midfield. Joker has access to the core flip as necessary. Snake still waiting for the pass to come on through for him. Xianzhu helping out on this defense, though, buying them so much of that additional time that they need. Joker has access to the flip. He goes for it. It's blocked away by Gumi, and Xianzhu won't be able to follow it up off the rebound. Cleared back away by Kainoob yet again as they try to reset their offense and get onto this barrier. But Joker finds the rush, finds the goal, and finds game number 1 to Showtime.
I mean, is Joker the best brawler in history? Like, this guy is going to a next level right now, Gordo. Finding so many of these plays, winning strike wars, just, oh my goodness, cinema in the chat right now for these teams. I mean, Demon's Raw wasn't even playing bad. I would say they're playing incredibly well. This is a normal Demon's Raw we're seeing. I'd say an upgraded one. But Showtime is just putting them in their place. I mean, first Sad Boys, next Demons, they might be going on a chopping block spree right now. I mean, I don't even know what to say, Gordo. This is insane.
9 goals to Joker. I can't believe this guy was playing midfield last season. I'll
yeah,
say that.
Thank God this guy came back. The prodigal son returns, everybody. He returns to his role in Brawler. And real quick, one thing I wanted to mention, and that actually ended up getting the final goal there, was, I never really talked about it before, but I think it was in that second or third draft, Xianzhu got team player. And, you know, usually Night Market team player is not too big of a deal. The lanes kind of shut things down, but Xianzhu and Joker have a very unique playstyle where they pass to each other pretty much constantly, right? It's like the finesse of old, where Puffy and Joker kind of take turns scoring, they pass to each other. But Xianzhu kind of taking it up to the next level now, and with that team player, made it seem really broken for that game. So well played for that pickup, right? Good eye on that pickup there. And I mean, you can see in the stats here, Kainoob having more redirects than Xianzhu even, like by 3. So, I mean, I'd say pretty equal play from both sides, but really it was just the performance from the Joker that I think put them on top.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but I mean, you got to highlight what Xianzhu is being able to do as a rookie
Oh,
in this
100%.
grand final too. Like, so really perfect on the positioning over and over again. I already closed out my scoreboard, so I can't go and check what it was, but I only think he went down once or twice over the course of that game. And the amount of KOs that were available to Demons Ra in this game, I mean, it's almost unheard of how few that they actually had. This is one of the best damage-focused teams in the North American Strikers League. A lot of that going on over to Gumi. The fact that he wasn't able to put up those kinds of numbers in this game as far as damage dealt, huge for what they are able to accomplish on the side of Showtime. So they look to take themselves into game number 2 and take themselves to a bracket reset. That was Demons Ra's map pick, by the way. We're going to Clarion Test Chamber for game number 2. That's Showtime's.
And Showtime, I mean, boys picked Tycho, and they beat boys on Tycho last game, and then they immediately turned onto their map pick and destroyed. So it's kind of hard here. I mean, this is what Showtime does, right? They have a very defensive playstyle, and they have a very core control heavy playstyle. They have maybe like 2 characters that they'll play on each side, right? 2 characters on each, and it's hard to really shut them down. I'm gonna be honest. Like, yeah, they deny the Asher. Yeah, they play the Kai and the Amy into the Now here, but the Now does what Now does, right? I mean, Joker just picks another scorer that he's good at, and who cares if he doesn't get the Asher, right? And then Barcode doing what Barcode does best. It's like, it's really hard to deny Showtime. Do you ban the Atlas, take Barcode off Comfort, then he just plays Mako and he's still comfortable, right? Do you take Xianzhu off the Now? We haven't seen that tried yet in playoffs, so maybe that will be an idea here for Demons Ra to try that instead, but it's so hard. I don't know what the game plan is. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I scrimmed and I helped Showtime prep a little bit, and I'm not even, like, you can't even give away what's going on because they're showing you what they're doing right now, and I don't even know how to counter it. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one here to see what they're going to be able to do. I mean, we talked about it right at the start with the unstoppable start, that might be, a little bit good for Showtime here. We'll see what the starting awakenings end up being and how we want to pivot in draft here from both sides to see how we can come into game number 2 and see if Demons Ra are going to be able to take this one back around. They still have the chance to win the whole damn league right here, right now. They just have to be able to win 2 in a row and come up with a reverse sweep of the series. Something we've seen before. It's something that's been done, but Showtime looking very, very clean here, picking up right where they left off last weekend with them being able to make the lower bracket run to those losers finals. Now looking to see if they can take it the whole way home.
Yeah, I mean, Joker's been looking for this win, right? He's been looking for it since forever, literally. He's been wanting to win Nassau. That's all I've heard from him for the past year and a half is, I want to win Nassau. I know I can do it. And he's proven it right here. He definitely has what it takes, win or not. At this point, I think Showtime have proven that they belong at the top. And as we get into character draft here, Demons Ra going to be banning Atlas and then first picking Now. So actually doing pretty much exactly what I was saying, but times 2. They banned the Atlas away from Barcode. Barcode probably going to lock in that Mako. There you go. Seeing it right there. And they also deny the Now just by picking it. And Kainoob, I don't know if you guys remember, but Kainoob was considered the best Now for a long time, might even still be the best Now, as he was the first one to really get his hands on the pick in competitive play. So I'm excited to see Kainoob on the Now again. I mean, I never thought I'd say those words ever again. I hate playing against this guy's Now. But Kai coming in for Xianzhu now. No surprise there. Kai, definitely one of Xianzhu's probably top 3 characters in general. The Now, the Kai, and then maybe the Estelle, I'd say. Coming in here and now. Whoa, actually. Okay, so I believe that'll be Gumi on the Amy here.
Yep.
On the side of Demons Ra with Kainoob as that Now. And then X coming in here from... Okay, I actually like this from Snake. So X... Not great into Atlas, not great into a couple other picks, but I actually think it's not too bad into the Mako, given the right circumstances. And the fact that I don't think there's really a way that Snake's going to die this game, and the fact that it's Adrenaline Rush start with an Amy and an X, I think there's a way that they could find some kills here and allow Snake to pop off. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, no, I think if you're Demons Ra, you're feeling about as good as you can with this draft coming on in. I think putting Gumi on the Imi, absolutely huge here. I think that's one of his best characters, if not straight up his best character. I think he's really, really impactful on it in a way that almost no other player in the league is. And taking away the Now as well as the Atlas, going to be a good 1-2 punch here to try to throw Showtime off their game. They get themselves a strong draft regardless. Xianzhu going to be back on that Kai midfield, I believe, here. So that should be really strong for him. But I think Demons Ra have got themselves a pretty solid draft as long as they're going to be able to get themselves to a position where Snake is going to be able to be big and impactful on that X, and he definitely was up against Sad Boys earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a really good draft here for Demons. I like it a little bit more than last game. Even though last game I thought they was fine. I thought they had a perfectly good chance to win. It was very much just the small moments that ended up allowing Showtime to get the W there. But I really also like the, how Showtime reacted to the plan of Demons Raw of taking, Demons takes away their comfort, but then Showtime kind of slams it with the same game plan. Now and Kai kind of have that same game plan where you're focusing on the core, you're bringing the core forward, keeping that pressure forward as long as you can. And Joker, notorious on the Rasmus, in my opinion. I think this guy is one of the best Rasmuses, if not the best Rasmus right now in the brawler position. So, I mean, I have to say that legally binding contract because he destroyed Last Call on it during the regular season, kind of just 1v9ing the whole game. So I'm excited to see how Joker navigates this game on the Rasmus. And also excited to see how Demons Raw manages to kind of come back and hopefully take us to a game 3.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be on the lookout for. Although if we don't get a game, we get a game 3 one way or the other, right? Because either Demons Raw win here, or we get the bracket reset and we go to even more games. So this isn't the last game no matter what happens. So that's the good news. As we do get into the official draft here, the in-game draft. Not going to expect to see any crazy changes here. Gumi, of course, going to be on that IME. That is what we expected, but it's going to be confirmed by the character select as we get onto the field for game number 2.
Game number 2 underway, and we're going to actually be seeing an even split here on Awakenings. Joker, Snake, and Kainoob with the Adrenaline Rush, and then Ariel's going to be going on everybody else with Xianzhu, Barcode, and Gumi. No surprise there. I'm excited to see which teams can find those kind of elusive KOs here in these matchups, and who can capitalize on them better. And right now we're about at an even game. I think this map is going to decide on whether who can take this orb and leverage that, I guess, momentum.
Absolutely here as we are onto the field for game number 2. Going to be an early take of that center orb for Xianzhu. He's going to be huge for the early game. We'll find out if that's going to be able to make a big difference. Already onto the level 2. Joker going to be able to hit that as well here. And so far, it's been strong offense once again coming out of the side of Showtime. Joker already going to be very low on that stagger here. It's going to come back up. Snake going to try to knock him away there. Brawling for that center orb here. It will be taken away by Snake, and he's going to look the pressure on to Joker. Not going to be able to find too much more for him. But they do finally find the KO, and it's actually on to Xianzhu of all people. Snake now with a big opportunity here to try to push in for that second barrier. Kainoob feeding it back over to him. Bull rush forward. Still can't find it, though. Barcode able to hold on. And Xianzhu is able to get back out onto the field here before it is too late. Flip comes on out of Barcode. Doesn't find the core that time, and they will be able to take another shot in towards it. Still not able to find their way onto that barrier, though. It has just been unbreakable from Barcode, and Joker able to turn it back around. Finds one off the pendulum swing.
Yeah, Barcode looking like the best goalie in the world right now. They're struggling. Both Sad Boys and now Demons have just been struggling so much to score on Barcode. It takes so much time and effort to actually get even a barrier off of this guy. And, I would say Demons has had core control probably for a majority of this game so far, but they're the ones down a barrier.
Yeah, absolutely here. Into the overtime. They've been able to hold on for quite a long time. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here on the Showtime side. As we spent a lot of time on this right side of the map. So far, not able to take much of anything. Joker going to be able to get that upgrade. Will be able to take it in with a death touch and sends it to the bottom corner. Beautiful stuff there out of Showtime. As they get themselves the first goal of game 2.
With plays like that, I'm not sure if I want to say that Barcode's the better goalie or Joker's just the best forward ever, because this guy feels like he's barely struggling at all to score on, Gumi really in general, and I don't think Gumi's playing bad whatsoever. And at the same time, Barcode, like I said earlier, is making it really difficult to get scored on. Snake there with the flip and the bull rush is really all he's going to need to get that double barrier, and they might find a goal here off the middle, but Barcode denying Snake for now. Still has core control. Demons Raw still have a chance here, and Joker's really low, not even going to need the KO. Snake just wins that interaction, that strike war rather, into the goal. As I'm saying it, Barcode kind of looks human there at that point.
Yeah, that was an excellent run from Snake there, both finding the double barrier, finding the final shot. He had a clever little shot back towards the bumper as well, trying to see if he could find a clever goal off of it. Barcode is able to fend that one away, but the follow-up is just strong enough for them to take it home, and you're seeing a little bit of why this is the map choice for Demons Raw here. They want to see if they can take it home. Going to be a push up towards that barrier and not quite able to find it yet here. Not going to be able to get much more than just that single barrier, and the alternative goal going to be already opened here for Showtime. Trapped up in the ensnare drums. A chance for Joker to be able to find another breakaway here. Stolen away by Kainoob, though. Back into Snake's hands. Charges forward. Can't find it and gets KO'd as well. It's a power play over to Showtime as they look to take it in towards the goal. Joker moving forward. Gumi nearly lets it through. Blinks back in time and has Kainoob for the backup as they continue to hold on to the point. But Joker is able to force it through. Another pendulum swing finds it home.
I mean, I thought they cleared that. I thought it was cleared, it was safe. Just wait for Snake to spawn. I looked away for half a second, and Joker just puts it in somehow. So well played to Showtime for taking advantage of that power play. I mean, Gumi and Kainoob are one of the hardest defensive duos in the game to score on, and Joker is making it look like a cakewalk so far this series.
Really good stuff here. One barrier apiece, but such great stuff out of Joker so far on this Rasmus. Called it out last game. This guy is playing at a whole nother level in this series. Gonna have to keep it up for quite a while, though. This is gonna be a marathon and not a sprint if Showtime are going to be the ones walking away with it. Joker taking it back over, looking to take the first set for his team now. The barrier will hold on. Snake taking it over towards the other side, bouncing off of the bumpers. Still not able to find their way on towards the barrier. Xianzhu stuck on the top. Snake looking for the KO onto him. Going to be able to go elusive and going to be fast enough to get himself out of danger. Will be able to pick up this orb to be able to regen back up. And no KO will be found here for Demon's Ra as they look to get themselves onto the goal. There's going to be an opened up goal available for Showtime here as they look to take it back over towards the opposite. Lots of bounces, getting that core going real fast, but still not able to send it all the way home. Xianzhu waiting with the Giga Blast cooldown coming up here before too long. Snake going to dash forward, takes another shot, but Barcode fends that one away all the same. Snake finally able to take it, goes into the Maximus, goes into the flip. Can't quite find the KO off of it, but still going to be waiting right here for the rebound. Barcode sends it back away, gets it into Joker's hands. Joker taking it towards the bottom, loses control as it touches the bumper, and a shot back over, but Gumi going to be able to clear it away yet again.
Yeah, Demon's Ra playing pretty textbook Omega Strikers at this point. Pass into the pass, but it's not going to matter. Xianzhu knows exactly where that ball's going and meets the Giga Blast there to find it into the net. I mean, really well played from Xianzhu there, but it was only a matter of time. Demon's Ra was finding that pass every single time, and Xianzhu just does not want it to happen again. And then 3-1, taking this first set, getting that first draft now. I don't really know what this guy's going to take here. I mean, I think Rapid Fire is probably, yep, goes with the Rapid Fire. Orb Dancer is also another option. I believe Kainoob might be taking advantage of that one in just a second. I would be surprised if no one does, as... Oh, wow. Okay, so they're actually going to go full KO here. 1-2 punch onto the now. Rampage going to be going to Snake. No surprise there. And Deadeye onto Gumi. They're really leveraging this kill and this KO potential. And on the other side of Showtime, they're going for KO. They're going for size. They're doing what Showtime does best. Keep the core forward, and we'll see what happens. Demon Ra doing what Demon's Ra does best. I'm going to kill you, and I don't care. Finally, we're going to see a little bit of a battle of concepts here. And we'll see who takes this win.
Absolutely here. A little bit of extra survivability going to be on towards pretty much nobody here. As it just wasn't available this time around, and a chance for Showtime to try to take a different approach than what we've seen so much traditionally. So far going to be able to lose their first member early on, and Demon's Ra with their additional damage going to see if this is what it takes for them to be able to take a little bit of control back into this series. They're only one set down in game number 2. This first series is still very much alive for them, and Snake going to be able to get a nice pass there to be able to find the second barrier, trying to take it all the way home for the goal. Gets a 3-man hit stun, gets another follow-up from Gumi with the flip. Still not able to find it, though. Bull Rush not going to be able to connect to the Barcode. He's keeping himself in such a safe position. He manages to hold on to his life the whole damn time. And now Joker and Xianzhu can go on the offense onto the other side. Kainoob trying to sneak it past him. Going to be able to get it past him. Not going to be able to find it here quite yet. Snake pushes him out of the way and clears a path to Kainoob to the goal.
I mean, that was just beautiful from both sides there. I don't even know how Showtime held that long. Barcode's surviving way longer than he should have. And Snake doing his best to keep him out of the way and manages to push him out of the way for that goal at the end. So well played from Demons to just keep that pressure on regardless. But if that's how the points are ending, I don't think you're going to be mad as a Showtime fan going into that. And Demon's Ra now. Snake going to be the one going down. No Adrenaline Rush proc from anyone here. quite yet. Xianzu gonna have the kill credit on that, but they need to be careful. Snake spawns in 3 seconds, and Showtime are looking mighty low here, Gordo.
Now Barco just using that strike shot, trying to keep it on the offense. Kainoob gets it into the bottom corner, though, waits out the barrage, takes the shot, but just finds himself staggered, finds himself KO'd. Joker gets him with the death touch and will create a power play back over to Showtime here. Xianzu trying to take it away from that sentry. Gumi has bought so much time, though, with that special. Going to be able to clear it out for quite a while. Now Xianzu maybe caught in a bit of a rough position here. He's already staggered. Snake is taking him back up towards the top, looking for the KO, but the ensnare drums will buy the time. Finally, one more shot will do it. I think that was actually Gumi who took him off the field up on the top side and will be able to buy the time that they need to try to be able to find this score. Look at that flip, though. Going to be able to find the barrier on the other side. There's going to be equalized by Demons Ra. The respawn comes through, and it's not too late. Snake is not able to find his opportunity to be able to take the shot, and he gets KO'd for it. Now it's a power play to Showtime up against a power play from the side of Showtime. They can't quite get themselves onto it yet here. It's going to be Gumi clearing it back up towards the top. Snake taking it back over towards midfield. Joker not going to be able to find it. Gets passed on down towards him. Xianzu taking it back over, and the shot from Joker will push it in. It's 1-1.
Yeah, Gumi and Snake trying to do what Gumi and Kainoob do, but it's not the same duo, as Snake just was not quite sure where to put that core. Xianzu and Joker taking full advantage of the forward in the net and finding a little bit of that opening on that top side. So well played from Showtime to kind of abuse the mispositioning there from Demons. Or not even mispositioning, just kind of where it ended up since Snake just respawned. And now it's 1-1. I mean, Demons are all definitely looking a lot better this set, though. They're getting a lot more pressure in here, but the problem here for Demons is that Showtime is managing to get KOs on the other side as well. They're matching damage with damage, and it's working out so far.
Yeah, flip coming on out here from Gumi. Xianzu going to be low on stagger. Kainoob going to be able to clear it on towards the bottom. Joker going to be able to bounce it off. Trying to get into a position here for Showtime. Gumi gets it down to Kainoob. Snake waiting in the wings over on the other side. Good damage found onto Joker. Pass back up from Kainoob. They're going to be able to find that barrier. Open goal now for Demons Ra. Joker low on stagger, stuck inside the other team's goal arc. Cut off from the core. Going to be able to find the barrier off of it, though. He does end up going down. Now Snake going to be able to ricochet it back off the back. Going to be able to push it in towards Kainoob. And it goes Gumi. Goal cross map. Barcode takes the shot. Gumi can't find it.
Yeah, really difficult angle there that on the shot that Barco just did, and Gumi just, you know, a little bit uncharacteristic miss there, but that was a hard one to read. Definitely looked a lot harder. It definitely was a lot harder than it looked here for those watching at home. So uncharacteristic from Gumi, but yeah, maybe it just did look hard. Who knows? But on to the next point. That's really all you can say. Barco going to be happy ending with that one, and Barco definitely happy right now as he has 2 barriers to none here on to Demons Ra. Showtime have a chance to put it in, but Demons Ra keeping it interesting, still keeping the core on the other side. Gumi and Kainoob now in the net, going to be struggling to get it out. Can't quite find it. Snake needs to get involved somehow. Joker with the evade, going to keep Snake out of play, and it just feels like Showtime just has Demons' number this entire set.
It's been beautiful from Showtime here over and over again, able to take control of the core and maintain it the whole way through. Xianzu guiding it on up, going to look for another one, takes the flip, takes the shot! And that's another set to Showtime. They get themselves onto series point. One more set, and a bracket reset is in store for Showtime.
You know I said that I wanted Showtime to win. A little bit of biased casting here, but I'm almost scared for Demons. I mean, Demons just not seeming like themselves, and I don't even know if that's true or not, because Showtime are just putting... you know what they're going to do, but they're doing it anyway, just with pure skill, pressure, striking, whatever you want to call it. And then now they get the Monu on the now, they get the extra special on the Amy, so Demons Ra have something. They have something in order to win this game now. I think they have a little bit of that, rather win con, rather. But Xianzu, in turn, gets a Catalyst. Joker does get bulk up, so it's not like Showtime got nothing that set, right? But definitely I would say Demons Ra got the better end of that draft. But is it enough to put them back in the game? I'm not sure.
Well, we're going to have to see here. Joker, though, already off to the races, finding himself his first barrier very early on and using these pendulum swings just to keep the other team staggered away. Going to be Snake on top of him now, but Joker's still going to be able to dip and dodge all around. Xianzu taking it right up towards the goal. Finds the second barrier, not going to be able to take it all the way for the score yet. But really good stuff, really good start for Showtime here in set number 3. Drilled up towards the top here. Gumi goes in with the cyber swipe and nearly finds his way onto Joker. And there's staggers on 2 members of Showtime here. This should be the chance that Demons Raw have to take somebody off the board and get themselves the score. But this is where they've struggled, is actually being able to close out the KOs. And you can see Joker's still up. Xianzu's not even staggered anymore. They're getting back into the aggressive side of things, putting it back into Snake's hands. He goes for the flip, taking it back up towards that barrier, but cannot get the rebound. Won't even be able to find the open goal available. Snake gonna be able to find that KO though, now re-staggering Xianzu and getting a power play back into the hands of Demons Raw. Barcode sending it back away with the perfect pitch, still holding on to the defense. Drum and Bass going to try to clear it out yet again, will be able to do so, and Joker is back onto the field. Demons Raw finally going to be able to find that barrier. It's Snake dashing forward to take it, another KO onto Xianzu. Bellringer going to send the core back away, now Barcode's getting pressured by Snake in the one-on-one, and Snake will take it up to the corner. Demons Raw are on the board again.
Yeah, Demons that was a Demons Raw point right there, Gordo. That was exactly what we're used to seeing, where it's just non-stop pressure forward. Gumi looks like he's almost untouched in his net. Yeah, he lost his barriers, but so what? You don't need those anyway. Snake and Kainoob just putting non-stop pressure forward, and they get some KOs. They get some, that was just a Demons Raw point. There's really nothing better I can say here, and they're just continuing the onslaught now. Xianzu looking incredibly low, and without this Atlas, it's so much harder for Showtime to survive, and they're doing a great job at it, but how long can they hold it up? That's just, that's basically where we're at. If Showtime can hold on long enough to find a goal, then they'll get the point, but Demons Raw are doing a lot better of a job to get the KOs, and this time they don't even need it. Snake is in the perfect time, perfect point, perfect position, has the X Maximus, and just punches it straight through Barcode.
Nicely done here. 2-0 lead for Demons Raw in set number 3. They do not want to let this bracket reset come through without a fight. They're trying to hold on to their upper bracket lives here and see if they can just take things nice and early on for this North American Strikers League Grand Final. Xianzu and Joker, though, immediately getting right back into the rhythm of things. The flip going to come through from Xianzu, finds its way on towards that second barrier and opens things up here for the Kai. A shot now coming in towards the opposite side as Demons Raw have secured the center orb, and they are going to be able to take both barriers in an instant. They find the KO as well, and Demons Raw are grooving with it. That last draft might have been all they needed, as that's going to be a 3-0 set to Demons Raw, Borg.
I never thought I'd say this, but 1-2 punch now looks really strong. The amount of damage that Kainoob is doing, especially after he got the Monu, where that secondary is getting a hit proc off of pretty much everybody that he's around. So he's getting those hits off, and then with those primaries, he's probably doing about a third, if not half, the HP of some of the members of Showtime, right? And then now gets the Unstoppable, denies a little bit of that, I guess, normal Showtime strategy of get the survivability awakenings and then just play core control. But now they don't really have that option, as Joker's left with Twin Drive. Siege Machine going onto Gumi now helps him with his turret a little bit, and then Snake now actually getting that stacks on stacks. And with stacks on stacks Rampage, I have a feeling Snake might be the point of focus here for the members of Showtime, but that's not really what Showtime's good at. Showtime is not the team that can just focus and kill someone really all that much, so I'm a little bit worried now. I feel like Demons got everything they needed.
Absolutely here. Kainoob gets the pass off the bottom, taking it back up towards Snake, and a chance at getting another one in the pockets here, but Joker going to be able to steal it back away. Xianzu back inside of those steam vents, trying to hide out and get some of the opportunities without Demons Raw's knowledge. Gets it back up to Joker here, guiding it in towards the barriers, finds the first Giga Blast for the second. Pass back on up, back and forth between Joker and Xianzu. This is where they feel most comfortable. And look at that mix-up from Joker, going in with the Death Touch, tries to get it past, but Kainoob reads it the whole way through, nearly taking that shot onto the barrier, but gonna get it flipped back away in time. Snake guiding it up into the barrier himself, goes for the flip, goes for the Bull Rush, takes it home, and finds the KO and the goal all in one. All three Demons combine there for another score.
Gumi's kind of been like the silent carry this last set, right? Gumi gets that Deadeye, gets that Happy Star, has everything the Amy needs in order to carry. And, I mean, honestly, has kind of been adapting to Joker really well this game. I think last game kind of realized some mistakes, realized what was going on, and then managed to, I guess, I wouldn't say download, because I think Joker's still getting a lot out of all of these offensive opportunities, but Gumi's definitely doing a lot better defensively against Joker, and managing to also find damage at the same time. Now, as I say that, Joker getting both the barriers, but Demon's Raw never needed those anyway. Xianzu's looking really low. Snake gonna try to take out the Kai, but does not have quite the cooldowns for it. And now I'm a little bit worried for Demon's Raw. The Giga Blast gonna be the one to put it in. Gumi just not quite there with the secondary in time, and Xianzu stabilized the game for Showtime.
Really nicely done by Xianzu, going to be able to break the loss streak that Demon's Rod put them in. You got to be able to tie it up at 1-1 in set number 4. Snake's Bellringer going to be able to send it backwards there. Actually not going to be able to defend the barrier is Gumi, trying to get things back into the way that they were. Will be able to throw down the turret, will be able to get themselves a barrier for it. Kainoob dribbling it off the bottom, going to try to use these bumpers to get it back into the hands of Snake. It's Xianzu guiding it over towards the opposite side. Xianzu going to be low on that stagger, take it to about half. But the pendulum swing from Joker's in the perfect position. Cross map flip, though, from Gumi. Puts it in to open up the goal for the team. And Snake dribbles it off the bumper and will be able to take it in. It's 2-1 for Demon's Raw.
We call that the lock runner strike shot right there, Gordo. From Gumi, the flip. Barcode did not expect that. I don't think anyone from Showtime expected it just to split the middle and get the barrier there, and then well done from Snake to just keep Joker, or rather keep Barcode out of the play with the CC in order for Kainoob to tap that one in. So Demon's Raw feeling real good right now as Snake is stacked up and rampaged up, and he's feeling unstoppable coming in, getting that first barrier, but Showtime almost gets the second one, looking incredibly good, but at the same time, they're not looking healthy at all as Xianzu goes down, and now Barcode and Joker are left alone.
Yeah, they got to keep this up. No time to get overconfident here for Demon's Rod. Is still 2 goals away from a bracket reset to Showtime, but they're keeping the pressure onto the goal. Going to be able to dodge out on the ensnare drums. That's a wasted special. That's Snake in their face, scoring once again. 3-1. We're going to set number 5 in game 2.
The X has scaled, and I don't know if Showtime has the tools to take this one anymore. It feels like, I mean, Demons has kind of gotten everything they wanted. They have the first pick, they get the quick strikes on the X, and that does open up Joker to get the big fish, which can be a win con here, but at the same time, I don't know if you're going to get past all of the damage and all the pressure that Demon's Raw are going to get from this draft. Peak performance going to be denied from Xianzu. Now, going to be looking a little bit speedier, and I'm curious to see what Gumi goes here. Actually going to go the team player, deny Barcode just any sort of way back in this game, right? I think the team player plus the big fish might have been a way for Barcode and Joker to link up and get this game into Showtime's favor, but Demon's Raw don't want any of that.
Beautiful stuff here coming through from Demon's Raw as they fight their way back into this game and into this series, trying to dribble it off the bottom here, adding on to the pressure for Showtime. They see the chance to be able to take this to game number 3, and they want to seize it. But Xianzu and Joker keeping the pressure on towards the goal, going to be able to open things up for themselves. But now the offense is coming together for Demon's Raw. Snake trying to take it in towards the opposite side. Joker with the pendulum swing takes it into the goal.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. The big fish, like I said, that big fish plus Might of the Colossus plus bulk up as well. That's a lot of power on a Joker, a lot of knockback, a lot of damage you can actually have. But not even going to need the damage there, as just the pure size and, I mean, length of that pendulum swing going to be knocking Gumi back and denying Gumi getting any sort of chance of getting a hand on that ball. And now Xianzu denying any chance of Demon's Raw having a barrier this game, as they're just getting both right off the bat.
Yeah, really great stuff. There's the Death Touch back, going to try to interrupt it with the glitch pop, trying to hold on here. Xianzu low on stagger. Joker having his attack disrupted by Snake right up onto him. And Snake going to try to take it, but Xianzu finds the KO with the Giga Blast and manages to take Snake off of the board. Joker going to already be staggered, getting it knocked back away by Kainoob. Kainoob just going to try to buy the time and keep it pressured over to the other side, but Xianzu sneaks it past him, takes it all the way to the goal, and we are on series point for Showtime.
Bracket reset point from Showtime, and that was actually interesting there. Gumi had so much trust that Kainoob wasn't going to lose that strike war that he just went to go try to kill Joker. He just left. He said, I'm going to try to kill Joker, and my midfielder doesn't lose those, but Xianzu, I think, has evolved this series, has evolved to the next level by taking down Vaughn, taking out Sad Boys, and now Kainoob is next up on his list to become one of the best midfielders, one of the best, but it doesn't matter if Gumi comes in and just followed up by Snake. Not really much anyone could have done there. The bouncy barn going fully to Demon's Raw there.
Yeah, and I love the point you were making there, Borg. I mean, you cannot blame Gumi for having that faith in his 2-time MVP mid laner to be able to take the one-on-ones. That's been the case for the entire history of Omega Strikers, and Xianzu's changing it in this series, but it might not be over yet, as Demons Ra still hanging on, still trying to fight their way for game number 3 in the upper bracket. Joker is still on the offense on the opposite side, sending it in, still not able to find his way onto the barrier, has the help out of the perfect pitch coming in from Barcode. As he moves it back over to Snake. Snake gonna be able to go in for the flip. Gumi is coming in. Gumi is on the aggressive stance. Still can't find it all the way home. Kainoob has access to the flip. Snake is taking it all the way. Snake is dribbling it off the bottom and will take us to set 5.5.
Snake has a mission, and it's not to kill Xianzu. He runs right past. Xianzu means absolutely nothing to Snake, as the goal is on his mind. He wants the game. He wants to tie this up 1-1 and go to gates. He wants Showtime to not even get close to a bracket reset here, and Kainoob was going to be the one helping him. Adrenaline Rush proc on the flip kill, and now Xianzu's up next,
Double
and Demons
KO.
Ra doing what Demons Ra does next, does best. Barcode has to hold it down, Gordo.
Then he cannot do it. Gumi with the flip sends it into the goal and sends us to game number 3. Demons Ra will not give up without a fight. They will take us to a game 3 in the upper bracket.
Demons Ra, I mean, that was always in them, right? They always had the potential to do that this entire game. We had a couple points kind of go like that, but for the final set 5.5 to start on Kainoob flipping Joker off of the side, I mean, really well done from Demons Ra to bring themselves back into this game, and they do not want the bracket to be reset. I thought they were looking down. I thought, I thought Showtime might have had that one. Everything was looking up for him, and then one draft kind of just allowed Demons Ra to find their footing. And as we see here in the stats, Demons Ra just absolutely doing so much. I mean, Kainoob with the most redirection in the game, half the saves of Gumi as well. Feels like he really just found his footing back as that 2-time MVP once. You know, didn't get the third this time around, but looking like it for sure this game.
And looking like it might be a little bit of a cursed award anyway, so...
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean cursed everything. That's the whole thing of Omega Strikers comp scene, is whatever we say happens just doesn't end up going to happen anyway, right?
Yeah, that's life, you know? It's a good lesson for everybody out there, but I mean, look at the damage numbers here for the side of Demons Ra coming out of game number 2, and you can see what it looks like when they get to play their game. The strategy coming on through to ban away that Atlas, to take away some of the anti-aggression tools that they had available, getting that now onto their composition, I think it worked out excellently, and I'm very curious to see if they can repeat that on Gates of Obscura coming into game number 3.
Yeah, Gates is a weird map. It's not hard to KO people on this map, but it's definitely weird, as, you know, defense goalies are a lot stronger on it, so I think that Showtime has that going for them, but... you know, depending on the starting awakenings, kind of just depends on the comps we're going to be seeing. I think Demons, like you said, managed to find a way to shut down Showtime there by banning that Atlas, taking away the Now, but also leverage that into their own game plan by, you know, keeping the aggression on, keeping the potential to kill, which I think that's really what it was, right? It wasn't necessarily that they were doing a ton of damage. They were able to find KOs nonstop. They really didn't find that many KOs for a Demons Raw game. Like, it was 5 KOs to Showtime and I believe 12 KOs to Demons Raw. Like, 12 is a lot, but that's not crazy numbers. We've seen that before, right? It was not anything crazy, but just the amount of consistent pressure that Demons Raw was able to put on Showtime the entire game, right? Not even just the random KOs, but once you find that random KO, once you find all of a sudden, you know, that one, like that last point with Kainoob finding the flip onto Joker, getting that KO, getting the Adrenaline Rush proc, and I believe Snake also got an Adrenaline Rush proc off that too because of a primary at some point around the same time. You know, just blew the whole point open. It blew everything out of the water. And Showtime, I think, depending on this this awakening start, which we're going to be seeing very shortly here, it will really make or break the series.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see what we're going to end up with in the draft for game number 3, as this is going to be absolutely nuts to see how they're going to try to adapt to this. I think the moves from the side of Demons Raw in game number 2 really help put them into a position to succeed. But the question is, are they going to get all those tools again from the side of Showtime, as they've really had quite a different look at what we've gotten to see so far, I would at least say. And we know they still have a couple of pocket picks left in the tank. I wonder if they bring them on out here, as this is their tournament lives coming in for this next game. This is their last shot to be able to keep themselves in, get themselves a bracket reset, and try to become NASL champions.
I think it really just depends on, like I said, the Awakening start. We'll see that momentarily, and I'll talk about that a little bit more depending on what we get. But also how Demon's Raw decides to shut them down, right? Like last game rather, Demon's Raw ban that Atlas, take away Barcode's really his main pick. I mean, he's really good on the Mako, but Atlas is definitely his main pick. And so I think if they can still get what they want in terms of their comfort, they're going to go it. Showtime, it's taken them this far. Why would they turn their back on it now? And oh my goodness, we are going to see a Deadeye stacks on stacks. I mean, stacks really good for Showtime. Showtime loved that Awakening, but Deadeye, I mean, a little bit scary here. Demon's Raw with Deadeye, that's not something you want to see as the other team. And Demon's Raw instantly going to be banning away the Now, not wanting anything to do with that. Asher going to be hit on the Showtime here, probably going to Joker, but I do believe Barcode can play the Asher goalie here as well, depending on if they can get the Atlas or not. We might just be seeing an Atlas goalie with a, kind of just a safe midfielder plus a Asher and going full stacks, and they're just going to try to survive. But that just all depends on what Demon's Raw picks here. Snake looked really, really good on the X last game. Going to be bringing it back for this one. No shocker there. But which of these damage characters, these Deadeye users, are going to be going towards Demon's Raw here? Amy might be one just to make sure that Shianzu doesn't play it. Yep, Amy going to be going over probably to Kainu, but Gumi, as we saw last game, can definitely pick up the character as well. Vice is still on the table as well. Estelle is still on the table. A couple picks that will be key in this matchup still on the table. I am almost expecting possibly an Estelle. I don't think a Kai is going to be coming through here, but I mean, Shianzu's did it last game, and he managed to survive most of the time last game. So maybe we'll see a Kai coming in here. I mean, what are your thoughts on this quarter? We're going to be seeing the Atlas, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be Atlas 100%. I do think the run back of the X-IME makes a lot of sense here. It's such a powerful scaling pick for Snake, as we got to see in that last game. If they can find a way to win one of these first 3 sets, it feels like almost an inevitability that Demon's Raw are going to be able to do it. Though always room for a little bit of a surprise coming through from the Showtime side. They're going to take the Kai here to round out the composition. It's a classic Showtime comp here as they look to try to keep themselves alive in the NASL Grand Finals. A final pick now available. Feels like it's going to be for Kainoob, although it's the Mako in the goal. They're giving Kainoob the IME.
Okay, this is interesting for Demon's Raw here. So it may seem a little weird at first if you look at it. You might think, oh, why doesn't he pick Vice here? Why doesn't Kainu play Estelle or whatever, But Mako with Deadeye will surprise you guys. It does a lot of damage, and I expect that's what we'll be seeing here. I definitely don't see him picking stacks on stacks, and defense goalies definitely are, I'd say, better than the range goalies on this map overall. They're a lot more consistent. They're able to shut down the portal play a lot better as well. So, yeah, really interesting pick from Demon's Raw here. I actually think this is going to be really cool. Apparently, we're seeing in the chat, apparently this is something they've been scrimming, so I'm excited to see how. I assume it's going to be Gumi. I mean, if we see a X-Mako forward duo here, I don't know what to think. I mean, humanity fallen if we see that. I don't think that's going to be what we're seeing here, so I'm just going to assume that's going to be in the net. But one thing that's key here, Gordo, is that last game, Showtime was having a hard time to survive, right? They didn't have the Nav, they didn't have the Atlas. They have the Atlas this time, right? Barcode has that Atlas, and Joker has the Asher as well. Asher definitely way easier to survive and take less damage due to the secondary passive compared to Rasmus, who just feels like almost a punching bag in that last game. So, Showtime had the tools and they had the opportunity to survive this damage, to take it to a bracket reset this game, but Demon's Raw, I mean, they also have the chance to show us what this Mako means, show us that they are not to be messed with. They are the best team in the world. We'll have to see coming in here. Showtime, Demon's Raw going into a Game 3. Bracket reset here on the line. And we're getting it started.
This is what it's all about, Borg. This is Game 3 of the Grand Finals. Showtime looking to earn themselves another series. Demon's Raw looking to claim the title that they've been looking for so long. Right here, right now, this draft, this map. We are onto the field. Game number 3.
Okay, I was right. It was. I was right. It was.
All right, all right. Everybody calm down.
Everyone relax the chat here. There's no bag soldiers going on right now. We will see Gumi on the Mako, and as much as Gumi doesn't like the pick, I think he's still very good at it. So, no surprises coming in here. We're going to be seeing what we saw, and Joker already looking incredibly low starting off this game, Gordo.
Yeah, absolutely. Great damage coming on across here earlier on, and Gumi is not letting it go. Talked about how much Gumi loves to be dealing damage from the goalie position at the beginning of this series, and this is going to be the kind of pick where he's going to be able to do it. Trapping him in the ensnare drums here, constantly using these perfect pitches and firing him out in towards Joker. That's been part of where that damage has been coming from. They will be able to take a barrier, though, on this first aggressive push from Joker and Xianzhu. Kainoob taking it back over into his side. Snake just trying to get that level 2 so he can have the Maximus available, and kind of getting run around a little bit so far. Just one more shot should be able to get him out of that level 2. He does find it, and he's immediately going to pop the Maximus and try to keep an aggressive stance going on towards the left side. Pushed in forward from Kainoob. Strike shot from Gumi, going to be able to put it back into his hands, but Joker pushing for more, trying to find that barrier, not quite able to do it yet. Back through the portal, though, goes Kainoob as he tries to get it into Snake's hands, and that's going to be the big difference maker. These two immobile goalies trying to get their way on towards the core, and midfielders and goalies just trying to get it into their hands. That's going to be a lot of the story of this game here.
Yeah, big story. Which goalie, I guess, gets bored first? Which goalie cracks first? As we see Barcode now, I mean, looking a little bit scary. Has no energy, has no abilities, but Snake unable to get that last barrier. And Gumi not in the right spot in order to save the barrier here. And Xianzhu, with a little bit of a stutter step, gets that goal, manages to find the timing and put it in that top side. Showtime with the first point, looking, just very slightly stronger right now than Demon's Raw, but I don't think this point really means that much overall.
Yeah. Gumi got bored, though. That was what we talked about. Stepped just a little bit out of position, and that can be the difference maker up against who are clearly the two best teams at Omega Strikers in the world right now, based on what we've gotten to see here today. And that is the little tiny differences that can make the difference here in our grand final. Gumi putting it back on down towards the bottom. Another push for the path splitter from Joker. Won't be able to find the connection, but will be able to win out the strike war and just take it onto the barrier here. And it's Xianzhu and Joker back to their old business here. Strike shots both miss out onto the core, back through the portal. Kainoob going to be in position to be able to take it, trying to guide it on past Snake as Xianzhu staggered, but won't be able to finish him off. And Snake takes a boatload of damage from Joker on the return.
Yeah, Snake taking a lot of damage on the return, but Xianzhu already has taken a lot of damage and also has no energy, so looking incredibly vulnerable. But Joker, who wasn't vulnerable, just gets KO'd randomly by Kainoob, and then Gumi and Kainoob duo onto another KO, but Gumi got bored, loses the barrier, isn't going to matter. It's Joe Barcode with that flip, almost does something, but it's not going to matter. Great effort there from the goalie of Showtime, but Demon's Raw put it in on the power play.
And that's a classic Demon's Raw point right there. You get the double KO, you're able to take it all the way home. Gumi forgets about his own goal, loses a barrier for it, but it's perfectly fine as he does come up with the score at the end of the day. The scoringest goalie in North American Strikers League takes himself another one, and they will keep on going. Snake has access to the flip, but very low on the stagger. Kainoob going to be able to set up with that sentry, and will be able to find the first of the barrier. Gets back over into Xianzhu's hands. Xianzhu takes one barrier, looking for a second with the barrage. And he's not done yet, but it will be able to get cleared back on out by Gumi. Kainoob coming up with a cyber swipe. Joker brawling for it. Going to be able to use the barrier beam to clear it back out. Finds the barrier and will be able to get themselves that open goal that they were looking for. Snake taking it back up towards the top, though. Back in through the portal. KO found by Joker. And a power play now here for Showtime as they look to take it into the goal.
Yeah, I mean, Demon's Raw here, tough stuff, but they're managing to hold, and Snake does respawn. It's still not the end of this pressure, but I think the hardest part is gone. But no, Gumi just feeds it down right into Xianzhu. I mean, Xianzhu waiting at the perfect point there. Joker, the aura, as has been whispers around recently. Joker's lost his aura. I don't think so after that point. I mean, Gumi did not want anywhere near Joker, the core, rather. So Xianzhu managing to get the gold credit on that one. And I didn't talk about this before, by the way, Gordo. I forgot to mention it, but stacks on everybody this game. And last point, or rather 2 points ago in that second one rather, Demon's Raw take stacks off of Xianzhu and off of Joker, but it didn't even matter, right? Xianzhu and Joker still aren't full stacked, but are still managing to get that last point and also managing to honestly get a majority of the pressure throughout that last point too. So well played to Showtime rather for keeping the pressure on regardless of the stacks on stacks count.
Yeah, good call out there, Borg. I mean, everybody just needing to match the movement speed of everybody else in this game kind of nullifies it as long as you don't end up losing your stacks like Snake just did. So going to be looking real slow compared to everybody else, at least for the foreseeable future. Counter KO, though, found. Kainoob going to be able to take Xianzhu off the map, and we'll be able to buy some extra time. There's going to be a brief power play here as Snake is back on up, and Snare Drums trying to do its job, trying to keep the aggression going on towards the barriers. Will be cleared back on away. Gumi going to be able to dribble it using the strike shot, gets it back on over. Xianzhu going on the aggression, but the flip going to be able to send it back over, going to be able to find the open goal. Snake takes his shot, a follow-up from Kainoob, and we're going to 0.5 in the first set.
I mean, can we just talk about this Kainoob guy for a second? Like,
can.
I feel like you can't talk about him enough, but the difficult positions, like the extremely difficult positions that Gumi and Kainoob have been put in by Showtime in these corners, but Kainoob, I mean, Gumi gets that first strike, but Kainoob manages to find these KOs, like right there onto Joker, find these random KOs, but also dig out the core out of every single bad opportunity that we pretty much find. And then now setting up Snake for, I mean, this guy just might be the best midfielder in the world at the moment. I mean, it's very close at this point, but he's showing that he wants the title yet again. Xianzhu looking incredibly low, but Barcode going to be going down to Snake, and now he just has to tap it in, but no, a great save from Xianzhu on the Giga Blast.
And here's the chance. He's still got 5 seconds to go, and Kainoob will take it home. A cyber swipe in to take set number 1 for Demon's Ra.
You know, every time I feel like we found a little bit of, you know, just a relaxing point after some craziness happened, I pass it over to you, and then Kainoob or someone just scores immediately. It's been, I've probably like the 8th time that's happened this game, so that's pretty funny. But going into this draft now, Chrono Boost going to be actually getting denied from the Kai. Interesting pick there from Kainoob. Getting the range definitely helps, but Kai going to be getting the aerials anyway, so not sure how much that is actually going to do for them. Perfect form getting it taken away here, or rather, Gumi just wants the perfect form, and Adrenaline Rush going to be taken away, rather, on to Barcode. Snake, man, it sucks, but he just has to settle with Rapid Fire. Very weak Awakening there, and Joker gets that heavy impact. Everyone kind of got something pretty strong, but very weird how that all unfolded. At the end of the day, I don't think it's going to matter too much. I still think the better team is still going to win. No huge Awakening deficits as of now.
Absolutely here. It's now Gumi and Kainoob brawling for it yet again. Joker already low on the stagger. Gumi takes him out and gets the power play for Demon's Ra yet again. And this is looking like the Demon's Ra from the regular season, Borg. They're finding the KOs. They're setting up their offense. Snake is scaling up on this X, and they are taking it in towards the goal repeatedly. Open goal available. Kainoob with the flip doesn't need to use it as Snake is in position to take it into the goal.
I mean, Snake is so fast, and Kainoob keeps getting it back to him over and over again. The X, I mean, being in Snake's position just probably feels so good right now. You just always have the core. You're always able to provide so much pressure, and you're pretty much never dying as well. So, I mean, Snake is having an absolute field day, and Kainoob is doing everything in his power. Has basically a chip on his shoulder from that first game against Xianzhu, winning, like, I think that was like 4 strike wars in a row at the end of that point. So well played to Demon's Ra, and also Gumi for getting that KO. Pretty random off the side, but Showtime not done yet, getting both barriers now. Demon's Ra gonna have to try to find an answer to it as we're getting started in the second point. Might be over early.
Absolutely here. Really great offense mustered up here by Showtime to be able to give themselves a scoring opportunity, but Gumi can still hold on to this for quite a while on the Mako. Good damage onto Xianzhu, comes out of Snake. It's an open goal on the opposite side, and Snare Drums is connected onto Joker. He's taken out of the play for a brief moment. Kainoob and Snake not going to be able to capitalize quite yet. Gumi trying to keep on the pressure with the perfect pitch. Astral Projection buys some time as Snake is knocked back away, but he's right in front of the goal yet again, and Kainoob just keeps putting it there over and over again, but it won't be enough to find the score. Joker now trying to reset, get back into scoring position, show what he's shown in the first 2 games this series so far. Back through the portal from Kainoob. He's going to have the flip here before too long. Joker's going to be in the same position. KO found by Snake. There's no goalie in the arc, and an opportunity here for Demon's Ra to be able to get themselves onto set point yet again. Kainoob comes in, dumps the full kit, and takes the point.
Wow, I mean, insane there. As we feel like everything has kind of settled down, all of a sudden, Barcode just dies. I mean, Snake who has rapid fire in stacks on stacks and slick kicks. Not really damage, I guess, esque there, but manages to find the KO onto an Atlas of all people at the end of the day. Second time he's done that, and Demons Raw are just, I mean, laughing to the bank right now with these stocks. They are finding so much in these last couple points, and Showtime really need to just, they need to do something else. They need to find a new strategy here in order to get it past this Kainoob and Gumi pairing of the back line. But maybe that key is Xianzhu and Joker. Maybe that key is the offensive play from both sides here, getting both barriers as we see right now, and Gumi needs to clear it out, gets it for now, but Joker does not want this series, or rather the set, to end here.
The margin for error is shrinking rapidly here for Showtime. They were 1 game away. They were 1 point away from getting the bracket reset in game number 2, and now Demons Raw are coming alive in game number 3 as they look to close out the Nassel Finals. A stuff from Kainoob takes away Joker's flip, takes away his shot on goal, and keeps this point alive. Snake goes in for another shot, not going to be able to find it, but Gumi's still holding on for the defense. Kainoob waiting with the glitch pop available, gets it back up over to Snake, advancing forward, blocked away by Barcode yet again. Perfect pitch not going to connect, but Gumi gonna have the patience, doesn't give the shot that Joker was waiting and looking for. Holds on to the goal for the time being, cleared back out yet again. Joker advancing forward, goes in for the barrier beam. Not going to be able to find it onto the goal here, and Snare Drum's going to trap him up for the time being. It's going to be all on Snake now, who finds the KO, takes the opposing scorer off of the board, and gives his team a shot at the score. Kainoob goes in for the flip, gets blocked away by Barcode yet again, as it's going to be the good pop coming out across, not going to be able to find its way, and through the portal, Gumi finds it in overtime, 3-0. Demons Raw taking us to set number 3 with a 2-0 advantage.
I mean, Demons are just showing an absolute masterclass right now. Kainoob, Gumi, Snake, I mean, all of them are playing incredibly well. We have pretty much everything on the board you would want here in terms of Awakenings. I'm curious to see what they end up going. We have a little bit of damage, size, speed, you name it. Nothing getting picked as of yet. Snake going to be getting that big fish, and Bulk Up actually going to be going over to Gumi, or rather Kainoob, to get a little bit more damage. Barcode gets that twin drive, so that definitely is something for the Atlas here. Xianzhu and Joker getting Missile Prep and Primetime respectively, and Orb Dancer going to be over to Gumi. I mean, biggest thing this draft really is that extra damage to Kainoob and the size from the X. Given how much Snake has actually touched the core this game and how involved he has been, I think that size is going to mean a lot in the grand scheme of things. So we'll have to see if this draft really changes anything. Maybe Twin Drive onto Barcode allows him to defend a bit better. We'll have to see, but nothing crazy starting as of yet in this third set.
And that was what was such a big deal in game number 1, partially. Having that twin drive, having the extra expanses, getting that extra defense to Barcode, making it tough for Snake to find the scores. And he gets KO'd here very early. Xianzhu with another big Giga Blast takes one off and will give themselves a shot. Kainoob, though, just going to keep on the offense, buys the time that they need, and it doesn't even cross midfield until Snake is able to respawn. Great time save there from Kainoob, but it's not enough. It's the shot from Joker, getting it past Gumi to break the loss streak for Showtime and put them back into competition.
I mean, the finesse, no pun intended there, from Joker, just a little silent shot up in the top corner there. Well played, and great Giga Blast from Xianzhu. I mean, I've seen a lot of good Giga Blasts in my day, Gordo, but I think Xianzhu has probably had at minimum like 3 of those a game. Like, he's found so many incredible uses of this Giga Blast ability. Probably one of the best users of it. So just the masterclass of the Kai we have been seeing. And the fact that, honestly, it doesn't even matter. The fact that Demons Raw are dealing with this level of play from Xianzhu and Joker, and the fact that it doesn't even matter, you just kill him, right? You just kill him. You just take him off the field, show him what team you are, what team you're playing against. It's not going to matter. A Snake and Kainoob are forcing it down, hit it through the portal, but they're defending for now. Joker and Barcode are still in it, and they managed to stabilize.
Yeah, they are holding on for now. They're even back on the offensive here. Xianzhu's waited at midfield, getting it back into Joker's hands. Path Splitter is huge here, pushing back Gumi, and ends up with both barriers. It's an open goal for Showtime as they look to find their footing in this game number 3. Sentry Turret going to come out of Kainoob, buying them the extra space that they need. Snake taking it down towards the bottom. Cyber Swipe comes out across. Kainoob finds the KO, and Gumi's supporting at distance with the perfect pitch. It's a score for Demons Raw. 2 more to go until they can crown themselves themselves champions.
Barcode playing risky there on the goal line and gets called out for it. Kainu with the Cyber Swipe plus the flip. Perfect opportunity there to find a KO, and he really gets it onto Barcode there. Great punish. You know, we've seen it kind of all game. If Barcode goes down, it feels like Showtime kind of goes down. Barcode, almost the heart and soul, I guess, of this team, the defensive backline, and it's not even going to matter. I mean, Demons Raw are just playing with them right now at this point.
Back up to the top. Snake finds his shot, keeps Barcode distracted, and gets the opportunity for Demons Raw. Maybe our last kickoff here of Nassel Season 4 as Demons Raw look to keep on their hold. Showtime trying to fight back, trying to stay alive in the upper bracket. They take the first barrier early on, but it's Kainoob now on the breakaway on the opposite side, getting it back into Snake's hands. Joker staggered already, but not dissuaded from the offense. Wants to get onto this barrier, and a nice dodge away from Xianzhu. Going to be able to find the barrier, going to be able to stay alive, and going to be able to open up the goal for Showtime. But now it's Kainoob and Snake's turn. Flip comes on out of Kainoob, not going to be able to find the KO, not going to be able to find the barrier, but will be able to dodge out on some damage. It's Snare Drums whiffs on the top side. Snake going in for the spin. Gonna be able to find that second barrier. It's open goals for both sides. Snake taking it forward, sends it to the bottom, and Demons Raw find the win. Welcome to a new era. Demons Raw are your North American Strikers League Season 4 champion.
They've done it, Gordo. Demons Raw has fulfilled the prophecy. They might have won NASL West Season 1, right? I mean, as bounty hunters, but as the new roster, not new anymore, but new in terms of relativity with Snake. Took them 3 seasons, but they finally managed to do it. Sad Boy's not even in the picture. Showtime put up a great fight, but Demons managed to get the better of them. Well played, I will say, from Showtime. I'm really glad that we got to see a different team in the Grands Finals yet again. Another team that feels like they can battle with the giants of Sad Boys and Demons Raw. And I'm excited for the future of this team, but right now it's all Demons. It is all Gumi, Snake, Kainoob. They finally did what they set out to do. Snake goes, I'll come back. Might as well play another season. The prize pools increase, you know, all nonchalantly. But they did it. I mean, they did it, Gordo. They finally managed to do it. And besides that first game, with pretty much relative ease.
Crownless for such a long time here, Borg. We've been here so many seasons talking about how it all comes down to Demons Raw versus Sad Boys. We don't get the El Clasico final, but Demons Raw get their chip finally. They take down their rivals in the winners final, and they take down the upstarts in Showtime in the Grands to be able to crown themselves champions. There's no way to take this away from them now. They've finally done it. A massive accomplishment for these 3 who have been working at it for so long.
Yeah, I mean, really shout out to all the Demons Raw members. They've been hunting for this for a while. I think it's kind of just been a long time coming, right? I think Kainu with the 2-time MVP, Gumi, always been the king of the West, one of the best goalies in the world, been a staple of the competitive scene for so long. And Snake, land winner extraordinaire, kind of just joins whatever team he manages to get on and wins everything with it. So all 3 of these players definitely deserve this Nassel win. It's been a long time coming, as I said, and I'm excited to hear from them, hopefully shortly here in a little bit. But, man, I mean, before that, just talking about that game, it feels like Kainoob kind of just opened up another level, right? I mean, we saw Xianzhu, I talked about it a little bit in that second game, kind of cutting the gap, right? Managing to contest with Vaughn, managing to, in that first game, kind of best Kainoob a little bit, but on the Amy, on a little bit of comfort, manages to bring it right back, say, there's still another level to this young man, and take it right back, proving that, I mean, Kainoob is the best midfielder in the world right now, at the very least, and Demons Raw is the best team in the world right now. So congratulations yet again to them.
Yeah, but I mean, a massive level up from Xianzhu as well. Deserves to be in that conversation. Joker needs to be in the conversation for brawlers as well. Barcode for goalies. Bring a defensive goalie back onto the menu. What a massive showing from them here, and definitely a team that everybody should have their eyes on coming into Season 5. A tremendous showing from all 6 players here, and you got to remember, 1 goal away from a bracket reset here in game number 2. Showtime nearly 2-0 swept this first round, but Demons Raw, they hold fast, they take it all the way. they clutch up where it matters. They don't let go for even a second, and they ride that momentum into a game number 3 win and into their first North American Strikers League title post combination, post realignment, post realignment. Screw it. We'll call it whatever we want, but doesn't count until season 2. Not to me. So a huge win for them here to be able to walk away with that title.
Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure here, Gordo, casting with you yet again. Another banger of a grand finals. Glad that we got at least a game 3 out of it. Very rare we see Demons getting taken to a game 3, but Showtime managed to do it. Showtime made it a show at the very least, and Demons took away with the victory. So any last, I guess, words from me? I got nothing. So anything for you, Gordo? Want to close us out?
Still love this community. It's awesome. Love everything that's been built here. Shout out to everybody involved with the North American Strikers League. It's terrific that this keeps running, even with no brand new content to the game. Looking forward to Season 5. Looking forward to many to come. And I'll see you guys all for liftoff and landing and everything.
Yeah, and stay tuned. We do have winners interview. It's not going to be us. Tech will be interviewing Demons Raw in just a second. So don't go anywhere. We'll be going to a very, very short break into a winners interview after Demons Raw. Kind of cool the adrenaline off. But see you later, everybody. It's been Borg and Gordo, the GOAT cast. I'm going to say it. Yeah, I'm just going to say it, Gordo. I see it talking about we're the GOAT cast at this point.
That's the wrong direction. I got to go this way.
It's okay at this point. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you, everybody, for listening. And we'll see you guys next time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 4 playoffs. This time, it's the post show. I have Gumi, Kainoob, and Snake here from Demons Raw, your Nassel Season 4 champions. First of all, congratulations to your team for being the first place winners of Nassel Season 4. I mean, what does winning this event mean to you and your team?
I mean, this means everything. Like, even though we won Nassel West, and we cope about not winning Nassel before a little bit, it definitely matters. Nassel is obviously the most prestigious thing. And finally getting like a real Nassel chip feels so good.
Oh, absolutely. I bet. I mean, I'll just start off, Gumi. I mean, how do you feel about these Season 4 playoffs overall? I mean, we saw so many crazy upsets just in terms of seeding left and right. I mean, how do you guys feel now that you're on top?
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy, right? No one got the correct pick'ems because it was that crazy. Showtime came out here playing like absolute beasts. Like, who expected Showtime to play that well? I don't think anyone did. Sad Boys going out like they did obviously sucks for them, but I mean, curse of the first seed, I guess. I don't know. I mean, we still had incredibly close matches versus Sad Boys, and playing against those guys is always so fun. Our winners finals set was so fun. But yeah, crazy playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that was a blast to watch. We were all yelling in the backstage channel. Kainoob, that final game, 90 shots on that final game. I mean, we see you so often just being so dominant in the midfield. How are you able to control the midfield that well? And how does your team enable you to do all that?
I mean, I don't know. I use the core and I just left click it like the beast I am.
Yeah, I mean, that's the perfect answer, right?
Hey, strike better. Most of this game is just strike better. If you're bad, you don't strike good enough. If you're good, strike better and you'll get better. Simple as that.
That's true. You heard it here from the #1 people. And of course, you know, Snake back-to-back S tiers. You got to feel great about that. I mean, how are you feeling about the end of this season and also just all the matches you played so far?
Exhausted. Very exhausted. However, every match was a ton of fun, but mentally, it's really hard to get through some of these other teams, for me especially. So having my teammates there by my side makes it a lot easier, and I couldn't do it without them. So
yeah, I mean, Snake playing Omega Strikers, he's like getting through barriers in game while he's getting through barriers in his mind, bro. This guy has to cut through his mind to win games. Once he figures it out, that shit is so over.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys were killing it. And of course, some questions just about the overall season in general. I mean, which team do you feel like has been your biggest competition this season? I mean, we saw how well Sad Boys were playing. We saw how well Showtime is playing. What do you think has been like the hardest matchup for your team as a whole?
I think stylistically, playing against Showtime is the most difficult for us because playing versus Sad Boys, we just play our game and they play theirs, and whoever plays their game better wins. But against Showtime, it feels like we can't play our game. I don't know what it is that they do, but we have to adapt and play their game in order to win. But at the end of the day, our plan in that game was to just do whatever they did, but do it better because at the end of the day, we're better players than them. So if we do what they do, we'll do it better.
That's right. You guys certainly did better today than any other team, of course. The winners. Is there anyone that you guys want to give a shout out to? I'll give each of you an opportunity while we're here on the post show.
I have one shout out, and that's to one NSL team, Bang Bang. Thank you guys for screaming us the past week.
That's fact. You screamed them so many times. We had Josh in our call earlier. Yeah. Shout out Bang
yeah.
Bang.
Shout out Bang Bang.
Hey, shout out Gravity for bringing the Juno inside of Kainoob also.
Perfect. And what do you guys want to say to all the haters who have been, you know, hating on Demons Raw throughout this season?
I mean, honestly, it felt so good to not be on top with everyone thinking we're going to win because I just knew being not the top and the favorite is so nice because anything we do is good. It feels so good.
That's right. Well, #3 seed comfort zone, right? Of course, then, you know, each of you guys, how is your team going to celebrate after this win?
Well, I heard that Snake, Kainoob, Joker, and Shionzu might be playing some zombies tonight to celebrate. I was gonna buy a watch that I said I would get if we won playoffs, and yeah, maybe I'll try to finally get Masters in League. I don't know.
Nice. Well, that's awesome. So, of course, Demons Raw, everybody, thank you all members for joining me. I believe that's all the questions I have, unless you guys each want to say anything special that's on your mind.
I just want to say shout out to my teammates, man. we kind of have a history of like not taking everything like too seriously and kind of just going with the flow and being naturally good. And I think this is like the first time since we formed that we've actually had to think about what we wanted to do to win. We've just kind of been good. But this past week, no one complained about scrims. We had blocks like every single day, 2-hour blocks. Sometimes they were going longer. Yesterday, me and Snake VOD reviewed last night after kind of went to bed. We did some mock drafts last night as well. So I just want to shout out my teammates for actually like being good sports about putting in the effort for this playoffs.
That's right. The other two, I'll give you guys an opportunity to speak if you'd like. Otherwise,
I mean, I don't think I can speak. This Gumi guy makes me feel so emotional, man.
What did I do?
I mean, I love you, but that's all you have to know.
Kind of. Thank you for trusting me with the flip, bro.
I'll talk for a moment. I know outside of games, when we hang out with all our friends from Sad Boys, Showtime, literally anyone in the league, we hang out. Sometimes I dog on my teammates a little bit because like they'll do something that's interesting, but I just like sometimes it's hard to remember. All that matters at the end of the day is the big finale. So grand finals, I mean, Gumi locked in. Everyone talks shit. I talk shit to Gumi where he'll do something stupid in regular season, but it doesn't matter. We won at the end of the day, and this guy's such a beast. I just want everyone to rewatch that Gates of Obscura game. Look at this guy's saves against Asher, like, just beautiful. So
Hey, I mean,
I thank my teammates so much, and I love you guys.
Love you too, Snake. Hey, I mean, I'm the best Mako in the game. Dubuka floor.
oh man, it's always an honor to watch you guys play. You can see the camaraderie definitely when you watch Demons Raw. So it's been an honor to watch this season as a spectator, also cast it, and just I know everyone. Can we get some hearts in the chat for Demons Raw? We love this team. Number 1 in North American Strikers League Season 5. Thank you guys all so much for joining me. We have some exciting news that I'll have Saya put hopefully a graphic up on the screen right now for Season 5 of Nassel. This is going to be our schedule. Of course, September 28th and October 5th, we're going to have Launchpad, which, of course, you can follow the flow chart. October 19th, liftoff, and October 20th, landing. We hope to see you there. And, of course, tomorrow, August 25th, is the finals day for NASA, the North American Strikers Academy. So make sure you tune into the Bestie and Slot channel again to see which team will be crowned champion. Of course, thank you all so much for joining me. Congratulations to Demons Raw, or North American Strikers League Season 4 champions. And we hope to see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.